Understanding Lin Qing's idea, Lin Jiao hesitated a bit. They had a good relationship, but not a boss and subordinate one. But if she agreed now, it meant Pan Shi would join the Hope Camp. From then on, she would also become Lin Qing's subordinate. It wasn't that she didn't want the power. It was just hard to get used to the change. Seeing the gloomy faces of the camp's people, her eyes showed some tiredness. Okay, that's all we can do now. Rebuilding the camp was very difficult now.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out. The bullet shattered the head of an ant emerging from the ruins. With an extra 50 points, Ran was cleaning very carefully. Some people were already organizing usable supplies. The Hope Camp's vehicles outside weren't badly damaged, only the tires had burst. After tidying up for a while, there wasn't much they could take from the Pan Shi camp. They originally came to stay, but now they had to leave the Pan Shi camp behind. This sudden change was hard for some to accept. Get out of the way, a person from Pan Shi camp shouted. He pushed away Chenyu's arm, refusing help. If it weren't for you. He seemed about to say something impulsive. His face twisted for a moment before he shut his mouth. Are you saying that if it weren't for us, you wouldn't be like this? Mo Chun, passing by, smiled and responded. His eyes carried sarcasm. Are you turning that around? If it weren't for your traitor, our camp wouldn't have lost people. Mo Chen's words were sharp. The man's face changed colors, showing a mix of red and blue. Very dramatic. Ignoring him, Mo Chen got into the vehicle directly. Having gone through so much, Mo Chen still remains noble and elegant. However, when facing the plans of Ran, he still likes to act foolishly. When the vehicle starts moving again, an hour has passed. The familiar place behind is left behind. Broken walls and ruins fill the ground, making people feel sad. Many people lean against the windows, looking at the location of the rock camp with longing. Without the protection of a city, people either die under the foot of fallen creatures or are killed by those who have fallen. This is the fate of many camps. Those who survive today are all a bit silent. Compared to that, the mood at Hope Camp is much more lively. They have absorbed some new members and Lin Qing, the leader, is happy. Hopefully, we will arrive tomorrow. Their new camp is in an abandoned city. Many years ago, it was a well-guarded city, but it was destroyed during a fallen creature uprising. Later, people simply left and built new cities elsewhere. But some buildings still remain, making them the best choice for many wanderers to set up camps. On the rugged road, the scenery remains unchanged. Yu shot and killed a bird-like fallen creature. Its pale and delicate body fell to the ground, but was soon dragged away by vines that emerged from the bushes. In this wasteland where humans find it hard to go alone, these fallen creatures thrive. Ran is working hard to absorb all useful knowledge. Under the midday sun, the vehicle finally stops. Several cars are packed tightly. When people get out, they see some wary eyes watching them. There are already many camps occupying this area. They don't seem welcoming to new forces. But Lin Qing doesn't mind. He greets everyone and leads them into the territory he has been to before. In Jade's Spring City, land is free. Except for the areas occupied by other camps, the rest can be used. Once the banner representing Hope Camp is raised to mark the area, everyone knows this will be their home from now on. People are busy moving things back and forth. Ran stands in the corner, not interfering. Her gaze is fixed on a distant spot. There, a group of people stands near a marketplace, seemingly buying something. But their eyes keep scanning this side. Market stalls, shops. Ran even sees a very well-preserved building with the words Jade's Spring City hanging at the entrance. Apart from the harsh survival environment, this place is almost like a small, fully developed city. Trade is lively here. No wonder Lin Qing said it's a good place to live. Some children loudly entered inside, laughing and making noise. The adults followed behind, also curious and observing their surroundings. Is it a good place to live? Feeling the suspicion from the people around, Ran couldn't say for sure. Fortunately, she didn't plan to stay here for long. Hello, everyone. A deep, reassuring voice sounded. A middle-aged man walking over looked very refined, wearing glasses and smiling. "May I ask who is your leader?" The man was very polite. Busy Lin Qing stepped forward. "Hello, my name is Tan Yi, and I am the mayor of Yuchuan City." The mayor? Some people looked at each other in confusion, finding it hard to understand. How could there be a mayor here? Haha, just joking, the man chuckled. Actually, what I mean is this. There are many camps gathered here. To make management easier and ensure everyone's safety, we have formed a mutual aid association for all the camps. The meeting point is in the building with the sign of Yuchuan City. Unfortunately, I am not very capable, so I was chosen as the president. We welcome everyone to join us. After you finish your work, please come register with us. From now on, we are like family. Tan Yi behaved very politely and spoke with a cultured tone. Compared to him, the others seemed quite rough.
Ah, okay, President Tan.
I'll go after I finish my work. Lin Qing nodded with a smile, understanding his kindness. Good, I'll wait for you. His gaze swept over many people, not with hostility, just simple observation. However, Ran felt that his eyes were very sharp. He had just arrived here, received the news, and came in person. It was just a registration notice, so why did this leader have to come himself? It didn't seem like a reminder, but more like a warning or a show of dominance. He's declaring his authority. Emochin squinted at the departing figure, a playful smile on his lips. Another hypocrite. Maybe Ran smiled, paying more attention to how he felt about the man. It was a kind of restrained danger. He definitely wasn't as simple as he appeared, and he might be a supernatural ability user. Tan Yi's arrival didn't disturb the busy people. Now, they could only set up simple tents. The houses would be built later. The place Lin Qing chose was behind a building. That building had collapsed, with cracks covering the remaining walls. Reinforcing bars are intertwined, which looks a bit dangerous. Someone is patrolling nearby. Because of human activity, there are rarely any crops in Yuchuan town, but it is only relatively safe. Climbing onto the broken wall, Ran gazes into the distance, her eyes falling on a faint, huge figure far away. That is City Number 5. The next morning, the camp was still messy. However, Lin Qing and some others went to register. Ran was casually browsing the market. There were many things for sale: food, supplies, weapons, and even some items from the ruins. Pale pieces of flesh were displayed on a stand, being admired. Little White on her wrist was a bit restless. Since arriving here, Little White had been signaling her to go to City Number 5. What was inside, Ran didn't know, but she planned to take a look. "Are you really sure about this?" Hong Yi asked, and Mo Chun, who usually followed Ran, didn't seem interested this time. His identity was a bit special. If he entered the city, it would be easy to be noticed. Maybe those people would use him to make some deal with City No. 9. Such things often happened in big cities. For profit, lives were nothing. Compared to the city, it was better for him to hide here. As for Hong Yi, she simply stayed at the camp. Anyway, for her, being inside or outside the city made no difference. It was all starting over. Ran replied. "Be careful on the way. We'll wait for you here." With their goodbyes, Ran crossed Yuchuan City and headed towards City No. 5. She didn't plan to stay long in that city. She just wanted to find out why Little White was so restless. This little creature she brought back from the wetlands was very special. Not only was it smart, but it was also quite useful. It had helped her several times, so she couldn't ignore Little White's request. Moreover, Ran was very passionate about these plants. Her dream was to become a planting tycoon. Humming a tune, Ran's steps were cheerful. In her planting space, the plants grew wildly. The sunlight from the sunflowers was swallowed by the cacti. Ran was looking forward to the cacti's evolution, but walking on two legs was still tiring. After paying the entrance fee and passing the guard's inspection, Ran entered City No. 5. Compared to City Number 9, the first thing she noticed was the different layout of the buildings. But overall, there was no difference. It was lively and prosperous, but also filled with desire and ambition. Vehicles flow continuously on the street. People passing by have happy smiles on their faces. The city walls surrounding the fifth city seem taller. My wrist feels a bit itchy. It's Xiaobai twisting around. Luckily, it's spring now, so long sleeves cover everything, and no one notices Xiaobai's presence. The city entrance is in the same lower district, but the environment here is better than in the ninth city. Following Xiaobai's guidance, I arrive in front of a tall building. Miracle Auction House? I mutter the name. Could it be that Xiaobai wants something to be auctioned? But looking at the sign, I feel this is not a place I can afford. I should have let Ma-chen pay first. I'm a bit regretful now. Ma-chen, besides being full of knowledge, has an empty pocket. Just as I hesitate whether to go in, Xiaobai's tendrils pull on my arm and point to a building next to the auction house. It's a small door, nothing special. Oh, I realize I misunderstood Xiaobai. With this thought, I push open the door. It's a shop that sells carvings related to fallen seeds. These carvings are very lifelike. Touching them, I can feel the cold skin of the fallen seeds. Are these all real? I can't help asking. Behind the counter is a middle-aged man, smiling warmly at me. Good eye, customer. The owner comes out, looking at these items with fascination. These are made from fallen seed skins I acquired. True art, so the materials are carefully chosen. You're knowledgeable, customer. Come, take a look. We're destined to meet. If you want anything, I'll give you a 10% discount. His words shift from praise to business talk. I really admire his skills, but I cruelly refuse his kindness. I walk to a glass bottle. Inside, about the size of a head, are some brown stones. Looking closely, the stones have patterns and wrinkles. These are seeds. When I place my hand on them, Xiaobai's tendrils also cling to the surface. To avoid being noticed by the owner, I quickly withdraw my hand. Boss, how much are these seeds? Does Xiaobai want these?
These.
Seeing my interest, the boss's face suddenly changes. This was brought back by a customer earlier. I thought it was interesting, so I kept it. The boss pushed the bottle toward Ran. If you want it, 20 silver coins.
No bargaining.
Not for single sale either. A bottle of seeds, roughly containing dozens. This kind of bundled deal, Ran could only reluctantly agree. Perhaps because Ran was too straightforward, the boss's tone softened a bit. These seeds were found near the water-forbidden forest. I hear there are many more. Holding the bottle, Ran thanked him and left. Turning down some streets, he arrived at a small alley and poured out the seeds. A large pile of seeds was disliked by Little White. Its outstretched roots directly pierced one seed. The touch was cool, like an embryo waiting to be nurtured. Just as Ran wanted to study it more carefully, he saw Little White's roots, like straws, directly the seed dry. A feeling of fullness spread from Little White. A layer of seed husks remained in Ran's palm. As for the rest of the seeds on the ground, Little White didn't bother with them at all. Just this one? The small, tender leaves patted Ran's arm, as if responding. Ran could only helplessly rub his forehead. It seemed this thing was Little White's food, but this food was a bit too expensive. Water-forbidden forest? Ran knew this place. It was not far from City 5. Once called the Forbidden Water Park, it was abandoned after a strange event. Plants grew wildly, forming a dense forest. Various mutated seeds nested inside, making it very dangerous. But if Little White really needed these seeds, Ran had no choice but to go. Little White, with a short arm, had very obvious white leaves. After eating the seeds, Little White's leaves became thicker. A strong vitality surrounded Ran. That was unique to Little White. Ran still didn't understand what Little White was. Even the system couldn't give an answer. Unable to detect. That was the system's initial response about Little White. While Ran was troubled, another customer arrived at the small shop next to the auction. He looked at the boss with a frown. You mean the seeds were bought by someone? Yes. The boss looked at the man with some awe. You told me earlier that if anyone was interested in these seeds, to contact you. Also, I told the other party that these seeds were found in the water-forbidden forest. The boss's flattering smile was a bit. Okay, I understand. The man nodded and handed a bag to the boss. Inside were silver coins. The boss immediately looked happy. After noting Ran's appearance, the man left. Outside, there were vehicles waiting. Through the dark car windows, it was hard to see who else was inside. The man respectfully stood outside. Master, what should we do now? He bowed respectfully. Someone inside probably said something, and the man's eyes brightened. All right, Master, I understand. Meanwhile, Ran arrived at the guild. After registering, she found it useful that her identity was recognized across major cities. She could also accept missions here. There were many missions on the screen, but she didn't find any related to the water-forbidden forest. She originally wanted to explore with a team for safety, but that plan seemed unlikely now. Suddenly, the screen flickered. A new mission had appeared. Water-forbidden forest exploration mission requires a level 2 ability user. Meet at the city gate at 3 p.m. Sleep is better than worries. The mission was perfect, so Ran accepted it. However, the mission required at least 3 people, so she couldn't see the full details yet. Fortunately, 2 other explorers soon joined her. The detailed mission info popped up on her communicator. Ran looked at it and raised an eyebrow. Searching for plant seeds. The forest was undoubtedly a paradise for those plant seeds. Just like the rose seed she encountered before. With some disguise, she could easily lure prey into her trap. By the way, the rose seed source was swallowed by Little White. Could it be that the seeds Little White requested share something in common with that rose seed? Unable to figure it out, Ran looked at the seed information. It was a type of tree seed. The picture showed a tall, strange-looking tree. Its branches were all mutated. Some root-like things hung from above, like a curtain. At the top, pale leaves had some fuzz on them. This seed had a very strange hunting method. Its trunk secretes a paralyzing toxin. Any part of this seed touched would be infected with the toxin, causing the victim to turn stiff like wood and fall to the ground, allowing the seed to feed. From just the description, Ran could feel the eerie feeling. There wasn't much information available. Their task this time was to bring back a sample, either a leaf, root-like parts, or a branch. Is it not about punishment? Ran was a bit curious. But then she understood. After all, that place is no longer suitable for humans to live in. Punishing there would be useless, since new mutants appear quickly. Studying these things might actually benefit humanity more. Thinking about this, Ran chuckled softly. As the scheduled time approached, Ran arrived at the city gate and saw 2 other team members. A man and a woman, who seemed to be a couple. Seeing how close they were, Ran blinked. She wondered if she could still back out. Hello there. I'm Nia Fong, and this is He Chao. What's your name? The man greeted warmly. He Chao smiled at Ran, seeming not to mind her being there. I'm Ran. Ran replied, and simply got into the vehicle. Haha, don't worry. We don't eat people, Nia Fong joked. Actually, we work for a guild. This mission belongs to the guild, but since we're a bit worried, we wanted to find a psychic to accompany us, He Chao explained. She sat in the front passenger seat, looking kindly at Ran. Miss Ren, I saw from the data that your ability is wood-type psychic power, controlling plants, right? He Chao showed Ran her communicator's interface. The sender was indeed her.
Yes.
Ran nodded. She was good at bodyguard work, and this task suited her. The forbidden water forest wasn't far away. The good thing about the Wasteland was that there was no traffic. It only took about half an hour to get there. While still in the car, Ran saw tents and vehicles outside the forbidden water forest. It seemed some people had set up camp there. But from the situation, they didn't look like homeless people. Surely, they wouldn't be foolish enough to settle in such a dangerous place. I heard they recently discovered some ruins inside. Some people went to explore, He Chao explained, knowing quite a bit as a guild member. She even winked at Ran. If you're curious, once we get the samples, you're free to do as you like. I heard that if you manage to bring something out of those ruins, the price for buying it is quite high. The lure of money made Ran eager. But she shook her head. She still believed in doing what she loved. Besides, she was here for Xiao Bai. Just like in City Number 5, Xiao Bai was restless now. Leaves pressed close to Runran's skin, warmed by her body heat. She kept pointing in a direction for her. Let's go. The place we're heading to isn't far. Try to get back before dark. Nie Fong held Hutsao's hand, and the two walked ahead together. Her sweet appearance made Runran feel a bit jealous. This is like killing a dog. Once they entered the forest, Runran felt the temperature drop. Spring sunshine is bright and warm, but through the dense leaves, little sunlight reaches the ground. Above, tall trees block the sky. Low bushes and grass make walking difficult. Fortunately, there are no dangers around the edges. All the plants in sight look normal. Xiao Bai's guidance just happens to lead the two ahead to the same place. In the same direction. How perfect. While feeling lucky, Runran heard sounds from the bushes nearby. It seemed to be other people. They moved quickly and disappeared in an instant. They weren't fellow travelers, they were just passing by. Runran felt a bit relieved. Pushing aside the layered leaves, she heard the sound of flowing water. Ahead was a waterfall, and at the edge of the waterfall, that target seedling was stretching its branches. It looked elegant. Runran never thought that could be used to describe these seedlings. On their slim bodies, the branches looked like decorations. The pale fallen leaves resembled soft hair. The silver threads hanging down swayed in the wind, giving a hazy beauty. But when Runran saw the bones beneath the seedling tree, all admiration vanished. Roots emerged from the ground, stabbing directly into the prey's body. There were animals, and the freshest prey was a human. Roots pierced into the head, wriggling slowly. Visibly, the corpse was drying out. Bones cracked and shattered. A seemingly strong human was left only with a layer of skin lying on the ground. Not a single bone fragment remained. But no matter how bold the branches, they couldn't escape bullets. Pishuda struck again. The task only required part of the seedling, so it was easy to complete. Runran handed the broken branch to Hutsao. Behind her, the seedling was twisting its branches. The tree rooted in the soil seemed unable to move, but its wild branches still tried to pierce Runran. Thank you. After placing the branch down, Hutsao looked much calmer. Just as they were about to leave, Runran, facing away from the seedling, saw the fear on Hutsao's face. Run quickly. Imagine a scene where a tree pulls its roots out of the soil. Runran said this was very shocking. Pale branches break through the dirt and spread out. They look like tentacles, holding the plant that Runran had teased earlier. Wanting to save time, Runran looked at the thick roots and was surprised. The plant had been hiding itself all along. Small mouths like suckers were covered with roots. They swung down and hit Runran. The air seemed to explode, and Runran heard a loud bang. Quickly dodging, Runran saw the angry expression on the plant and called out the pea shooter again. 3 pea shooters fired together, blocking most of the attack. White roots filled the sky like a big net, trapping the 3 of them inside. Be careful, Nie Fong, protecting He Chao, pushed him down quickly. Roots pierced the ground where He Chao had been, leaving a hole. Bullets hit the roots and broke some of them. But the plant's root network was very large and strong. Just one root couldn't do much damage to the plant's core. 3 bullets spun forward, shooting repeatedly to block most attacks. Runran, who had moved back a little, saw that the plant still couldn't leave the area. It only pulled its roots to make itself more flexible. The fuzzy leaves started to fall. Knowing these leaves were toxic, Runran told the 3-leaf clover to stay nearby, and all falling leaves were blown away. The strange 3-leaf clover made their eyes widen with surprise. Under Runran's command, the pea shooter quickly found the plant's weakness. With a loud boom, the tree trunk cracked open. The thick trunk, as wide as 2 people, oozed dark green juice. Runran didn't hold back and told the pea shooter to attack the roots when the plant paused. Several bullets hit the source plant and shattered parts of the roots. The roots of the plant were huge and complex. But just one root was not enough to hurt the main part of the plant. 3 bullets spiraled forward, shooting again and again, blocking most of the attacks. Ran saw that the plant still couldn't leave the area. It only pulled its roots to make itself a little more agile. Fuzzy leaves began to fall from the plant. Remembering that these leaves were toxic, Ran kept the 3-leaf clover nearby, and all the falling leaves were blown away. The strange 3-leaf clover made their eyes look very interesting. Under Ran's command, the pea shooter quickly found the plant's weakness. After a loud bang, the tree trunk burst open. The thick trunk, as wide as 2 people, oozed dark green juice. Ran didn't hold back, and when the plant paused, she ordered the pea shooter to attack the roots directly. Several bullets hit the source plant and broke its roots. When the source plant finally stopped moving outside, all its roots stopped twisting. The plant collapsed suddenly. It fell to the ground like an earthquake. Dust and leaves flew everywhere. All done. Ran sighed in relief. Now we have plenty of research material. She looked at He Chao's frightened face and made a joke. Both of them looked relieved but stiff, smiling awkwardly. After confirming the plant was completely dead, Ran moved closer. She needed to take back the source plant. Around the source plant, the ground cracked open. Some cracks even reached toward the waterfall, but it was unclear if that caused any problems. Thinking, Ran bent down, just about to pick up the seed. At that moment, the ground beneath her became soft. It collapsed. The soil suddenly fell away, creating a hole that swallowed Ran whole. In her panic, she didn't grab anything and fell into the suddenly appearing pit. The last thing she heard was He Chao's frightened cry. Dust sprinkled on her face, feeling damp and heavy. The surrounding humidity made her shiver. In the dark environment, those metal structures looked very strange. On the cold ground, Ran lay there, unsure if she was alive or not. Above her, there was a cave-in. But now, it was blocked by broken stones and dirt, with no way out visible. It was completely dark around her. White's roots stretched out from Ran's wrist. Then, the little creature stood upright and wobbled a few steps like a small doll. Yeezy was gently touching Ran's cheek, as if calling her. But Ran, unconscious, didn't respond.
Tick-tock.
Somewhere nearby, water droplets fell. The clear sound was surprisingly eerie here. White, staying by Ran's side, didn't move, but its roots instinctively moved in a certain direction.
Itched. Cold. Pain.
This was what Ran felt in her dazed state. It was like having a nightmare. When she woke up, everything was still dark. Almost thinking she was blind, Ran took out a light source from her space. Her body was a bit weak. Moving slightly hurt a lot. But her bones weren't broken. Under the blinding light, Ran saw her surroundings clearly. Looking at the modern buildings, she found it hard to believe. She remembered that when she took out the seed, a hole appeared and she fell in. But how could there be a laboratory below that seed? Although it looked abandoned now, tables and chairs in chaos and fallen. The papers on the ground were blackened, and the writing was unreadable. But the equipment and testing tables told Ran this was once a laboratory. What were they researching? Standing up, Ran tightly clutched the seed in her hand. In the planting space, the plants were growing. With the space, she could fight using plants. No need to plant seeds, she could summon them directly. That made her feel safer. Coming to this strange place, it was impossible not to feel a little nervous. The room was filled with a rotten smell. Ran moved carefully. Dirt piled up on the table, a patch of rotten mud. After searching for a while, Ran finally found a somewhat recognizable document. Species fusion. Experiment? The environment here is not good. The paper is torn, and even the writing is smudged and unclear. It's hard to read. But these few words confirmed Ran's suspicions. She felt a noticeable tug on her wrist. Ran saw Xiaobai wrapped around her forearm, and Yeezy pointed in a certain direction. Is what you want over there? Ran's voice was very soft. This place is too empty. Speaking loudly sounds strange. Xiaobai wouldn't answer, just kept showing her the way. Ran had no choice but to follow Xiaobai's guidance and move forward. Who would have thought that the place she was looking for was right here? But it makes sense. Seeds found in such places definitely have research value. In the Wasteland, only valuable items can be brought into the city and be chosen by people. The place she fell from should be an experimental site. As she passed through a collapsed door, she saw a long corridor. Glass rooms lined both sides. Over time, the glass darkened and was covered with moss, making it hard to see what was inside.
Boom.
When Run ran past by one of the glass rooms, she heard something collapse inside. A bright light shone through. She could vaguely see something inside moving. The door of this glass room was slightly open. Run carefully approached, her fingers just touching the handle when something suddenly darted out from underneath the door. It was a large, black, fat mouse. A normal mouse. With a little force, she pushed the door open completely. A broken-legged bed lay on the floor, and the bedding was darkened and chewed almost to nothing by the mouse. Is this a room? But who would live in a place like this? Run couldn't understand. She could only keep moving forward. After passing through this corridor, she saw a door ahead. The thick door had no glass. It was just slightly open, about 10 centimeters. The words on the doorframe were still visible. Laboratory 2? Reading these words, in such a gloomy environment, Run easily thought of bad things. But Xiaobai was still trying to squeeze inside. Run had no choice but to follow. The door wouldn't open. She could only squeeze through the narrow gap. Strangely, there was nothing frightening inside. No bodies or anything like that. There were only a few patches of ground. One piece of land was covered with glass, but the glass was already cracked. The black soil was also empty. Was it cultivated in Laboratory 2? A question arose in her mind, and Run saw Xiaobai jump down from her wrist. Its roots moved to push its body forward. Xiaobai's behavior was like learning to walk upright like humans. The strange scene didn't make Run feel afraid. Following Xiaobai, they reached the innermost part of the room. Something fell and made a loud noise above her head. Run realized that the ceiling was also made of glass. At this moment, Xiaobai stopped in front of a cabinet. The metal cabinet was already corroded. When she gently pulled, the door swung open. Inside, the contents were exposed. A row of tubes, each containing the same kind of seeds she found in City 5. The brown outer shells were not very wrinkled. Many plant seeds are tough. But even the strongest species will eventually turn to dust over time. Yet, these seeds had been here for an unknown period and still looked full and healthy. She opened a glass tube, and unsurprisingly, only a layer of seed shells remained for Run. When she picked up another seed, Xiaobai seemed to convey that it was full and satisfied. So her almost falling to her death was really just to feed Xiaobai. Thinking of this, Run quickly cleared out all the seeds in front of her. Having space was really a good thing. She sighed again, looking for anything valuable here, when she heard a noise behind her. Something fell to the ground. Turning around, she saw a small metallic ball rolling into the room from the doorway. It looked new, not an antique from here. Oh. Run quickly reacted, realizing there were others here. But it was already too late. The small ball didn't seem to release anything, but she felt dizzy and disoriented. When her body hit the ground heavily, she saw a pair of feet appear at the door. She was too careless. Is it done? It's done. A middle-aged man's voice came from the doorway. He looked at Run lying on the ground with a blank expression. He kicked her in the stomach, and only after seeing she didn't resist did he help her up. He glanced at the cabinet, which was empty inside. The man's eyes showed some confusion, but he simply carried Run away. Suddenly, a stranger fainted Run and took her away. However, these people did not notice the small white creature hiding nearby. They only left after they departed. The small white creature stayed close to the wall, following like a shadow. The man looked very familiar with this place. He turned left and right, wandering around. Eventually, they arrived at a hall-like area. In the hall, there were 2 chairs. One chair held an old man who was and looked angrily at the people. Are you not afraid I will report you when I go back? The old man's face was full of anger, but he was dressed very carefully, suggesting he was someone important. Haha, someone like you, so old and still going out in person, can't blame us for having thoughts. Besides, you know how valuable this place is. If we sell this place along with you, we will make much more money than what you're paid. The man responded, using respectful words like you, but his actions were rough. He roughly threw Ran onto a chair and then tied her up. Chains bound her legs. Her hands were twisted behind her back. The chains looked cold and shiny, making it hard to break free. If you think this girl will save you, don't bother. She's just an amateur, with no defenses at all, the man said, pointing at Ran. But the old man looked at Ran with some confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know her, he said sincerely, but many others had smiles on their faces. Come on, old Master Feng, stop pretending, one person said. Besides you, who else could find this place so quickly? Those outside the forest haven't even reached the door yet. These people insisted that Ran was hired by the old man. Seeing the old man frown, a middle-aged man snapped his fingers. A water ball appeared in the air. It was a water element ability. The water then splashed directly onto Ran's face. Cough, cough. The water entered her nose, making her choke awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large group of people in front of her, looking confused. Her body was cold, and she wanted to move, but found her limbs were chained. Stop struggling. Even an ability user can't break these chains easily, the man said coldly, lifting her chin gently. Old Master Feng, next time, remember to find a bodyguard, and a more reliable one. Just a young girl. Huh. Before she finished speaking, the sarcasm in her words was clear to Ran. She must have been underestimated. Ran wanted to argue a few words, but considering the situation, she held back. She couldn't believe her security job could involve changing employers midway. Seeing Ran stop struggling wisely, the other person suddenly slapped her face away. Her cheek tingled with pain, but she saw the person place a stack of documents in front of the old man nearby. Nowadays, are there such old adventurers? Aren't they worried about hurting their backs? Oh, wait, she's so young. She might have been caught too. Old Master Feng, just tell the truth. You participated in these experiments before. You know very well where those experimental subjects from back then are, right? Is this interrogation?
Buffed.
The well-dressed old gentleman spat at the kidnappers, which seemed to make Ran feel quite satisfied. You. The leader of the kidnappers was immediately angry, raising his fist to strike, but was stopped by someone beside him. Boss, don't. This old man looks weak, he might die. Then we won't find out the secret. His subordinate was rational. Under his advice, the boss lowered his arm. Old man, you'd better be smart, or else. When the boss swung his fist again, it hit Ran's stomach.
Ugh.
For a moment, Ran didn't know whether to spit or scream, and she coughed up some blood. Her chest hurt badly. Now she was a level 3 psychic, and her body had improved a lot. This punch shouldn't be enough to kill her. Originally, she just wanted to watch the show, but now she was furious. Suddenly, a pea shooter appeared beside her. Even if she was, it didn't matter. She didn't need to use her body to command the plants. The pea shooter fired. The bullet pierced through the boss's shoulder. Although she aimed for his head, the pain made the boss excited, but Ran saw his eyes light up with excitement. Old man, so you gave this stuff to that little girl? No wonder you said she's not related to you. Trying to hide it, huh? Ran was confused by this explanation. Just as she was about to break free, someone appeared at the door again. At a glance, Ran felt very dangerous. A carnivorous plant appeared nearby. Sharp teeth directly bit through the chain. Ran stood up quickly and stepped back. In the next second, the chair she left behind turned into dust. There a man was standing. His face was sharp and handsome, like carved with a knife. But his cold eyes were like those of a death god. How did you grow these plants? Are those seeds on you? The man's voice was hoarse but pleasant. At this moment, Ran had no ability to admire. She watched him carefully, her fingers trembling slightly. Pressure felt like a sword hanging above her. ready to fall at any moment. Seeds? Ran was stunned but quickly realized that he was probably talking about the seeds she had just found. So, these people came here for those seeds. So what if they are? She thought her timing to appear was a bit unlucky. Her breathing grew a little faster. Next to P, a cactus appeared. At this moment, Ran dared not hold back anymore. The pressure from the opponent was really too much.
Ha!
That's easy to handle. The man raised an eyebrow and smiled coldly, with no warmth in his expression. He reached out his hand toward her direction and then clenched it tightly. In an instant, the air was compressed. Ran felt like the small pieces of meat in a steamed bun. Her bones were creaking. Get lost. Even so, Ran shouted angrily.
Peataket villi.
The cactus shook slightly. Once a cactus with thousands of needles, now it only spat out one needle. But that needle pierced through space and reached the man. The number of needles decreased, but their quality increased rapidly. The upgraded cactus's spines could now pierce through space to reach the target. Together with the P brothers, their attacks were very fierce and coordinated. After dodging the bullets, the man stepped back when a needle suddenly appeared in front of his face. He relaxed his movements, and Ran fell to the ground. She coughed a few times and quickly stepped back. The feeling the man gave her was like the man with a knife she saw in the wetlands before. But back then, he had been blown up. Today, she could only use spicy pepper again. There was a bloody taste in her throat. Feeling like she was facing a great danger, Ran kept her back straight. Interesting? The needle brushed past the man's cheek, leaving a small wound. The wound was bleeding, but he didn't seem to care and gently touched it. Then he attacked Ran again. Controlling air with special powers is quite frightening. A feeling of pressure returned. A wall suddenly appeared beside Ran, creating space around her. Various plants blossomed with different colors in Ran's hands. Once only able to survive in games, these plants on this wasteland became even more strange and powerful. Ran's methods were full of clever tricks. The man looked very happy. But despite his happiness, Ran was suffering greatly. Thanks to the wall's persistence, the air around her was no longer pressing in, but it was disappearing. The other person wanted her to suffocate and die. The decreasing oxygen made her breathing more rapid. There was no wind underground, but the clover moved on its own without wind. The air started flowing again. The leaves of the spinning clover, supported by its bare stems, held up Ran's trembling body. She clenched her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face showed a cold, sharp expression. These people are really ruthless. Are all these plants grown from seeds? The man asked, looking at the plants in front of him with interest. Ran didn't answer, but he wasn't angry about her silence. Instead, he smiled and walked toward her. One step, then two, like a loud bell ringing in her heart. Her pupils trembled, but at this moment, Ran felt a surge of intense excitement. She was eager to see what her plants could do. Brown seeds fell to the ground and sprouted. For the first time, new plants appeared on this wasteland, building a defensive barrier around Ran. Thorny grass can burst and harm all passing enemies. Attack power, normal range, all passing enemies features. Zombies can't eat me. Maybe I can try to breed them, but as for humans. Experience gained. 100 thorny grass didn't seem very useful in the game. But its unbreakable feature caught Ran's full attention. Unlike the small patch in the game, at this moment, the thorny grass was growing wildly. Black-brown branches twisted, wrapping Ran inside. Countless sharp thorns grew on the thorny branches, pointing toward the man approaching her. Standing in the center of the thorny grass, peas and cacti kept firing. Ran was no longer worried about being ambushed, calmly watching the man who had stopped in his tracks. "Do you think I can't kill you?" Facing Ran's defenses, the man smiled brightly. The raised finger simply moved lightly, and the air was compressed again. But this time, it pressed down heavily from above onto Ran. Carrying the weight of a mountain, unable to move forward, That is how Run Ran feels right now. The wall fruit supports the space, and Run Ran hides below. The man's attack was dodged by the pea plants, and the cactus's spines only wounded him again. He is strong, full of pressure. This is how the man in front of her makes Run Ran feel. This is not an enemy she can defeat now. Run Ran clearly understands this, feeling intense pain in her chest, but she has no intention of retreating. Plants take turns to appear. Controlling 6 plants at once, Run Ran's mental strain is very high. The shots from 3 pea plants seem to slow down. A cough, and Run Ran's body wavers dangerously. The thorny plants around her stop moving. Like a person with no way out, despair appears in Run Ran's eyes.
Ah.
The mocking laugh belongs to the man. You've done pretty well. Sincerely praising her, the man suddenly clenches his 5 fingers into a fist. A loud explosion rings in her ears. A part of the wall fruit cracks, and her connection to it becomes faint. She can only store the wall fruit in her plant space to let it recover slowly. Then she sees the man leap high into the air. Ignoring gravity, he steps through the invisible air, like a divine being descending. His powerful punch comes straight at Run Ran. Wind rises, her hair flying. The man's fist enlarges in Run Ran's pupils. Her body stumbles, and despair fills her eyes. Is she really going to die here? Darkness takes over her mind. Seeing the enemy approaching, Run Ran doesn't react. The man's hand reaches out to her. Just as it is about to touch her, Run Ran suddenly takes a deep breath and quickly steps back. After supporting herself for a long time, she retreats. A small metal ball appears at her feet. Beep, beep, beep. It seems like a countdown of something. At the moment the man lands, it explodes loudly. It is a potato landmine. Half of the wall fruit is still summoned by Run Ran. The stones shatter, and her big companion sacrifices itself once again. But the potato landmine successfully completes its task. The waiting potato landmine is a hidden trap, and Run Ran is the bait in the trap. As long as the enemy falls for it, victory belongs to her. The man is blown away, covered in blood and flesh. But Run Ran does not dare to let her guard down. The commander once again shot out a bullet, this time successfully hitting the person's forehead. The bullet did not pass through the back of the head, scattering red and white substances on the ground. Seeing that the opponent was completely silent, Run Ran finally let out a breath of relief. They are finally dead. She straightened up and looked at the others, especially at the boss who had just punched her. The sharp spines of the cactus easily pierced the man's chest. A tiny wound, blood flowing freely, impossible to stop. The man clutching his chest fell to the ground in despair. Seeing this, some of the others started attacking Run Ran, while others wisely ran away. The biggest threat was gone, so dealing with these small troublemakers was very easy. In just a few moves, several more bodies lay on the ground. Amidst the flowing blood, Run Ran collected all the plants and prepared to leave. This is a place of chaos. The small white creature on her wrist had been quiet, seeming to understand it had caused trouble and behaved very well. Run Ran sighed and reached the door, but then heard a shout behind her. Hey, I'm still here. Help me untie these ropes. It was the old man. The elderly man, bound to a chair, couldn't resist like Run Ran. Seeing Run Ran about to leave after killing, he quickly called out. Run Ran, who had already reached the door, only looked back at him, showing no intention of helping. Did you used to conduct experiments here? Thinking about the seeds that White had taken a liking to, Run Ran asked more. This question made the old man's eyes light up. Yes, I was a researcher here before. Help me, and I'll tell you everything. That sounded like a good deal. But Run Ran sneered, showing little interest. All right, I'll listen first. The old man could only smile bitterly and explain. This little girl is hard to fool. This place used to be a biological lab, mainly studying plant mutations. And the goal was to control the mutations. You know about the seed mutations, right? Powerful and crazy. But among all the seed mutations, plant mutations are actually relatively mild. So we wondered if we could use certain methods to reverse control those plant mutations for our use. This is where we conducted such experiments. But clearly, the experiment failed. The mutations became uncontrollable. However, one project was successful. Many plants can produce seeds, and surprisingly, the plants in this case still retain that ability. One of these seed-producing plants was found, and we collected its seeds and grew them. The resulting plants are also aggressive but can communicate with us to some extent. The experiment was close to a breakthrough. However, these plants have very short lifespans. From sprouting to dying, it only takes 3 days, and then the experiment stalls again. Later, we invested a lot of money, but we still couldn't find a way to prevent this. Eventually, the experiment was abandoned, and some of the seeds were stored here and sealed away. Later, the city was taken over by these seed-producing plants, and the research facility was buried underground. Until now, the experiment was leaked, and some people became interested in those seeds. They even found me and brought me here, wanting to learn everything. This is the truth. The old man said all this in one breath, feeling a bit dry in his throat. He looked at Ran with hopeful eyes. After making sure no one else was around, Ran leaned against the doorframe and moved closer. He untied the other person's restraints and helped them up. Haha, I'm getting old. My legs don't work well anymore. The old man smiled awkwardly. There's a little granddaughter at my house, about your size, very mischievous. She wants to leave the city every day to go on adventures, but she doesn't know how dangerous it is outside. Look at me, ah. The old man suddenly sighed. Ran asked, are those seeds still around somewhere else? The old man said some seeds remain here. Could it be that the birth of Xiao Bai is similar to the experiment process? He found Xiao Bai near a seed-producing plant. If that plant had once condensed seeds, fallen to the ground, and sprouted, it's possible. After all these years, those seeds have long gone missing. The old man looked at Ran, hesitating. I can tell from your abilities that those plants are not just experimental products. Yours are even more advanced. The old man pondered for a moment before using that word. Ran didn't explain anything. Perhaps she wanted to tell him that these plants are from a game, used to stop zombies from eating Dave's brain. After a moment of dark humor, Ran led the other person outside. I don't know what happened to Nia Fong and He Chao. Her bodyguard mission must not fail. After dealing with the enemies, the way out became much smoother. The old man, calling himself Feng Tian, led the way ahead. But before long, Ran heard footsteps coming from the front. Someone's coming. She tugged at the old man, ready to fight again. But he signaled her not to be afraid. At the corner, several bodyguards in uniform appeared. They looked strong and muscular. They were also carrying a few people. They looked familiar. Those were the ones who had just escaped. These are my people, Feng Tian said with a smile, then frowned. Have you found out who they work for? His schedule was supposed to be secret today, but he was caught here unexpectedly. They are from the Jiang family, said the lead bodyguard, wearing sunglasses, with a cold voice. He looked ordinary, but had a fierce presence. Ran glanced at him and obediently stood behind the old man. He was an ability user and seemed quite powerful. This old man must have a special background. The Jiang family? Those useless people probably waited a long time for this chance. Let's go back. The debts they owe must be paid. The old man was very commanding now. He took a step forward and waved at Ran, his expression much gentler. Girl, come back with me. Now, there are people outside trying to get here. If they find out you've been here, they'll trouble you. The old man thought everything through carefully. Ran agreed after a moment of thought. When she got into the luxury modified car, she couldn't help but sigh. Even in this era, people who enjoy life are still plentiful. The ride was smooth with hardly any bumps. After entering the city gates, Ran received a message on her communicator. It showed her task was complete. Her reward had already been transferred to her account. So, that young couple had safely returned to the city. Feeling a bit relieved, Ran stood in front of a villa about half an hour later, acting amazed. People with ability can live well anywhere. But in a city where land is so precious, owning such a large villa made Ran think again. Who exactly is this old man? The villa was built in a Western garden style, with a very fresh layout. When the door opened, Run Ran saw the waiting servants. Yes, that's correct, the servants. They were all dressed uniformly and bowed when they saw the old master. Master. With a loud voice, Run Ran was still admiring the room's decorations when she saw a girl walking down the spiral staircase, holding up her skirt. Her dress was as elegant and noble as a royal court gown. The girl's face was stunningly beautiful, like a blooming rose. Her chin was slightly raised, showing a bit of pride. When her eyes glanced at Run Ran, she appeared to be proud. Grandpa, you finally came back. The girl eagerly threw herself into old Master Feng's arms, acting cute. Her sweet voice made people feel warm inside. Looking closely, Run Ran saw that this young lady was as delicate as a doll. A wealthy young lady, indeed. Yes, I'm back. Meow meow, you didn't cause trouble, right? They played around, clearly showing that the old master liked his granddaughter very much. Meow meow is very obedient. Meow meow, sticking out her tongue, then looked at Run Ran again. Her gaze suddenly became distant and proud. Grandpa, who is she? She's dressed so raggedly. She can't be a beggar you picked up, right? Run Ran was about to greet them but felt a sharp sting in her heart. A beggar? She looked down and saw her clothes were a bit torn. In a fight, clothes often get damaged, which was understandable. Plus, her current dusty and messy look made her feel a little embarrassed. Hey, meow meow, her name is Run Ran, and she is my benefactor. And she's about your size. Please treat her well, okay? Old Master Feng said kindly. Miss Ren, you can wash up here. I'll ask someone to prepare a feast. Your life-saving kindness deserves my best hospitality. Old Master Feng spoke sincerely. Run Ran nodded in agreement. She really needed to freshen up. Meow Meow seemed a bit reluctant, but, facing her grandfather's gaze, she frowned and led Run Ran upstairs. In the princess's room, everything was pink. The overly romantic color made Run Ran feel a bit uncomfortable. She rubbed her arms and carefully washed up. Since she didn't have space abilities, she could only wear Meow Meow's clothes. The long dress hugged her beautiful figure. As she moved, the skirt swayed gracefully. Run Ran thought about it carefully. Since arriving in the Wasteland, she rarely wore dresses for convenience. It felt a little awkward now. Wash up and come with me. At the door, Foam Meow Meow stared at Run Ran, as if warning her not to touch her belongings. For a spoiled princess like her, Run Ran just responded politely. After all, this wasn't princess syndrome. She truly was treated like a princess. In the backyard garden, the plants were neatly trimmed. Walking through the path, Run Ran saw the young lady ahead walking quickly. She also quickened her pace. But as she passed the corner, she sensed a deadly intent. A fist came straight at her. A strong wind brushed her face. Run Ran's neatly arranged hair fluttered. She took a step back and raised her arms to block the punch. Her arm ached a little. Suddenly, the attacker was also a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, dressed as a bodyguard. Her short hair was very androgynous. After Run Ran blocked the punch, the woman attacked again, without stopping. Behind her, Foam Meow Meow was waving her small fists. Liang Jie, show her how tough you are. So, this was a spoiled girl testing herself by wanting to face some hardship? Run Ran thought as a pea-sized bullet shot out swiftly. The bullet left a mark on Liang Jie's neck. The punch aimed at Run Ran suddenly stopped. The fierce Liang Jie paused in front of Run Ran, frowning with surprise in her eyes. But Foam Meow Meow was unhappy about her stopping. Liang Jie, why did you stop? Keep fighting her. She's just a liar. She really thought she saved Grandpa. Grandpa's people arrived long ago. Because of her, Grandpa couldn't catch the real culprit. Foam Meow Meow said angrily, her eyebrows raised, looking quite rebellious. Hearing this, Liang Jie sighed and lowered her fist. Miss, I am no match for her. Miss Run has already shown mercy to me. She pointed to her neck. The bullet could have shattered her throat. Run Ran had held back. What? Clearly unhappy with this outcome, Foam Meow Meow stomped her foot, still looking beautiful and spoiled. Faced with Run Ran's teasing gaze, Feng Miao Miao clenched her teeth. Don't think you've won. I tell you, many women have tried to get close to my grandpa over the years. No one can take him away from me. Ren Ran's mouth slightly opened. Does the other person mean they want to become her grandmother? I think you misunderstood. Ren Ran really wants to laugh. But she can also understand. After all, the Feng family is very wealthy, so it's normal for someone to want to be a wealthy wife.
Misunderstand. What? I've seen many people like you. Don't think you can fool me.
Just wait. I will definitely make you leave. Feng Miao Miao, who was waving her sleeve and leaving, didn't give Ren Ran a chance to say much. Her words were cut off again, and Ren Ran felt helpless.
Miss Ren, I'm sorry.
Actually, not long ago, the head of the family also brought home a woman, but that woman. Sister Liang explained apologetically, and Ren Ran understood the rest of her words. Your parents passed away early, and the head of the family has always taken care of you. In your heart, the head of the family is your only family. So, she won't allow those with bad intentions to get close to the head of the family. You are the benefactor of the head of the family, and I apologize for my rudeness. She bowed deeply to Ren Ran. Oh, no need, no need. Ren Ran quickly waved her hand. Unexpectedly, the servants of the Feng family are quite sensible. But after this little episode, no one else came to trouble Ren Ran. Maybe the news that she easily handled Sister Liang spread, and the servants of the Feng family looked at her with a bit more respect. That night, Ren Ran enjoyed a big meal. The only regret was that old Master Feng seemed busy with urgent matters and couldn't come back. As for the young lady, she definitely wouldn't be staying with her. Thinking of leaving without saying goodbye, Ren Ran had to stay at the Feng house. Isn't it impolite to leave without notice? On the soft big bed, Ren Ran slept very peacefully. When she woke up early the next morning, she was even reluctant to get up. Yawning, she went downstairs and saw Feng Miao Miao having breakfast. Humph, so lazy. With sharp words, Feng Miao Miao looked at Ren Ran with a resistant expression. She poked her chopsticks as if the pastry was Ren Ran. Ren Ran happily enjoyed the breakfast made by the chef. There's no such cooking skill in the camp. Where is old Master Feng? While eating, Ren Ran looked around the room, but still didn't see the old master. Do you have the right to ask? Feng Miao Miao snapped sharply. She put down her chopsticks and hurriedly left. Sorry, Miss Ren, Mrs. Still Young. It was the Feng family butler, a middle-aged man, who spoke up. She didn't finish her sentence, but there was a hint of awkwardness somewhere. What year? Of course, she was still young. But Ren Ran was about the same age as Feng Miao Miao, so she couldn't use that as an excuse.
Ah.
She forced a smile, and the butler changed the subject. Miss Ren, because of the kidnapping incident, the head of the family and the Jiang family have many things to deal with. They are very busy and didn't come back last night. But the head of the family sent someone to pass on a message, saying Miss Ren can stay here peacefully. Feel free to ask for anything, and we will do our best to satisfy you. The head also said that although Miss Ren can be a bit stubborn, she is a good person. He hopes you won't take it to heart. Listening to these words, Ren Ran, who had just eaten her fill and was holding a bun, thought to herself. He hasn't come back yet. Thinking for a moment, she still asked, when will old Master Feng return? She wanted to say she would leave again, but she couldn't just stay here forever if the other side didn't come back. Although life here was indeed very good. The head of the family said he would try to come back tomorrow. The butler bowed, and Ren Ran nodded to show she understood. After the meal, Ren Ran had nothing to do, so she wandered around the Feng family garden. But even the most beautiful scenery can become a bit boring after a while. After a rich lunch again, Ren Ran planned to visit City 5. She walked to the gate, but just as she stepped forward, she was stopped. Miss Ren, sorry, the head of the family has ordered that no one can leave without his permission. I'm not from the Feng family, she kindly explained. But the other person just looked at her, with no intention of lowering their arm. With a smile on her face, Ren Ran's expression gradually turned cold. She stared at the person and spoke coldly. What if I insist on going out? She looked around as she said this. In the shadows of the corner, some people were moving. A faint sense of danger locked onto her, as if they might attack at any moment.
Miss Rain, sorry.
The same words, with no intention of retreating. A sigh appeared on Run Rant's face. Is this how the Feng family repays its benefactors? As she said this, she clenched her fists. If she hadn't noticed anything yesterday after entering the Feng family, this morning she woke up to find many eyes watching her. Some were servants, some were gardeners, and even the cleaning maids looked at her with caution. Benefactor?
Guest? Ha!
There is no place to leave the benefactor here, and they even sent someone to watch over her. When she was stopped at the door, Run Ran knew she was under house arrest. The Feng family could come and go freely, but they couldn't leave the Feng residence. What exactly does old Master Feng want to do? Run Ran looked down, expressionless. Just as both sides were about to fight, footsteps suddenly approached behind Run Ran. Hey, what are you doing? Someone grabbed her arm. It was Meow Meow Feng. I've been looking for you all this time.
Come with me.
The unreasonable young lady pulled Run Ran quickly away from the door. Run Ran tried to break free, but after a few movements, she felt a sharp pain in her bones. Her eyes showed surprise. Does this seemingly delicate young lady have such strength? They walked to the back garden, and only then was her arm released. But judging by Meow Meow Feng's disgusted expression, she was clearly reluctant. Miss Feng, what do you want with me? Run Ran moved her wrists and spoke calmly. Are you angry? Meow Meow Feng looked at Run Ran with confusion. Isn't it good to stay here? So many people want to be the lady of the Feng family. Once they come in, they never want to leave. Meow Meow Feng's tone was sarcastic. But Run Ran chuckled softly. This place is indeed good, but it doesn't belong to me. As expected, no matter which city she was in, schemes and plots were always present. Run Ran quickly understood what was going on. It was simply that old Master Feng was also interested in her abilities. Her plants. Indeed, no matter where they are always outstanding.
You.
Facing Run Ran's answer, Meow Meow Feng didn't expect it. But seeing how serious Run Ran was, Meow Meow Feng's expression became a bit gloomy. Is the outside really that good? I've never been out, but I'm doing just fine, aren't I? Her tone was subtle and easy to hear. But Run Ran just shrugged nonchalantly. That's because city number 5 is large enough for Miss Feng to roam freely. A spoiled young lady. If she really went to the Wasteland, could she survive? Perhaps sensing Run Ran's teasing tone, Meow Meow Feng wanted to say something, but then she saw Sister Liang walking over from not far away. Miss, it's time. You need to take your medicine. Sister Liang gestured as if to invite her, but from Run Ran's perspective, her actions seemed a bit forceful.
Got it.
Her furrowed brow showed Miss Feng's unhappiness. Is Miss Feng sick? Run Ran asked curiously. From her appearance, Feng Meow Meow looks very healthy. Her small face is white and tender. Maybe, she replied with a stiff tone, and turned to leave. Seeing her reaction, Run Ran raised an eyebrow. Did she do something wrong? Why does it seem like this young lady is angry again? Miss has been in poor health since childhood, said Sister Liang politely, then hurriedly followed her. Watching their figures leave, Run Ran sighed softly. This Miss Feng doesn't seem to be a bad person. If she hadn't suddenly appeared just now, those people might have really hurt her. So was she trying to help? Does that mean she also knows that she is now under house arrest here? There's no point in trying again. Run Ran circled around the large Feng family estate until her legs felt weak. There are no flaws. That's how Run Ran described the Feng family's security. No matter where she looked, someone was watching. The surveillance cameras might be transmitting her image to old Master Feng right now. Should she leave forcibly? Run Ran considered this. It's possible, but she fears paying a price. After all, old Master Feng knows quite a bit about her methods. If she makes any move to escape, she will definitely suffer. She decided to wait and see what happens. Having made up her mind, Run Ran decided to go back and rest. Miss Run, you're back, said the butler as she entered. She recognized him as Manager Xia, based on the servant's address. Uncle Xia, she greeted with a smile, noticing he seemed unaware of anything. He's quite clever. As long as she's in the Feng family, she's the most important guest, and everyone is very polite to her. She's treated very well. Even this butler looks at her with respect. But she can't leave. And when she tries to leave forcibly, he just acts like he doesn't know. They're all pretending. Ren nodded and brushed past him, heading straight to the second floor. When the door closed, her expression showed some doubt. She brushed her finger over her nose. When she passed by him earlier, she caught a whiff of something. It was disinfectant. Ren doesn't believe a competent butler would let her smell something unpleasant on herself. She stood at the door for a moment, then slightly opened it. No one was downstairs. A faint sound of closing the door came from inside. That direction is not visible from her room, but she remembers that it seems to be Feng family's storage room. Through the gap, Ren carefully calculates the time. 1 minute. Half an hour. An hour. A faint sound of the door opening occurs again. Ren closes the door, and a smile appears in her eyes. It seems the Feng family has many secrets. That night, old Master Feng still hadn't returned. In the princess's room, Feng Miao stands at the window, looking at the distant night sky with longing in her eyes. Liang Jie, do you think when I turn 18, Grandpa will really let me go out? Her voice is full of hope, very cautious. Behind her, Liang Jie stands respectfully, her head lowered, not looking at Feng Miao. The head of the family will surely keep his promises. With a glance, she sees Feng Miao's delicate side face. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face shows a hint of bitterness. Sadness sinks into her eyes, and Liang Jie's gaze is full of pity. Miss, the head of the family sent a message, saying you are not to interfere with Miss Ren's actions anymore. Perhaps imitating old Master Feng's tone, Liang Jie's words carry a warning.
Huh?
What does Grandpa mean? Feng Miao turns her head to look at Liang Jie, curious. Her innocent eyes meet Liang Jie's unchanged expression, and Feng Miao's smile fades. I just want her to tell me about the outside world. Over the years, I've grown tired of hearing stories from the city. I want to hear about the outside. After all, I've never stepped outside here. Her gaze passes through the glass, falling on the distant door. Ren probably doesn't know that the door has kept her locked in for over 10 years. Maybe in her eyes, she is just a proud, annoying young lady. With a bitter smile, Feng Miao's eyes darken. I need to rest. Good night. Liang Jie doesn't say much. After closing the door, she comes to Ren's door. Her hand on the doorknob, her cold eyes filled with swirling murderous intent. But in the end, her hand doesn't open the door. People outside come and go silently. Inside the door, everything is dark. But in the darkness, Ren's eyes are clear. After confirming Liang Jie won't return, Ren pushes open the window. She moves quickly, climbing out through the window. She doesn't stay outside for long, then she climbs back in through the second-floor corridor window. She glances at the surveillance camera above her. This is a blind spot. This Feng family villa is really interesting. There are cameras everywhere. It feels like this place is not a home, but a prison. In the dark, Ren carefully avoided the surveillance and quietly reached the first floor. The storage room was nearby, and Ren turned sideways to enter. Outside, someone was passing by, someone on night patrol. Only after the footsteps disappeared did Ren turn on the flashlight in his hand. Inside the storage room, there were many tools. The air smelled of disinfectant. Are the servants of the Feng family very clean? Not at all. Ren's hand kept searching around the room. Perhaps the butler would come into the storage room. But a butler managing such a large villa wouldn't stay alone in a place like this without a reason. No matter how Ren searched, he couldn't find any hidden door or secret. Could he be mistaken? His eyes showed doubt. But Ren didn't dare stay any longer and had to go back the way he came. In a certain room of the villa, every move Ren made was clearly watched through the surveillance. Sister Liang stood behind Uncle Xia, straightening her back. Do you want me to go and deal with her? Just like those others before, he replied. Scales appeared on Sister Liang's fingers. Now, Sister Liang looked like she had transformed, full of wild instincts. No, The head of the family said to keep observing her. If she is a test subject from back then, she must share some common ground with the young lady. Keep a closer eye on the young lady these days.
Yes.
Thinking of Meow Meow phone, Sister Liang seemed to feel a bit guilty. I heard the head of the family promised the young lady that after she turns 18, he will. Before Sister Liang finished, she saw Uncle Xia's cold gaze. The head's plans are not something you can inquire about.
Just your job well.
Yes. Humbly lowering her head, Sister Liang suppressed her sympathy. Ran, confused and unable to sleep peacefully, woke up to the sound of knocking. When he opened the door, he saw the energetic Meow Meow phone. Miss Phone, is there something you need? At this moment, the disheartened Ran was holding his head, feeling a terrible headache. Can I find you just to chat? Seeing the other person's natural attitude, Ran found himself at a loss for words. Does this young lady dislike him?
Come with me.
With her proud little chin raised, Meow Meow Foam turned around and left, not giving Ran a chance to refuse. They went all the way up to the rooftop. As soon as the door opened, a fresh green view greeted them. Greenery seems unnecessary in the current wasteland. There are not many green plants in the city walls. But what catches Ran's eye is a sea of green everywhere. Greenhouse. Ran's voice is full of surprise. While Foam Meow Meow, who is enjoying Ran's expression, proudly nods. Yes, I made all of this. Various plants grow in order. In the center, there is a large tree almost reaching the roof. Under its long, narrow leaves, flowers are blooming. The scent is very strong. Around this tree, many flower beds are planted with plants Ran doesn't recognize. Foam Meow Meow lifts her skirt and walks inside the greenhouse. Her fingers brush over some plant leaves. Delicate yellow flowers bloom in her palm, beautiful beyond words. Bright red flowers also catch Ran's attention. The flowers are about the size of a palm, with black stamens that look like ink. Red and black intertwine, creating a charming, enchanting beauty. Very beautiful, right? This is a type of flower I cultivated. Foam Meow Meow smiles. But Ran always feels that at this moment, Foam Meow Meow seems to carry a hint of sadness. They're all my friends, Foam Meow Meow says happily. Seeing Foam Meow Meow like this, Ran thinks of delicate dolls placed in noble palaces, silent but exquisite. If you don't want to smile, don't smile, Ran can't help but say. Surprised by Ran's words, Foam Meow Meow turns her head to look at him, her expression calming down. There is a struggle in her pupils. Ran, do you know? Foam Meow Meow seems to want to say something, but her finger trembles slightly. She pinches her skirt, her face looking a bit pale. When she speaks again, she suddenly begins a quiet countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As she finishes, footsteps are heard behind her. Miss, it's time for your medicine. The familiar voice makes Ran see the polite smile of Sister Liang. Oh, I forgot. Foam Meow Meow, playful and sticking out her tongue, winks at Ran. You can stay here a little longer. I'll go down first. After saying this, she follows Sister Liang and leaves. It's all very strange. This is what Ran thinks about Foam Meow Meow's series of actions. Looking around, after they leave, everything becomes quiet again. When Ran looks up, she is surprised to find that in such a large greenhouse, there are no surveillance cameras. An idea flashes through her mind. Excited, Ran begins searching the greenhouse. But after a while, she still doesn't find anything suspicious. Could it be that she's overthinking again? Disappointed, Ran sits down on a chair. Next to her is a black and red flower that Foam Meow Meow once praised. She still doesn't know what kind of plant it is. Thinking about this, Ran Chun moved closer. But in the next second, her pupils shrank. A small paper piece, about the size of a fingernail, appeared in front of her beneath the leaves. Leave this place. The 4 words were simple, but they made Ran Chin full of questions. Without a doubt, Foam Meow Meow was behind this. But was it a warning or a threat? Recalling Foam Meow Meow's every move, Ran Chin felt confused. Miss Ran, The family head has returned and is waiting downstairs for you. The butler's steps made no sound. He appeared behind Ran Chun without her noticing. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and the paper in his palm was quickly hidden into his space when she turned around. In that moment when their eyes met, Ran Chun clearly felt that the butler had scanned her from head to toe. Really? I've been waiting a long time for Mr. Feng. She bypassed him and went straight downstairs. Behind her, the butler's sharp gaze swept over the greenhouse. He even bent down to look at the flower. Not finding anything wrong, he straightened up. The greenhouse door quietly closed. Downstairs in the living room. After 2 days, Feng Tian looked much older. Under his white hair, his eyes were a bit cloudy, but the occasional sparkle in his eyes told Ran Chen that he was not to be underestimated. The butler had already left. Only Ran Chen was in the living room. It seemed that if she wanted to act, the other person would be doomed. But was it really like that? With complicated thoughts, Ran Chen sat across from him. Old Mr. Feng, I think I've repaid your kindness these past 2 days. May I ask when I can leave here? She asked directly. But Feng Tian's face showed a gentle smile. His wrinkled face was kind and warm. You misunderstood me. I mean no harm to you. Actually, I am full of good intentions toward you. Miss Rand, please come with me. Feng Tian stood up and beckoned her to follow. Ran Chen hesitated for a moment, but then followed. What kind of medicine is sold in that gourd? Going to see for herself would tell her. They walked to the study. The other person activated a mechanism, and the bookshelf creaked, revealing a hidden passage. Lights turned on along both sides of the stairs leading down. Inside, the familiar smell of disinfectant filled the air. Had she really been looking in the wrong place before? No. The other person was deliberately testing her. I can't help but feel that my every move is being watched and predicted by others. Thinking of this, Run Rant's tone grew colder. Old Master Feng's way of entertaining guests is really unique. He sarcastically commented and then stepped inside. After going down the stairs, there was no sound. But soon, everything in sight made Run Rant's heart tremble. The basement of this villa was actually a laboratory. It was filled with equipment and no other people were present. Footsteps echoed loudly here. Over 10 years ago, a project I was very proud of was created right here, Feng Tian said, with a look of satisfaction. But like previous experiments, it became uncontrollable, he added regretfully. But hearing this, Run Ren only felt a chill run down her spine. Does Miss Feng know about this? A soft question, and already a pea shooter appeared beside Ren Ran. Facing Ren Ran's hostility, Feng Tian laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. The kind old man laughed, but behind his smile, there was a hint of arrogance. Of course she knows. Every day for all these years, she has been taking medicine to control her body. But she is well-behaved and has never disobeyed me. Her biggest wish is just to leave this villa after she turns an adult. Feng Tian wiped tears from his eyes and opened a cabinet. Inside were various medicines. The green medicines looked lively, but to Ren Ran, they felt strange. Those things. These are extracted from the bodies of fallen creatures. They are very unstable. While injections can temporarily boost strength, the side effects are terrifying. But for that child, they act as stabilizers. She relies on these to live a normal life. Feng Tian continued explaining. But looking at the old man in front of her, Run Ran couldn't imagine why he, who once seemed kind and calm, now showed such a crazy scene. Feng Miao Miao, she hadn't even left the Feng family villa. Had she been living in such a place all these years? Suddenly, Run Ran remembered her previous sarcasm towards Feng Miao Miao, and now she felt a bit guilty. Why are you telling me all this? Generally, secrets are meant to be kept hidden. When these things were laid out in front of Run Ran, she didn't feel joy from sharing secrets but sensed danger. Haha, of course, because I saw the potential in you that the child couldn't achieve. Your plants. Feng Tian's gaze was fixed on the pea shooter, filled with obsession. This kind of look was very familiar to Ran. Mo Chen also liked to look at his plants like this. But Mo Chen knew his limits. If he didn't allow himself to do that, others wouldn't cross the line either. However, the person in front of Ran showed no respect at all. Very strange. Foam Tian added the last part. He pressed a button, and Ran saw on the laboratory screen a series of images flicker on. It was footage of a battle beneath the waterless forest laboratory. Every frame was very detailed, even in slow motion. Various plant attack methods played repeatedly. Ran's expression also kept repeating along with the scenes. That was also your design. Looking at the surveillance footage, Ran suddenly understood something. Those seeds were deliberately placed in that shop by you. This was a certain conclusion. As a product of laboratory research, if those seeds were so important, they wouldn't have gone unnoticed in that small shop. It could only mean that it was a trap. A bait to lure the relevant people into a trap. And that underground laboratory was the trap itself. All the kidnapping and rescue stories were just his own staged acts. At this moment, Ran felt a deep chill in his heart towards Foam Tian. How long had he been watching him? The pea-shooter's gun was fully loaded, ready to fire at any moment. But Foam Tian, facing Ran's threat, sat down on a chair casually. His relaxed posture felt strange to Ran. Something was wrong. Looking around nervously, Ran couldn't find any signs of danger. Actually, on the Wasteland, information travels very quickly between cities. Ran, a level 3 psychic according to current data, can control more than 10 kinds of strange plants. Some of which I've never seen before. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate those plants and make them fight for you? Plants are naturally gentle. But on the Wasteland, plants are full of violence. He had dedicated years to studying these, but he never truly gained control over them. Yet he saw that Ran could do it easily. Those plants appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making him eager to uncover the secret. So, he first shared his own secret with Ran. The shining light in Foam Tian's eyes is passionate and intense. Ran even feels no trace of malice. But it makes her feel a bit sick. Since you study plants, why did you attack your own granddaughter? Ran asks her doubt openly. You study controllable plant mutations, so why do you need to test on humans?
Hee.
It seems Foam Tian is amused by Ran's question. He narrows his eyes slightly, a look of joy in his eyes. Foolish child. Everything I do is ultimately for humanity. In this wasteland, those with special abilities are above all.
But what about ordinary people?
They worship those with powers as gods and can only look up to them all their lives. And what I want to do is make them gods too. Wind, thunder, water, fire. The mysteries of nature become so powerful once controlled by humans. But if humans themselves had controllable mutation genes, could they rival those with special abilities? I will not become a god in this life, but I want to create gods. His words are strong and confident, showing Foam Tian's ambition. He stands up and points his finger at everything involved in this experiment. And this is just the beginning. And you are the most important part of my plan. Ran, join us. I promise I can give you everything you want. Money, power, status, men, women, all at your choice. I also promise I won't harm your life, just need you to cooperate in some research. As soon as there's a breakthrough, I will set you free. What do you say? Foam Tian extends his hand to Ran. He slightly pulls up his sleeve, and Ran can see the wrinkled skin and age spots on his arm. This is an aging body. But inside, the soul is young and full of desire. This desire is now laid out in front of Ran, but she feels no connection or agreement. Set me free? Hee, just like your promise to your granddaughter when she turns 18? I think she won't live past 18. Boldly guessing, Ran already knows the answer from Foam Tian's light laugh. If Foam Tian is about her size, that means he probably only has a few months left to live. Thinking of this, Ran recalls Foam Miao's seemingly clueless smile, feeling a bit pity. How much pressure has she carried? Yet she still shows her proud, strong side in front of others. My answer is... Faced with the others' expectations, Ran's face showed a bit of defiance.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out and the bullet shot through the air. In an instant, It reached Feng Tian's face. Predictably, the bullet stopped a few inches away. Invisible ripples spread out, and the bullet fell to the ground. Seeing Renran's response, Feng Tian looked a bit disappointed. I really hope you can understand me. For the future of humanity, a small sacrifice is necessary, isn't it? In Feng Tian's eye, Renran saw a familiar face, the man who had died in that abandoned laboratory at her hands. But now he was alive and well. He walked closer, bringing a more frightening pressure than before. He had even hidden his strength earlier. Renran was a little shocked. She knew Feng Tian could have brought her here and told her all this because he had a backup plan. But the idea of someone coming back to life was hard for her to believe. She was sure he was dead. Not only you can have two abilities, Feng Tian said softly. What do you mean? Renran's face showed confusion. Don't you have space powers? Otherwise, how could your plants disappear? The scene on the screen froze at the moment the plants vanished. Seeing Renran's sinking expression, Feng Tian sat back in his chair. His body leaned back casually, but his face was cold. Don't worry, you won't die. Besides, I won't need him to hurt you. Hearing this, Renran's heart pounded fiercely. When P fired, Renran rushed toward the entrance. Just one step. Just one step. Renran felt her body go limp. Her steps felt like walking on cotton. But this wasn't the effect of a sleeping drug. It was as if her strength had been drained. Her body couldn't adapt temporarily, as if it had shut down. This is not just a laboratory. My granddaughter's ability erupts once a year. Every time, she has to stay in this underground lab for a while. Now, it's good for her friends to visit. Miss Ren, you are confident and strong enough. But there are many things in this world you can't understand. Like these. Feng Tian's hand gently stroked the wall. A prison made of special materials is best suited to hold you, the outcasts. Since you refuse to cooperate peacefully, I have no choice but to be rough. As I move my fingers, the man behind me understands Feng Tian's meaning. He walks toward Renran. At this moment, Renran is leaning on the table, but cannot stand up. Her body feels empty and weightless. That helpless feeling makes her head feel heavy. The pea shooter still stands there, but has stopped firing. The moment her strength disappears, she can no longer sense the plant's presence. How is this possible? Could this special material really suppress the system's power? Detecting host in a special environment, mental energy temporarily blocked. Recovering. The system's voice is surprisingly timely. But just seeing the recovering message, Renran feels helpless. System, can you speed up? She is about to become a test subject. Please be patient, host. The mechanical voice is emotionless, so Renran can only wait patiently. She looks up at the other person, speaking confidently without any fear. What is your other ability? How come I couldn't you up? She doesn't doubt the power of the potato mine. Facing Renran's doubt, the man simply pulls out a dagger. And then, he slashes her arm. Blood splashes out, and the pain hits her weak body, making her break out in cold sweat. You. Renran is about to curse, but sees her wound healing rapidly. The moving flesh seals itself, and even the scar disappears. The lingering pain reminds her of what just happened. Healing ability, no wonder. Renran grits her teeth, then suddenly sees a fist coming toward her. Honestly, being knocked out suddenly feels quite strange. That was her last thought before losing consciousness. The laboratory falls silent. Feng Tian approaches Renran, carefully examining her with his eyes. There is admiration and doubt in his gaze. Lock her up. Yes. The man responds. At the moment Renran is carried away, Xiaobai slips along her pant leg and hides under a nearby table. Very quickly, no one notices. The secret door of the laboratory opens. Renran is placed inside. On a single bed, she remains unconscious. Outside, many people enter. Old Feng. They bow respectfully, eyes full of awe. Let's begin. The empty laboratory is soon filled. Some machines start running. A deep voice echoes through the underground space. Upstairs, in the princess's room. Under Sister Liang's watchful gaze, Feng Miao Miao obediently takes the medicine. Ugh, it's so bitter. Having taken medicine for over 10 years, she still finds it hard to get used to. Good medicine tastes bitter. Sister Liang smiles, a hint of affection in her eyes, but it quickly disappears. Rest well, miss.
Call me if you need anything.
She bows and leaves. In the room, Feng Miao Miao looks at the door with a blank expression. Then she opens her mouth and directly spits out the medicine. She uses her fingers to crush the pill into powder. Feng Miao Miao falls onto the bed, looking guilty. Sorry, I still can't save you. Amid her silent apology, Feng Miao Miao closes her eyes. But before she can fall asleep, she feels something moving inside her blanket. It's like a snake. Nearly screaming, Feng Miao Miao lifts the blanket and sees Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, at this moment, looks like a vine twisting on the bed. Seeing the lively Xiao Bai, Feng Miao Miao's eyes are not filled with fear, but with a sense of closeness. I know what you want to say, but I can't save her. What can she expect from a puppet to do? Everything here is just meant to trap her. With a bitter smile, Feng Miao Miao looks defeated. In her memory, her grandfather was very kind. He gave her many good things. He would also tell her many interesting stories. But sometimes, her grandfather was also scary, always making her drink strange things. After drinking them, she forgets what happened. She once wanted to go out and play like other children. She was curious about everything outside. But whenever she mentioned it, her grandfather's face would darken. She was afraid and kept quiet. Later, her memories seemed to slowly come back. She saw herself as a child, tied to a table, with something being inserted into her body. She saw her grandfather, staring at her with a dead-eyed look. And she finally understood that she was the main character in the story her grandfather told. Over 10 years of experience was a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Feng Miao Miao recalled those times and couldn't help but hold herself tighter. Over the years, many people had been brought here for research. She repeatedly tried to save them, even if it meant acting spoiled and stubborn. These women are being portrayed as ugly, and I feel jealous and angry at them, just wishing they would leave. She succeeded. Those women are frightened by her cruelty. This time it should have been the same. But when she saw that there were many bodyguards in the villa, she realized that Ran was different. Sure enough, her previous actions no longer worked. Grandpa wouldn't let Ran leave just because he loved her. Tears rolled down her fair face, making her look innocent. Unfortunately, Feng Miao Miao could only experience this pain herself. Wiping her tears, she looked at the small, faintly withered leaf, her voice very soft. I should go to sleep now. She said this and pulled the blanket over herself. Curling up inside the blanket, she buried her head as if this could help her escape everything outside.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The sound of water droplets was very soft, but when it echoed in her ears, it felt harsh. When she opened her eyes, she saw strange equipment. A tube was connected to her body. Blood was dripping through the tube into some device. At this moment, she was like a small white mouse on a high platform, unable to move. Are you awake? A middle-aged woman spoke, her gentle and friendly appearance. But behind her glasses, her eyes sparkled with excitement.
How do you feel now?
She asked Ran and injected some nutrients into her body to prevent her from collapsing. A stabbing pain in her arm. Ran's thoughts were suddenly very confused, like a messy mixture. She moved her limbs. Her limbs, helped and restrained, couldn't move freely. System, how much longer until I can regain my mental strength? Rand asked silently, staring at the woman in front of her, forcing a weak smile. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. These people are crazy. Looking around, she saw through the glass that she could see outside. In the lab, which was previously empty except for equipment, many people had now gathered. And many test subjects, animals, plants, and even
humans.
They were kept in different rooms. Those creatures had chains around their necks, rattling as they pulled and struggled. They beat on the glass, crying out to escape. As tranquilizers filled the rooms, those creatures gradually fell to the ground, then were sliced into sections on the table. All of this was in her view. Ran felt cold. The system did not answer her. Her face was pale now because she had lost a lot of blood. A large amount of blood was drawn, making her head feel very dizzy. "How's it going? Did you discover anything?" But Ran was provoking the woman in front of her. Her ability came from a system, and that unreliable system probably wasn't discovered so easily.
Sort of, yes.
The woman's answer surprised Ran. "The cells and genes in your body are stronger than those of normal people, but you're different from those degenerates. Powerful, self-controlled. Exactly what we expected. But I still don't understand how you managed to do it." The woman snapped her fingers. Ran saw her arms suddenly covered in darkness. Before losing consciousness, she didn't have time to hide her pea shooter, which was still in the room. But now the pea shooter was badly damaged. The gun's pouch was torn open. A leaf was cut off. More instruments were connected to the branches. "That's a dead thing," the woman said, adjusting her glasses, then grabbing Ran's chin. "No matter how we tsuji it stays still. But in your hands, that thing is alive. Can you tell me why that is?" The woman pressed down hard, causing her chin to hurt. Ran was sitting in a chair. Forced to tilt her head back, she looked at the woman's expression, which made her lips curl into a smile.
"Guess. God knows why."
"Maybe it's talent," she said arrogantly. To the woman, it sounded like she was mocking her helplessness. The woman squinted, her cold eyes glinting. Lao Feng said as long as she didn't kill you, she could use any method. There are many people like you who don't cooperate. But over time, they all become obedient. Just like Miss Feng. Mentioning Feng Meow Meow, the woman looked pleased. But listening to her, Ran's gaze darkened. In this woman's eyes, test subjects were just dead objects. She didn't care about their feelings. "Really? Try it if you want." Ran, despite threatening fiercely, was shouting wildly. "System, are you going to watch me die? Or did you sneak away? You ungrateful little person." If she could speak freely, she would have cursed loudly. But her expression seemed to provoke the woman. "Ha!" The woman suddenly turned her chin away. She stood up, her fingers moving, and a small researcher stepped forward beside her. The white coat on her body seemed a bit ill-fitting. She also wore glasses, and her face was silent and emotionless. "Remember not to act foolish," the woman ordered before leaving directly. It was clear she was confident in her interrogation methods. "My name is Li Ji," the man introduced himself, pointing to his ID badge on his chest. "My ability is mind control." As he finished speaking, Ran saw him extend a finger toward her. It was just a single index finger, lightly touching her forehead.
"Ah."
A muffled sound finally escaped from Ran's throat. It was just a gentle touch, but a strong, tingling sensation spread through her entire body from her forehead. It felt like an electric current was running inside her. Her back went numb, and cold sweat broke out. Ran's face turned very pale. But even so, she managed to lift her lips in a challenge. "Is that all you've got?" Detected external mental energy, system reactivating. Ran felt bitter inside and wanted to curse. This broken system actually required her to suffer to activate? "You're very strong," Li Ji said. "But it's useless." Perhaps because he was terse, Li Ji's voice was very cold and dull, matching his expression, boring and uninterested. He looked up again. This time, still at her forehead. His fingertip pressed, but did not move away. In an instant, electricity surged. Ran's body trembled slightly, but held on. Her hair was soaked with sweat. She bit her lip, her rebellious gaze unchanged. The stimulation intensified, and the pain made her want to tear apart Li Ji in front of her. System activated. Mental energy reconnected. Connection successful. When she heard these 4 words, Ran felt a surge of strength within her body. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the pea shooter, who had been tortured to near death, move its leaves slightly. In the pea's room, the researcher looked at it with some surprise and doubt. She wasn't mistaken. "Is this thing alive?" She moved closer, and the man's head leaned toward the gun chamber, but a flickering light flashed at the dark barrel. No gunshot sounded, but the man collapsed to the ground. Thanks to soundproof glass and the noisy laboratory, no one noticed immediately. His body hit the floor, knocking over several instruments. Host, the system does not belong to humans, so it naturally does not act like a villain. I couldn't tell if the system was mocking itself or if Ran was joking with himself. Looking over there, she smiled happily. Who cares if you're human or not? She shouted. She saw Li Ji's shocked expression. Are you okay? A hint of panic appeared on her face. After tearing off the calm mask, Li Ji's emotions seemed to rise. He pointed forcefully and poked Ran's face. With increased strength, he pushed her, but she didn't react at all. All those people before would probably have become fools by now. But how could Ran? With your soft strength, like a girl, what can I do? She sneered. Her strength arrived just in time. She pushed Li Ji away with her arm. In the next moment, a bullet shot through the air, piercing Li Ji's forehead. I told you to listen. She looked at him fiercely. Ran tore off the instruments from her body. The loud noise finally attracted attention. Suddenly, alarms went off. The woman with glasses returned, but this time she saw Ran standing beside a pea shooter and a cactus. The bullet shattered the glass. The special design seemed useless against the pea bullet. The pea, once used as a test subject, was torn apart and taken back into her plant space. Her big brother was so unlucky. Sighing, Ran took a step forward. As she approached, the woman with glasses, who had been aggressive earlier, instinctively stepped back. Her middle-aged face showed wrinkles. Even with good skincare, the signs of age were visible. Her swollen face muscles twitched and squeezed together, looking very ugly. Hurry, someone come and take her down. She hurriedly rushed out and went under her workbench. But the button below was intact. The walls here still worked. But how could Ran use her powers now? Faced with her confusion, Ran didn't want to explain as a good person.
She simply ordered an attack.
One by one, screams filled the laboratory. When Feng Tian received the message and came down with people, he saw Ran standing on the woman with glasses, her gaze sharp. Old Feng, do you have any other tricks? If not, I'm leaving. Even a hospitable person should be generous. Ran thought sarcastically. But behind Feng Tian, the man slowly approached. Just like last time, he still brought a strong pressure. Zhuge, catch her. The experiment was chaotic and messy. Many instruments were destroyed. But that didn't matter. Over the years, the talented people he found were all lying on the ground, unconscious. After estimating the loss in Feng Tian's mind, he decisively gave an order. A man named Zhuge forcefully shouted at Ran, creating a circle of attack. The wall blocked the strike, while Peas directly counterattacked. A series of bullets prevented Zhuge from getting close for a while. However, seeing how quickly the opponent dodged and how the torn skin healed instantly, Ran knew this would be a tough fight. This time, the potato landmine probably wouldn't work. While thinking, Ran's attacks continued, without pause. Cactus needles kept shooting out, not to kill, but to annoy the enemy. Amid endless gunfire and a single shot from the sapling, the cactus played happily. The Pea brothers were also very excited. Their lively attitude made Feng Tian, standing behind, look very sharp. Psychic power. Is it your psychic power? Plants are driven by psychic energy. Earlier, Ran's psychic power was temporarily taken away, which is why the peas looked dead. Thinking he understood everything, Feng Tian suddenly changed his tone. Quickly take her down. Even if you disable her, it's okay.
Just keep her alive.
With cruel words, Ran saw Zhuge's movements become even more wild. His fists were powerful, like blades, slicing through Ran's hair. His black hair fluttered in the air. Hiding behind the wall, Ran watched Zhuge getting closer, frowning slightly. A standstill wasn't an option. And she didn't believe Feng Tian only had Zhuge as his secret weapon. She had to find a way to leave. Looking around, the only escape route was on Feng Tian's side. Should she rush over? With that thought, Ran made her move. While the peas and cactus distracted Juga, Ran ran directly forward. Her strength had returned, and she was very fast. Just as she was about to reach Feng Tian, she hit an invisible wall. She pressed her finger, and what was in front of her felt soft and dented. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't break through. She guided her psychic energy outside her body to form a shield. It was like a psychic armor, and it worked well. On the stairs, Sister Liang came down. Wearing high heels, every step she took seemed to step on Ran's heart.
You really held back.
Looking at Sister Liang, Ran smiled and said, "Someone guarding Feng Miao Miao here couldn't be so easily defeated by her." Miss Run was modest. Sister Liang nodded to show understanding, and the two looked like good friends. But when Ran saw it, she noticed a strong killing intent in Sister Liang's eyes. Behind them, Juga dodged the shooting of the snow pea and charged directly at Ran. She was caught between a rock and a hard place. Ran's plan seemed to have led her into a dead end. As Juga was about to succeed, Feng Tian's eyes showed joy. His fist clenched tightly, and his unhealthy obsession finally revealed itself. "You are mine," he whispered. But instead of feeling victorious, Ran felt disgusted. He actually wanted her to become a grandmother. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. Just as Juga was about to deliver a fatal in midair, his body stiffened, and he fell clumsily to the ground. Stopping suddenly at such high speed was risky. The snow pea's frozen peas can not only hurt zombies but also slow them down. Damage, normal, slows enemies' range. White people often say the snow pea is very cool or aloof, but the snow pea only glanced. He heard everything. Experience gained, 180. The cold and aloof snow pea made his entrance. The displacement skill was interrupted, and the character remained in place, falling from the air. Juga reacted quickly, but nearly fell himself. He landed on the ground, half kneeling. To be honest, his movements looked pretty cool right now, but the situation was not good. His body was stiff, frozen. A layer of frost spread across Juga's body like an eggshell, fragile and breakable, but the cold wrapped him tightly. From outside to inside, even his healing powers couldn't dispel it. His heart seemed frozen. He tried to stand up, but his limbs were so stiff they felt uncontrollable. With a little effort, he even heard his muscles protesting with cracking sounds due to the freezing. What would happen if a physical attack also caused magical damage? Just like in this scene. Juga's face broke out in cold sweat. His confidence was gone. His healing powers were useless. TSK. Watching the others struggle so hard, Ran slightly raised her chin and looked arrogantly. But inside, she was muttering. The snow pea's damage wasn't high, but its control effect was really good. The snow pea, almost a perfect replica of the pea shooter, has a cold blue color on its surface. Just being close, you can feel the chill radiating from it. Its small flower petals on top are very cute. Large leaves drape over the pea shooter, as if saying, "Brother, look at me." As a support plant, the snow pea surprises Ran. After all, it was bought at a high price. Ran, feeling a pang of pain for a second, looks again at Sister Liang after exhausting Juga. Even Feng Tian was unprepared for this new plant. But standing behind Sister Liang, Feng Tian is not panicked. Does he believe Liang can protect him? Thinking this, Ran sees a blue ice bullet whizzing out, entangling with a green pea in midair. Both brothers fire together. The bullets rub against the air, creating bursts of icy fog. Eventually, the bullet hits the transparent mental shield, which, like before, is hard to break through. But this time, Ran's goal isn't to break it. The fog quickly covers the mental shield, spreading fast. It acts like a turtle shell, making it difficult to. However, Ran doesn't believe this shield is endless. There must be a flaw. The fog condenses into frost flowers on the shield, very beautiful. The air around drops sharply. Ran rubs his arms, feeling cold. The frost flowers cover the shield's area, which is its defensive range. Found it. When her gaze lands on a certain spot, The cactus's lone thorn also reaches there. That spot isn't covered by frost flowers. This means it's beyond Sister Liang's power, and that spot is right behind Feng Tian. The cactus's flower sways a few times, looking lively. It almost pierced Feng Tian's head with its thorn. It just shows that the boss behind the scenes isn't so easy to kill. When a hand grabs that thorn, Ran looks at Uncle Xia, the butler, who suddenly appears and sighs. Sure enough, no one in this villa is normal. She laments, and Uncle Xia stops the thorn. Feng Tian, who narrowly escaped, now looks very pale. His smile disappears. He looks grimly at Ran. How did you create these plants? This has gone beyond his research. A pea that produces frost? Unheard of. Aren't you pretty capable? If you can, guess it yourself. The response was infuriating. As a result, Ran almost got punched down. Her heart was pounding quickly. When Uncle Xia suddenly appeared in front of her, Ran hid behind the wall fruit and was lucky once again. Space teleportation? She looked at Uncle Xia, who had returned to Feng Tian's side, and asked with a serious expression, "Why are those strange abilities becoming more and more bizarre?" Compared to these people, her plants didn't seem so impressive. Perhaps sensing Ran's frustration, Snowflake Pea's head rubbed against her. Feeling the comfort from her big brother, but looking at the frost spreading on her shoulder, Ran sighed and touched her forehead. The cold from Snowflake Pea didn't hurt her. She only felt a faint chill. From others' perspective, she might look like she was about to freeze to death. Two brothers stood nearby, with a cactus guarding the front. After meeting Uncle Xia's gaze, Ran spoke softly. Everyone has space abilities, right? They couldn't be touched, and they couldn't be defeated. The best option when facing such enemies was naturally to run away.
Just kidding.
The three-leaf clover reappeared. Snowflake Pea shot several bullets, but these bullets flew into the air. Meanwhile, the pea shooter's bullets accurately hit the product of her brother.
Pop.
It was like a balloon bursting. A cloud of ice fog exploded in the air. At the same time, the large leaf of the three-leaf clover spun rapidly. The wind it generated spread the ice fog throughout the room. Unlike the mist from the smoke mushroom, this magical ice fog not only obscured vision, but also prevented Uncle Xia from moving freely. Wherever it passed, it left traces. The goal of the ice fog was to reveal those traces. Somewhere in the ice fog, something was rushing back and forth quickly. The cactus's spines shot out suddenly. They missed, and Uncle Xia had already changed direction. Ran, staying alert, saw the shadow of a carnivorous plant beside her. Its big mouth opened wide, ready to greet Uncle Xia. It blinked to the enemy's side but found itself stepping into a trap. What a feeling. Uncle Xia's dodge was somewhat awkward. His head was saved, but a piece of flesh was torn from his shoulder. It was just space teleportation, impossible to catch, so let the opponent reveal themselves. Faced with Ran's tactics, Uncle Xia frowned. His figure disappeared again. But the blood dripping to the ground seemed to tell Ran where he was. Seeing this, Uncle Xia could only return to Old Feng's side. "Is that all you've got?" Ran, who said these words, has already moved to a different position. During the fight with Uncle Xia, Ran kept moving slightly. With the cover of icy fog and the protection of the big guys, no one noticed her for a while. She can't lose momentum, but she still needs to run away. Now at the gap where Sister Liang's mental armor is missing, Ran sees the stairs ahead. She taunts with her words, but her actions never stop. She takes a few more steps upward, almost reaching the exit, but is forced to stop again. At the door stands a strange figure. It looks like a human shape. The skin is very white, not pale like the undead, but the color of someone who hasn't seen sunlight for years. The whole person looks like a patient with a rare skin condition. What makes Ran think it's still human is the white hair on its head. After all, the undead have no hair at all. Besides the unusual skin color, the limbs are also different. They hang limply on the sides, as if lacking bones. When the figure sees Ran, its arms stretch out suddenly. Although it stands upright, its fingers touch the ground.
Then,
its entire arm turns into a mass of mud and quickly slams toward Nian Ran. What is that thing? In an instant, Nian Ran thinks of many possibilities. The only answer is that it's a product of the Feng Tian experiment. It's a failed hybrid of plant and animal genes. It only knows killing, has no thinking, cannot communicate, and even cannot speak. But at least it obeys. Far away, Feng Tian explains to Nian Ran kindly. But Nian Ran couldn't care less and quickly retreated. However, the strange creature followed her like a shadow. It wriggled and shaped itself as it moved, transforming into twisted monsters. Reaching out with melting-like hands, it grabbed at Nian Ran. In these past 10 years, besides Meow Meow, only he has survived until now. Do you think if your genes were added to his body, he might become a normal human? That's just wishful thinking. Nian Ran was very sure of that. But before she could even speak her rebuttal, the creature had already pushed her into a corner. Bullets pierced part of its body, but the wound was quickly filled by a bunch of writhing flesh growths, closing the hole. The injuries caused by cactus thorns were completely ignored. Although the frost from the pea can block the opponent's movement, it only slightly slows them down. This thing seems to operate mechanically without needing nerve control. Even if it gets frostbite, it shows no fear. Another step back. A pain shoots through the waist. It's Run Ran who has bumped into the table. Behind her is a wall. At this moment, Run Ran has nowhere to retreat. All right, I've shown you my work. Now it's your turn, Feng Tian says, with a sense of urgency. The monster in front of Run Ran still keeps its head above the neck human-shaped, even showing a listening posture. Kill her, the command finally escalates. Faced with this threat, Run Ran's fingers feel numb. Are you afraid? Of course I am. One mistake, and I could die here. But beneath this emotion, something deeper stirs excitement. In this dangerous moment, Run Ran's breathing gradually steadies. She stares fiercely at the monster, smiling. Your weakness is in your head, right? The monster doesn't respond. Instead, several bullets seek the answer for Run Ran. 2 bullets of different colors spiral together toward the enemy. With a click, they smash the flesh on the monster's shoulder. The flesh drops to the ground, still bouncing like a living thing for a moment. The monster, with a large hole in its shoulder, seems to feel no pain. Its slimy body oozes downward, the liquid flowing toward Run Ran's feet. Watch out! Run Ran shouts, throwing something. It's a purple seed. In the monster's eyes, it might be seen as a terrifying weapon. It tilts its head, dodging the attack. The seed lands behind it and instantly turns into a purple carnivorous plant. Its huge mouth opens wide, launching a surprise attack from behind, biting the monster. It hits. Run Ran's eyes light up with surprise. The carnivorous plant is best at decapitating. If it bites off the monster's head, she doesn't believe. Before she finishes her confident thought, she sees the plant's mouth close, and suddenly its head swells. Its body is stretched apart. Blood begins to flow. Run Ran even perceives the plant's painful wail. Just as she's about to pull it back, the plant shakes violently. It explodes. The plant's head bursts directly. Below the monster's head, its limbs quickly connect. The only proof that the plant worked is the short hair on the monster. The man-eating flower failed to defeat the enemy and bravely sacrificed itself. Run Ran's pupils suddenly shrank, and she lunged forward. The place where she was originally standing was instantly covered in sticky slime. Mud creature. Run Ran to find the enemy in front of her. Her back hit the wall, with nowhere to retreat. A few plants beside her still kept firing. The torn couldn't stop the mud creature from getting closer. Am I really going to die here? In a daze, Run Ran seemed to see herself lying on a cold experimental table, being carefully dissected by Feng Tian. A cold blade hovered above her head, and Run Ran clenched her teeth. Get lost, she shouted, clutching a red seed in her hand. Chili seeds are quite cute, but the power of angry pepper is terrifying. Using angry pepper here might up the mud creature in front of her, but it could also cause the building to collapse. Even if the pepper won't harm her master, can she crawl out from underground?
No.
Even if she has to die, she's willing to take these people down with her. Her face showed a look of excitement. Run Ran's lips curled into a confident, slightly arrogant smile. Her delicate face was full of defiance. Over here, Run Ran, over here. At this moment, Run Ran heard a familiar voice. The door on her right suddenly opened. A head popped out. It was Feng Miao Miao. Faced with the tense situation underground, Feng Miao Miao looked a bit weak. Miao Miao. A doubtful shout rang out. It belonged to Feng Tian. He never expected Miao Miao to appear here. You shouldn't. Feng Tian wanted to say something, but his face twisted, and he fell silent. Grandpa, are you trying to say I shouldn't have woken up? Are you asleep or in a coma? Facing Feng Tian's gaze, Feng Miao Miao smiled bitterly. Grandpa, I know about those medicines. After saying this, her expression became complicated. She turned her head to look at Run Ran. Hurry and come with me. Now Run Ran no longer hesitated and rushed forward. Who would have thought there was a hidden path in this laboratory? After catching up with Feng Miao Miao, Run Ran heard Feng Tian's voice behind her. Catch them. Wow, does he not want to kill himself after all? She muttered to herself and followed Feng Miao Miao through the corridor. Turning her head, Run Ran looked at Feng Miao Miao beside her, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Perhaps sensing Run Ran's suspicion, Feng Miao Miao smiled. If you don't want to smile, don't. Familiar words reached Feng Miao Miao's ears, but she was momentarily stunned. Then she saw Run Ran extend his hand and catch the small white creature that had slipped out of her clothes. Hee hee. You really believe in it? Feng Miao Miao's tone sounded disappointed. Tell me, why in this world are only close family members not trustworthy? Maybe it's because, in their eyes, we are also different. Run Ran's answer made Feng Miao Miao fall silent. The two ran very fast. But the old man reacted quickly as well. They could hear the sound of pursuit behind them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The familiar countdown was spoken by Feng Miao Miao. At 0, P's bullet whistled through the air.
Bang.
It looked like blood splattering. Liang, who was chasing behind, looked at her shoulder wound with disbelief. How did Run Ran predict her move? Seeing Liang, who was temporarily unable to move, Run Ran looked into Feng Miao Miao's complex eyes. Didn't you hint last time about when she would appear?
His voice was calm.
Ha, she said with a self-deprecating smile. The light in the corridor was dim, and Feng Miao Miao's face looked even gloomier. Over the years, I've memorized her footsteps. Every time she appears, it means I have to correct my actions. She glanced back. Feng Miao Miao saw Yang's angry face, as if she had been guarding her little rabbit for years, only for it to turn and attack her one day. After giving her the rabbit ran away with another owner. But she's not a rabbit. Having been kept in captivity for over 10 years, she never forgot her dream. She wanted to leave here. Even after enduring those torments for more than a decade, she never showed a flaw. But her 18-year-old promise was just a lie. So, what was there to hold on to? A coldness filled Feng Miao Miao's eyes. She quickened her steps considerably. Can we still fight? There are probably many people waiting for us outside. The corridor was below the villa. As Feng Miao Miao spoke, Run Ran saw the door ahead. He pushed it open. Inside was a greenhouse behind the villa. The room was filled with fragrance, but Run Ran couldn't enjoy it now. As they rushed toward the door, petals suddenly fell around them. They floated in the air, but brought a sharp wind. The people surrounding them had arrived. The door burst open with a loud bang, and unfamiliar people appeared. The violent wind almost wanted to tear Run Ran apart. It was a powerful wind-type ability. Let's go. Feng Miao Miao pushed Run Ran. But she stood in front, blocking the others. The crowd parted, and Feng Tian stepped forward. Her once neat hair was now a bit messy. Looking at her granddaughter, who seemed to have changed greatly, Feng Tian showed no expression. When did you find out? This wasn't spoken to his granddaughter, but was more like questioning a suspect. Feng Miao Miao didn't answer. Run Ran looked around and sighed a little. She really wanted to leave. But she couldn't now. Everyone was surrounding her. She returned to Feng Miao Miao's side and saw her body trembling slightly. "Are you okay?" Ran asked. Feng Miao Miao shook her head gently in response to her concern. "Grandpa, please let us go." Her voice was full of pleading, and her dark eyes looked wet. After all, she was her only family. "No, Miao Miao, have you forgotten? Your body can't be far from me. If I lose those medicines, you won't live long." Feng Tian took out a vial of medicine. The transparent liquid swayed inside the glass. Feng Miao Miao pressed her lips, stubborn, clearly refusing to back down.
"Grandpa, I'm sorry."
She spoke, then her gaze sharpened. Suddenly, behind Feng Tian, Uncle Xia's arm twisted and broke with a cracking sound. The bones snapped clearly. Ran didn't see Feng Miao Miao make a move, but it was definitely her doing.
How did she do that?
While Ran was surprised, Feng Tian looked at Feng Miao Miao with a cold gaze.
Catch them.
Now, the sky above was visible. Without the oppressive feeling below, there was more space. When the people around attacked, Ran's beans did not retreat. Two types of bean bullets crossed paths, and in the next second, the target's head was twisted off. Those pierced through fell straight to the ground. Their first teamwork was very smooth, until the mud creature reappeared, surging again, and Ran wanted to curse. "How do you fight that thing?" "Leave it to me." Feng Miao Miao's eyes fixed on the mud creature, and an invisible force spread out. The writhing body instantly froze, as if something was squeezing it alive. Pop, pop. It sounded like an explosion of air. The mud creature's body was shattered. She raised her arm and suddenly pulled back. Ran saw that the mud man had a hole in his head, and from inside flew out a grayish-white crystal. It looked very much like those seed types, but it was not as clear and shiny.
So,
does that mean the mud man is already half corrupted? For such a crazy act, Ran's gaze toward Feng Tian grew more alert. The old man seemed old, but his madness had never faded. At the moment the crystal core was pulled out, the mud man turned into a pile of mud water. The crystal was thrown to the ground by Feng Miao Miao. Feng Tian looked on with a cold stare. Failed product is just a failed product. His disdainful tone showed no regret. Without the mud man blocking the way, it became easier for Ran to face those with special abilities. Under the protection of plants, those abilities couldn't get close. But as his mental energy drained, Ran felt a headache looking at the few enemies remaining. Rich people really have it good, he thought, as the thorn of a cactus hit one of them. When that person fell, Ran raised an eyebrow. "Oh, long time no see," he said, seeing that familiar couple again, though in this kind of situation. But when faced with Ran's sarcasm, Nie Feng and He Chao showed no reaction. The seemingly delicate pair held weapons, glaring at him fiercely. No need for explanation. Ran understood clearly that the mission he received from those two was actually arranged by Feng Tian. Or perhaps, after leaving that shop, all his actions had been part of Feng Tian's plan. Should he praise him for being so cunning? He sneered as the plant's attacks grew fiercer. Cough, cough. Ran heard Feng Miao Miao coughing while fighting. Turning his head, he saw her face looking pale, as if she had overexerted herself. Her skin looked dark with blue and black shades, making him worried. "It's okay." Feng Miao Miao shook her head, sensing Ran's concern. But then he heard Feng Tian's mocking voice. "Miao Miao, if you keep using her powers so casually, you might not make it out alive."
Come here.
"Grandpa promises that if you listen and behave, after this is over, Grandpa will take you out." He handed her a potion. It looked like an ordinary medicine, but to Feng Miao Miao, it was very tempting. Her eyes showed some struggle. She clenched her fists and looked beyond the crowd, into the distance. She wasn't greedy. She just wanted to walk freely in city number 5. Is this wish impossible to fulfill? As I thought, I felt a slight on my arm. Looking down, I saw Ran's needle stuck in my arm. What's this? Feng Miao Miao wondered, and as the medicine was injected, she felt the severe pain in her body gradually ease. "Oh, I took some medicine during the chaos downstairs earlier. Do you want more?" "I have plenty." Run Ran tossed the empty vial on the ground, shrugging with a dismissive attitude.
Ha ha.
Laughing uncontrollably, Feng Miao Miao saw her grandfather's face turn pale with anger. Grandpa kept misjudging Run Ran again and again. Even the drugs used to control her were obtained by Run Ran. Feng Miao Miao felt that if she compromised now, everything she did today would be pointless. Take a deep breath. Her chest heaved, and Feng Miao Miao's eyes became sharp. She stared at the people around her and shouted, "Get out of here." Her commanding voice carried overwhelming pressure, crushing those nearby. Those trying to approach were hit as if by a force, flying backward one after another. Some fell to the ground, unknowing if they were alive or dead. Others crashed into rocks and died instantly. Most of the enemies surrounding them were cleared in just a second. And all of this was just from Feng Miao Miao's shout. Cough, 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 cough. But then came an even worse coughing fit. Covering her mouth, blood seeped from her fingertips. Run Ran hurried over to support her. The warmth in her palms surprised her. It was too hot. At this moment, Feng Miao Miao seemed to be on fire. The high temperature almost made her let go. But looking at Feng Miao Miao, she appeared weak but still managed to smile and summon some strength. It's nothing serious, just the side effects of using my power. The medicine is useless. Looking at the medicine in Run Ran's hand, Feng Miao Miao's smile carried a hint of genuine emotion. Let's go. I want to leave this place. I want to go outside. Even if she died today, she wanted to see the outside world once more before dying. Okay. Run Ran responded softly. She helped Feng Miao Miao steady herself. Facing the approaching enemies, Run Ran opened her palm. Didn't you always want my seed? Here it is. Run Ran threw the seed of the peppered plant at Feng Tian. The other person cleverly dodged. A small seed simply fell to the ground without any reaction, as if it were sleeping. While Run Ran took advantage of the moment when the other person was distracted, she rushed with Feng Miao Miao toward the opening. The gunfire was fully unleashed. Peas and a cactus tore open a clear escape route. Run Ran couldn't even remember how many bodies she had seen fall beside her. Over there, Feng Tian looked at the seed, and then at the direction Run Ran was fleeing. Chase, he ordered. But Feng Tian himself had no intention of continuing the pursuit. He examined the seeds on the ground. There were still some people guarding around him. He was confident that even strange plants couldn't harm him in front of so many of his men. So, Feng Tian stepped forward. When the small seed landed in his palm, it seemed to react to his body heat and quickly expanded. Its bright red exterior remained small and lively. The swollen body, however, conveyed a strong sense of danger. He trembled his hand. Feng Tian was knocked to the ground by someone. It was Uncle Xia. Angry pepper fell from the sky. Feng Tian, pressed underneath, saw a flash of light. Boom! An explosion swept through the nearby area. The villa that had kept Feng Miao Miao captive for over 10 years was completely destroyed. As Run Ran reached the gate, she was caught in the blast wave and fell to the ground. Her knees were scraped badly. But even so, she pushed herself up, helped Feng Miao Miao, and kept running outside. As for those chasing after them, under the power of the pepper, they became frightened. Is this really just the power of plants? Are you trying to block our way? Outside the gate, He Chao and Nie Feng seemed to have been waiting. Eager to act, after hearing Run Ran's words, they exchanged a glance and moved immediately. A mocking smile appeared on Run Ran's face. The peas showed no mercy. Under her control, the trajectory of the bullets easily bypassed Nie Feng and tore through He Chao's chest. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Nie Feng's expression froze. It was as if he couldn't accept that his loved one had just died in their fight. Stunned for a moment, Nie Feng's face twisted as he charged toward Run Ran. But the cactus's sharp spines had already pierced into his back. Plants that could fire freely rarely drained Run Ran's mental strength. With enough firepower, their impact was slightly lacking. But once Run Ran took over, under her mental control, those bullets would surely strike with unstoppable force. These were things she hadn't shown these people before. So, it's better to keep some tricks up your sleeve. Niefeng's lifeless body was kicked aside, eyes still wide with death. Outside, many cars were parked. Ran found one and quickly put the weak Feng Miao Miao inside. With a loud roar, the engines sped away. The others stood at the door, looking at each other in silence. In the big pit of the villa, Feng Tian's clothes were torn, and he had many wounds on his body. He sat on the ground, holding his stomach. Blood stained his palms. His kind disguise was gone, replaced by a fierce, angry face. Next to him was Sister Liang's body, slowly losing its breath. His mental shield finally blocked the explosion of the pepper. But Sister Liang couldn't hold on because she had used too much mental energy. Looking at the needle on Sister Liang's neck, Butler Uncle Xia lowered his hand. Some people around didn't dare to look at Uncle Xia now. Just moments ago, during the explosion, Uncle Xia took Sister Liang to Feng Tian and injected her with medicine. Then, Sister Liang's special power erupted, and her mental shield saved these people's lives. But clearly, the medicine stimulated human potential but also ended Sister Liang's life. He killed one to save everyone. No one dared to speak about Uncle Xia's cold-heartedness at this moment. Seeing the frightened expressions of those people, Uncle Xia simply limped over to Feng Tian. "Master, we should leave now." Uncle Xia's leg was badly wounded, with flesh and bone exposed. But he acted as if nothing was wrong, bowing respectfully to his master. Feng Tian responded and stood up. His body trembled, filled with hatred and excitement. "Send the order, the highest reward. I must find them." He stepped on Sister Liang's body, his face full of desire and motionless. At the city gate, the guards chose to let the speeding vehicles pass. After a bump, they arrived outside the city, and the world seemed much wider. Feng Miao Miao sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the window with wide eyes. She stared at the scenery outside, fascinated. Even with dust flying everywhere and ruins stretching endlessly, she couldn't look away. "Is this the outside world?" Her trembling voice carried a whisper, and her eyes were moist. She could taste the blood in her throat. Swallowing the blood, Feng Miao Miao stretched out her hand, sensing the wind. "It's really beautiful." Ran nodded in agreement. The Wasteland had a unique charm, but it was too dangerous. Now they have escaped, but what happens next? It is unclear whether Feng Tian is dead or alive. She is prepared for the worst. If the other side is still alive, they probably won't let her or Feng Miao Miao go. If she directly goes back to find Mo Chun and the others, it will definitely put the camp in danger. Thinking this, the vehicle headed in a different direction. She woke up from her fainting spell and prepared to fight again. It was almost dusk now. In the distance, clouds were swirling. Nearby, Feng Miao Miao's emotions kept changing. "Have you decided where to go next?" Ran asked. She took Feng Miao Miao out, feeling both sympathy and a desire for revenge against old Feng. That pervert was so cruel he used his own granddaughter for experiments. He also imprisoned Feng Miao Miao for over 10 years to achieve his goals. It's hard to imagine how Feng Miao Miao managed to live through it. Ran couldn't just leave her there. Besides, the other side had helped her. "I don't know." Feng Miao Miao shook her head. She leaned against the seat, her excited expression mixed with some confusion. It was her first time outside, and after seeing the scenery, she felt a strange emptiness, unsure of where to go. She wasn't familiar with the outside world, but there were places that could accept her. "Can I follow you?" Faced with her hopeful eyes, Ran felt like a bad person. No, a bad woman, playing with the feelings of a young girl. But she still didn't give a kind answer. She guessed it would be hard for her to enter those cities again in the future. If she wandered the wasteland, having a young lady who didn't understand the world with her would be difficult. While Ran was lost in thought, suddenly there was a loud bang, the sound of a tire bursting. The vehicle skidded. Ran, controlling the steering wheel, almost hit the glass. She managed to hold the vehicle, but then realized the brakes failed. She watched helplessly as the car crashed into a wall, smoke rising. "Get out quickly." she shouted. Meanwhile, Foam Meow Meow also jumped out. She ran a few steps outside, and then the vehicle exploded with a loud bang. The wall blocked the blast wave. Standing behind, Ran looked at the flaming vehicle with some confusion. How could the tire have blown out? She didn't believe that the tires on these Wasteland vehicles could be so bad. Looking back, she saw something shining on the road in the dusk. She stepped closer and bent down to pick it up. Nails? Next to her, Foam Meow Meow asked, also puzzled. Various nails were mixed in the dirt. The sharp points easily punctured the tires. On a small road, seeing so many nails suddenly appeared was clearly unusual. In an instant, Ran had a bad feeling. Let's go quickly. Ran's face changed, and she grabbed Foam Meow Meow, trying to leave. Her palms still felt hot. But at this moment, Ran didn't care about that. They were outside a small town, surrounded by wild grass. In the tall grass, there was a rustling sound, as if something was moving. The sound grew louder and more frequent, and Ran was still here, not leaving. When a knife scraped past Ran's nose and stuck into the ground, she finally stopped trying to run away. The bushes were pushed aside. A few people came out one after another. Their pale skin was easy to recognize. Are these the fallen ones? Foam Meow Meow looked at them with bright eyes. When she was trapped in the castle, she had heard stories about those Wasteland crazies. But today was the first time she saw these fallen ones in person.
Yes.
Ran's answer was cold and firm. Foam Meow Meow then realized that Ran looked very alert, as if facing a great threat. Are they very dangerous? Foam Meow Meow's expression also became serious. I can help. The wind was howling. But Ran's gaze was fixed tightly on one of them. They had normal, fair skin and looked healthy. Their gentle face was smiling, making them seem friendly and approachable. But Ran felt a chill all over her body. She recognized the person. That day, that knife almost killed her. She only escaped thanks to her angry pepper spray. But the other person should have died in the explosion, so why were they here again?
Cloning?
No, she hadn't heard of that technology on the Wasteland yet. We meet again. Seeing Ran's cautious expression, the man chuckled softly. He waved his hand, and the knife returned to his grip. The blade shimmered with a cold light, just like the deadly threat that day. But this time, the blade went back into its sheath, and it seemed he didn't want to fight. The fallen ones behind him also showed no sign of attacking. Would you like to come to my place as guests? The man made a polite gesture, very gentlemanly. But Ran shook her head firmly. How did you escape? Foam Meow Meow asked, confused. The man chuckled lightly. Just luck. His teasing words couldn't explain Ran's doubts. Little girl, why are you so serious about this? All I can say is you're quite capable, but trying to kill me almost succeeded. Of course, changing someone else would probably mean death in full. But little girl, you're improving quickly. Maybe soon, you might even have the power to end me. With praise and confidence in his voice, the man took a step closer. She instinctively stepped back. Several plants appeared around Ran. Just as the pea shooter was about to attack, the man simply raised his hand. He drew his sword and struck. A single slash cut through, and the leaves of the pea shooter were immediately chopped off. But Ran knew that if the other person wanted to, the pea shooter's head would already be on the ground. Good girl, come with me. The man said again, still gentle, with no sign of impatience. But Ran knew this wasn't an invitation, it was an order. Have you been watching us all along? Ran calmly put away the plants. Facing such an enemy, fighting would only be useless. And the answer to that question was obvious. If he wasn't watching all along, how could he appear so quickly? Ha ha ha. The man waved his hand, and his subordinates lowered their weapons. Those arrogant villains in front of the man were like obedient dogs. No matter the era, there's nothing money can't fix. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yushi. The man calling himself Yushi had a smile in his eyes. Or, do you really foolishly think that wall is unbreakable? From here, you could faintly see the shadow of the city. It was not far away, but it didn't bring any sense of safety. Escape? Looking around, Ran was sure that among the weeds, there were still fallen ones hiding. Facing Yushi's question, Ran remained silent. Ran, what's wrong? Feng Miao whispered, seeming unsure of this developing situation. Haha, Miss Feng, you're so clever. You naturally understand your own value, right? Instead, Yushi directly exposed Feng Miao's innocent appearance at the moment. Hearing this, Feng Miao's face turned even paler, but she wasn't acting. She bit her lip and said nothing. Could the price of escaping from there be going back into another cage? The sky above was so vast. The flying birds were so free. And what about herself? Was she really going to give up this hard-won freedom? Thinking of this, a murderous look appeared in Feng Miao's eyes. It was as if something in the air was stirring, causing her skirt to flutter.
Swish.
Another sword strike. But this strike was not aimed at the two people, it was aimed at the bird overhead. The weak bird fell to the ground, its body battered. Its wings were broken, blood flowing freely. The remaining sword slices seemed unaffected by Feng Miao's murderous intent as she spoke. Let's go, both of you. She simply waved her hand, and a vehicle appeared before them. The bird's body twitched a few times before falling silent forever. Feng Miao looked upset. Ran held her back at this moment. She didn't know how strong Feng Miao really was. But using her life force for power wasn't worth it. Over there, Ran's vehicle still burned with flames. Perhaps noticing Ran's gaze, Yushi smiled gently. Don't worry, if you cooperate, I'll double the compensation for your losses. Money? Was he trying to manipulate her weakness? Seeing Yushi's calm attitude, Ran still pulled Feng Miao into the car. Inside the more comfortable vehicle, the atmosphere was heavy. Yushi was not in this car. The driver ignored Ran's probing. They sped along quickly. They crossed the vast wasteland, and the scenery around them continued to change. At this moment, Feng Miao no longer felt like admiring the view. Until night fell and wrapped the world in darkness, the vehicle finally stopped at the foot of a mountain.
Get out.
The driver's attitude was overly rude. Ran didn't argue, obediently following. She looked up at the mountain ahead, her eyes filled with shock. There was a castle leaning against the mountain. Most of the trees on the mountain were destroyed. Stone was everywhere, with brown and yellow dust filling the air. Different elements intertwined, making the castle on the mountain look even more majestic. She was pushed inside. Ran looked around and found this place was like a small city. Streets and shops were plentiful. People came and went, but those people painted their bodies very white. They wanted to absorb power from fallen seeds. In their eyes, fallen seeds were like kin, more than humans. And when they saw Ran and Feng Miao arrive, even children passing by looked at them with greedy hunger. Twisted, dark, mad, and frightening. That was how this place felt to Ran. Trapped here, her skin prickled with pain. Everywhere, the gazes were aggressive. Feng Miao felt the same. After a long silence, Feng Miao looked at the environment around her, and the murderous intent finally calmed. She walked straight ahead, leaving behind the ordinary residents. Through the long staircase, Ran arrived in front of a building. In the ancient-style hall, only Yushi was present. Tea was steaming on the table. Yushi personally poured tea for both of them. Without needing to be asked, Ran sat down directly. Since they were already here, why bother feeling upset? Miao followed suit. Seeing Ran's carefree attitude, Yushi seemed quite pleased. Please. The tea aroma wafted gently. Honestly, on the Wasteland, tea is a luxury. Even the powerful don't always get to enjoy it. As for Ran, she could only taste it briefly. The slightly bitter tea slid down her throat, and she looked directly into Yushi's eyes. What exactly do you want to do to us? That's a good question, and Yushi slowly shook his head. Isn't this something you already know? The power you have doesn't belong to normal people. And coincidentally, my power is also quite unusual. Maintaining a normal appearance, Yushi was probably an outsider among the fallen. But everyone looked at him with awe. Are you the leader of the fallen? Ran Ruo guessed. You could say that, Yushi admitted without hesitation. I want your body. That one sentence almost made Ran Ruo curse out loud. Fortunately, after leaving the Big Boss storyline, she realized the danger behind those words. What if I refuse to cooperate? Ran Ruo responded. It's best to find an opportunity, but if the other side really forces her to surrender, she would struggle before lying down completely. Don't you want to know the ultimate goal of the Tianyan experiment? Yushi changed the subject. Hearing this, Meow Meow's eyes flickered slightly. Grandpa wants to merge fallen seed genes into human bodies, creating artificial mutants. It must be said, this idea was bold and reckless. But if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a great boon for humanity on the Wasteland. After all, mutants are rare. If they can be artificially created, perhaps Tianyan will be worshipped like a god. Thinking this way, it's understandable why Tianyan was so obsessed. This is just one stage, the origin of the fallen seed. You all know well. Those things are no longer the same species as humans. Some see them as demons. Seemingly implying something, Yushi's gaze fell on Ran Ruo, while others worship them as gods. Gods are sacred and must not be profaned. But what if he could create gods? And a controllable god? As soon as the words fell, Ran understood Yushi's meaning. That Feng Tian wanted to control not Feng Miao Miao or herself, but those fallen beings on the Wasteland. These fallen beings, almost destroying all human civilization, are everywhere in the Wasteland. Their existence is even greater than that of humans. If they could control these fallen beings, Ran couldn't imagine what kind of power that would be. Feng Tian's ambition is to dominate the entire Wasteland. But is that even possible? The emotions in Ran's eyes fluctuate unpredictably. What about you? Feng Miao Miao asked sharply. Are you like my grandfather? She knew she was just a test subject. But she was only the first step of the experiment, which made Feng Miao Miao feel uneasy. Does this mean that even if she makes it to the end, she will be abandoned? Me? Yushi was very interested in this question. He reached out his hand to Feng Miao Miao. She instinctively dodged, but saw the smile on Yushi's face. It was mockery of her timidity. Feng Miao Miao, feeling fooled, was about to get angry, but saw him draw a knife. The blade directly cut down. In front of both of them, he personally cut off his own arm. Blood spurted out wildly, splashing all over Ran. Ran quickly stood up and moved aside, wary of Yushi's crazed self-mutilation. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt, he surprisingly comforted them both. But what Ran wanted to say was, next time, please let her know before doing such things. She'd like to stay far away. Who wants to be splashed with blood for no reason? Look! Yushi pointed to the severed part of his arm, still bleeding. But among the blood, something was wriggling. Little by little, it looked like flesh growing. But as Ran focused, it suddenly shot out. Tentacle-like things twisted together, forming the length of an arm. And on that thing's skin gradually grew. Even the pores were taken care of. A severed limb reborn. This is the dream of countless people. And now it was happening right in front of Ran. Only non-human beings could do such things. Ran finally understood how the other person survived. I've long ceased to be human. But those fallen beings wouldn't accept me. No. I should say I won't accept those fools who only know killing. I prefer to call myself a new human. My nickname was given to me, but neither of the two people agreed with it. However, Yushi didn't mind. His gaze was deep as he looked at Feng Miao Miao. What your grandfather wanted to create is someone like me. If I am a complete being, then you are just a half-finished product. Your body can't merge with those corrupted genes. So, the power you gain constantly torments you. But I am different. I can control myself. Sometimes, too much self-control isn't a good thing. He kicked away the broken arm on the ground and sat back down. Blood spread beneath him, but Ran's face showed no change. Yushi saw clearly that when his arm was just cut off, Ran was annoyed because she thought he dirted her clothes. Maybe you can become the same kind of person as me. Suddenly receiving this approval made Ran feel a chill down her spine.
Sorry, I don't think so. A good person doesn't want to become a different kind of creature. Alright, let's get to the point. I do want to use both of you to achieve the same goal. But unlike you, I want to control those corrupted beings and completely destroy those cities. I want to show those hypocrites that this world isn't theirs to rule. Under his grand wish, Yu Shi's ambition surged. He revealed himself fully in front of the two, his expression a bit wild. That crazy look in his eyes was frightening. So, are you willing to help me? Yu Shi reached out again, but there was no killing intent. Instead, Run Ran responded with gunfire. It wasn't plant-based, but bullets. As the gunpowder erupted, Run Ran pulled Feng Miao Miao back a few steps. Only a fool would want to help you. What a lunatic. He actually wanted to manipulate her as a test subject. Dream on. Faced with Run Ran's rejection, Yu Shi's face showed a hint of regret. He clapped softly, and footsteps sounded outside. When Run Ran was surrounded by those fallen beings, she felt like her life was about to end. When Yu Shi appeared outside the city, Run Ran knew this was going to be a tough fight. Negotiation wouldn't work. They didn't have enough strength. So, how could she escape? Escape? No. Even trapped, Run Ran's eyes still shone brightly. She came here not only because she knew she couldn't beat Yu Shi and wanted to learn the truth, but also because she was prepared. Her plan was to, at the last moment, pull these people into together. Angry Pepper couldn't kill him. What about Cherry Bomb? Cherry Bomb can away all zombies in a certain area, but using it to destroy plants seems a bit too much. Attack power, very strong range. All enemies in the area use. Single use. Takes effect immediately, experience gained. 200. This was the first powerful plant that Run Ran exchanged for. She even asked the system about its explosive power. The system's answer was simple. Be careful to avoid when using. This thing will also explode and kill the user. Without the caring of Angry Pepper, this plant became Run Ran's last weapon in a critical moment. The cherry placed in the plant space looks red and juicy, appearing sweet. This plant is different from others. It does not exist as a seed, but as a fully grown plant. The size of a coin, but Run Ran kept it separate, showing she valued it highly. Actually, as long as your bodies stay here, that's enough. I just haven't talked to others of my kind in a long time. This was Yu Shi's confession, but Run Ran wasn't interested in listening. As she clenched her gun, ready for the final battle, her body suddenly felt weak. She dropped the gun to the ground. She looked around in confusion. Next to her, Feng Miao Miao was in worse shape and had already fallen. Little girl, you're really good. In the end, all Run Ran heard was Yu Shi's voice. A hand grabbed her body, but there was no warmth, cold skin like a snake, making her feel sick. Run Ran wanted to say something, but then lost consciousness. When did she fall for the trap? Those people Yu Shi called over turned out to be just a distraction. Ah! Laughing, Yu Shi caught Run Ran's body and gently carried her. His movements were tender, and his eyes held a soft smile, but there was no real warmth. His gaze lacked human emotion. Carrying Run Ran, Yu Shi passed through a door into a laboratory. Cold instruments in Yu Shi's eyes looked more attractive than humans. He placed Run Ran on a table and chained her limbs. The special metal could block the powers inside mutants. Feng Miao Miao received the same treatment. Without Yu Shi giving orders, the others who followed began to act. A thick needle was directly inserted into her skin. Unknown medicine was injected into Run Ran's body. The surrounding instruments ticked steadily. Looking at the unconscious Run Ran, Yu Shi gently touched her cheek, his expression filled with obsession. Who would have thought that the little girl who surprised him on their first meeting would grow so powerful now? As the medication was administered, Run Ran's body trembled slightly. Her brows furrowed, as if she was enduring some pain. Despite her suffering, she remained unconscious. Yu Shi showed no mercy. Follow the plan. He gave a command, and then left the room. He needed a little more time to understand how these two people's powers were formed. Yes. The people around respectfully watched Yu Shi leave. If Run Ran were awake now, she would surely feel that the scene was somewhat familiar. But she was not awake. Some say dreams are colorful. Others say they are empty. But Renran's dream was endless darkness. She felt like she was sinking underwater, unable to breathe, surrounded by blackness. She struggled, trying to grasp something in the darkness. But her hands were empty. She kept waking up in the darkness, as if drowning repeatedly. That feeling was like standing at the gates of trembling. It wasn't arrogance, but torment. Detected abnormal fluctuations in the host's mental strength. The system's voice echoed in the darkness, inaudible. Outside, Renran's body seemed to have stopped trembling. She was completely still, like a corpse. Only the fluctuating lines on the instruments showed that her life was still present. Nothing serious, probably a rejection reaction, said the researcher nearby. Then he turned to attend to other tasks. A group of people moved around Renran's body. Numerous medicines were administered in batches. Redness and swelling appeared on her skin. Renran still lay there like a corpse, allowing others to do as they pleased. Next to her, Feng Miao Miao was also in a bad state. Her body temperature rose again and she was burning hot. Hurry, inject the medicine, someone urged. The same type of medicine as in Feng family's underground lab was injected into Feng Miao Miao, but it didn't seem very effective. Her temperature kept climbing. The machines ticked steadily. It was a repeated cycle, but at least it was still within control. Really? Someone touched their forehead in amazement. For a brief moment, things stabilized. Now, it all depended on the results of the upcoming experiments. A few researchers were missing from beside Renran. Something was moving under their sleeves, unnoticed by anyone. Xiaobai's roots pierced Renran's arm, but they quickly withdrew after puncturing her. The swaying leaves seemed to show disdain. If they could speak, Xiaobai would definitely be saying poo 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 in annoyance. But Xiaobai cannot speak. After a moment of swaying, the roots re-entered Renran's skin. This spot was exactly where she was injecting the needle. The medicine inside her body was gradually being absorbed by Xiaobai. The white, jade-like leaves looked tired and low in energy. Meanwhile, Renran, who was unconscious, saw a light in the dark water. It floated slowly to the surface, like starlight guiding her way. She struggled to swim upward. Even though she kept drowning and waking up again, she kept doing the same movements. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her heartbeat quickened. Look at this. Someone was pointing at the instrument showing her vital signs. These numbers seem off. And here, the brain activity is very strange. The wave patterns rose and fell, sometimes diving deep into the water, sometimes jumping high. Quick, record this. Instead of checking what was wrong with Renran, the people focused on recording data. As they noted down the fluctuating lines, they appeared used to the chaos. Detected large fluctuations in host's mental energy. Warning, warning.
Urgent chute et chouette falia der water.
Renran did not look back. She was still trying to reach the surface. Just a little more and she could break free. At some point, all she had left was this one thought: to reach the light. Her gaze was obsessive. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her heartbeat sped up again, but suddenly calmed as everyone watched eagerly. A curve in the line startled everyone. What's going on? Someone hurried over. The biological research was not finished yet. But when he reached Renran's side, he saw she had already opened her eyes. Her hand hanging beside her, white vines twisting around it. That was a fallen seed. Someone help. Alarm siren sounded, just like underground in the Feng family's base. Hey there, Renran smiled as she sat up, pulling out the needles from her body. With a flick of her hand, the vines snapped out like a whip, tearing the person in front apart. The power was terrifying. No one dared to come closer. Renran then jumped off the bed and went to Feng Miao Miao. But with just a gentle touch, Renran immediately sensed that Miao Miao was in bad shape. Unbind the other's restraints. Xiaobai's roots directly Feng Miao Miao's body. Gulong gulong. It's a swallowing sound. A feeling of fullness comes over her. Strangely, at this moment, she seems to be Xiaobai herself. Her sleeve is rolled up, revealing that those roots have become like her blood vessels. At this moment, Xiaobai is part of her. With just a thought,
she can command the transformed Xiaobai to unleash powerful attacks. Mental abnormal fluctuations disappear. A new plant is detected. Would you like to bind with the host? This is a question, and Ran even hears surprise in the system's tone. The new plant in the system's words is naturally Xiaobai. Xiaobai is unusual, but so unique that the system recognizes and accepts her, which Ran didn't expect. Without hesitation, Ran chooses to bind. In an instant, just like when connecting with those big ones, Ran feels a smooth flow. But unlike the others, Xiaobai's ability is fused with her. With a thought, a vine is drawn out and directly pierces someone's heart. Turning around, she sees the terrified expressions on those people. Their screams pierce the air. As Xiaobai's roots and absorb the medicine injected into Feng Miao's body, the vine expands again. But when attached to her arm, Ran feels no weight at all. "Wake up, Miao," she calls out, shaking her. But Feng Miao shows no response. Just as she is about to carry her on her back, a terrifying sense of danger makes her scalp tingle. In an instant, she jumps out of her spot. Her heart pounds fiercely. This sense of danger doesn't come from Yuxi, but from Feng Miao herself. She sees Feng Miao, who is lying on the bed, now standing up. Her pupils are pitch black and emotionless. When she scans her, Ran feels she's not just looking but analyzing. Feng Miao, expressionless, now looks like a robot. This is not Feng Miao. Suddenly, Ran has this thought about the person in front of her. "Miss Feng?" She steps back and calls out, but sees her gaze shift away from herself. Ran feels no malice from her. It feels more like a silent, calm feeling. Feng Miao's power suddenly erupts. Ran realizes this. Unfortunately, shouting cannot wake her up. Could she need a prince's kiss right now? A joke flashes in her mind, and Ran simply moves aside. Xiaobai has already retracted. Feng Miao walks ahead. As she moved, all the surrounding instruments floated up and then crashed onto the researchers. No matter how fast they ran, they could still be caught. The bodies turned into flesh and blood, creating a somewhat bloody scene. Feng Miao, in the midst of the chaos, felt nothing at all. Following Feng Miao, who was clearing the way, Ran felt much more relaxed. At the moment she stepped onto the stairs, Ran saw the remaining room at the entrance. Yuxi, holding a knife, looked neat and sharp. Faced with Feng Miao's rampage, he appeared to find it amusing. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. He swung the sword at Feng Miao, but stopped in front of her. An invisible wall blocked his attack. Feng Miao's strength was especially fierce. She even fought back, pushing Yuxi back. After retreating a few steps, he stood firm, twirling his long sword. Yuxi attacked again and again, with blades dancing like illusions around Feng Miao. But each strike was caught by her. In their fight, Feng Miao was not at a disadvantage. As a half-finished product, reaching this level truly surprised Yuxi. Seeing him get more excited, Ran quietly slipped away to go upstairs. Now was the best time to leave. "Feng Miao, over here!" she shouted below. She then faced a pair of dark eyes. They still showed no emotion, but her own reflection appeared in them. Feng Miao looked at herself, and after catching Yuxi's strike, she obediently moved toward Ran. "Don't even think about running away." Yuxi's voice still carried a relaxed smile. But then he swung his sword at Ran. Pale vines shot out. Xiaobai's body was especially tough, easily resisting the sword.
Wow.
Seeing those pale branches and leaves, Yuxi was a little surprised. "You can control these things?" In Yuxi's eyes, those fallen creatures were just killing machines. He had tried to communicate, but failed every time. Controlling them was very difficult because they had no intelligence and wouldn't follow his commands. But right now, Ran was doing it. "You really can," he said confidently, with the sword flashing. A powerful strike came at him. The appearance of a wall fruit was very timely. The wall fruit, cut in half, returned to the planting space. Meanwhile, Ran grabbed Feng Miao Miao's arm as Yushi was sheathing his sword and relaxing his grip. Suddenly, a killing intent surged up her spine. Ran feels that Feng Miao Miao is at this moment trying to directly choke herself to death. Let's go quickly. With a pull and a push, Feng Miao Miao moves closer to the exit. Meanwhile, Ran stands behind, facing the pursuing Yushi, who raises an eyebrow. Aren't you curious about my plants? Today, I will generously give you one. Ran throws a bright red cherry. The tense, dangerous feeling suddenly erupts. After saying this, Ran leaves without looking back. In the corridor, the daring Yushi catches the cherry. But when the cherry begins to emit intense heat, Yushi throws it away. Still, it's a bit too late.
Boom.
The explosion blows up the entire house. From outside, even half of this fallen base is destroyed. Outside, Ran climbs out from under the wall fruit. She supports her bleeding abdomen, her face pale. The wall fruit is shattered beyond recovery. Under its protection, she still suffers serious injuries. With severe stomach pain, Ran's ears ring continuously. She feels faint but manages to find Feng Miao Miao. The other has already fainted on the ground. Wake up, Feng Miao Miao. She nudges her but gets no response. Looking around, the fallen creatures attracted by the explosion seem unaware of her presence among the ruins. Without hesitation, Ran drags Feng Miao Miao forward. They weave around the crowd and head downward. Fortunately, the loud explosion draws the fallen creatures away. We're here. Just as they near the door, they are spotted. Seeing the approaching creatures, Ran orders P to open fire, without hesitation. She easily takes out a few minions. The door is blown open. Ran quickly throws Feng Miao Miao into a stolen vehicle and steps on the gas. The vehicle crashes out, smashing the already shaky door completely. Jolted, flying, falling. The vehicle shakes violently. Ran sees Yushi, who has reached the door, in the rearview mirror. He is still alive but in a terrible state. One arm is missing, most of his body bleeding. If she's not mistaken, his leg bones are also protruding. His face, covered in blood, shows no clear expression. But Ran remembers Yushi's eyes. Escaping death is not terrifying for Yushi. In fact, he seems more excited. In his eyes, a hotter flame surged. Without stopping or breaking, Ran quickly left the hideout of the fallen ones. When the vehicle returned to the main road, Ran couldn't help but cough in the open space. Looking at the blood clot in her palm, she felt a headache coming on. She was injured and needed medicine to treat her wounds. More importantly, Feng Miao Miao. Feng Miao Miao, whom she had left on the back seat, was still unconscious. But she could see a strange red glow on her skin. And it was all over her body. It felt like she was about to catch fire. No, it was really happening. Inside the car, there was a smell of rubber, caused by the heat from the back seat. Ran slammed on the brakes and injected medicine into Feng Miao Miao. But the rising body temperature was useless. When Feng Miao Miao's body twitched slightly and her 7 orifices bled, Ran knew she couldn't hold on much longer. At this moment, the only person Ran thought of was Mo Chun. She cursed and suddenly turned the steering wheel, driving the vehicle toward the Hope Camp. On the ruins of Yichuan City, there were many camps. After several days of repairs, Hope Camp had grown to a basic size. People were busy building a new territory. Mo Chun and Hong Yi, who should have been guests, now mingled with the camp's people. As powerful fighters, Hong Yi had her own house. As for Mo Chun, after showing his healing effects with medicine, he was also given a separate room. Some people accepted this special treatment happily, but others secretly felt displeased. Those two haven't said they want to join us, yet they get such good treatment.
Why?
In a corner, a man looked unhappy. The 2 others in front of him shared the same attitude. Especially that kid named Mo. Every woman in the camp has been attracted to him. I swear he's not a good person. This man was called He Lu, and he was brothers with He Yun. Now, the brothers were persuading another person. Yuan, you go trick Mo Chun out and we'll give him a lesson. What do you think?
He Lu spoke with a malicious look in his eyes. But if the leader finds out, he definitely won't agree. Yuan Yi hesitated. As long as that guy is convinced, he won't dare tell the leader. Besides, are you really doing nothing? Think about it. The woman you like has been visiting Mo Chen's room almost every day lately. Aren't you afraid? Enough. Yuan Yi's face finally showed anger after hearing this. I will do it. Which man can watch his favorite woman openly flirt with another man? Angry and provoked, Yuan Yi followed the plan and headed toward Mo Chen. Inside the room, there were many instruments. Mo Chen, dressed in a white coat, was studying something. The makeshift equipment was a bit awkward to use and required effort. When the door was pushed open, Mo Chen didn't look up. What's the symptoms? He asked. He was a pharmacist, but now he had to be the camp's doctor. No, it's not me.
Yuan Yi spoke nervously.
Ran is back. He shouted, rushing over and grabbing Mo Chen. Ran is back, but she's injured. It seems she was chased. She asked me to come get you, and didn't want to disturb the others. Come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Chen didn't hesitate and followed him. What happened? Why was Ran chased? Wasn't she going to the city to find something? Mo Chen asked, but Yuan Yi could only make up a vague excuse. This was their plan. Ran was very important to Mo Chen, and this excuse could easily trick the other person. They headed outside the camp. In Ichuan City, many ruins had not yet been taken over by humans. Some ruins, over time, attracted dangerous things. For example, fallen seeds. They received news that traces of fallen seeds had appeared in a certain area recently. His goal was to trick Mo Chen into going there. How far is it? Why didn't she come back after being hurt? Throughout the journey, Mo Chen kept asking questions. Normally, he looked careless, but now he was serious. Almost there, almost there. Clenching his fist, Yuan Yi thought about the bright smile of his loved one when facing Mo Chen, and his guilt completely disappeared. After about 10 minutes, Mo Chen finally arrived in front of a building. It was originally a 3-story small house. It had collapsed, leaving only an entrance. During the day, it was easy to see inside, but there was no sign of Ran. Where is Ran? Mo Chen asked. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a push on his back. He was immediately thrown into the room. At the same time, on the other side of the room, there was a crashing sound. It sounded like a huge creature had appeared. A pile of falling rocks blocked the entrance. Even if Mo Chen was naive, he knew he had been tricked. Outside, the 2 brothers from the He family showed smug expressions. Listening to the noises inside, they were imagining Mo Chen being torn apart by that troublemaker.
Boom, boom.
But as they listened, their expressions changed. The sound kept going, but it was strange and somewhat familiar. It sounded like the acceleration of a vehicle. What a broken-down car. After kicking the car, Ran finally gave up on driving. She had wrecked the car all the way here, and now it stalled. Just now, it had uncontrollably crashed into a wall. Now, the wall was cracking. It looked like it was about to collapse. Ran quickly helped Foam Meow Meow down, trying to get away, but then she heard a small explosion. A gap appeared, and there was a familiar face. Their eyes met, and they remained silent. Is that really you? They said in unison, with a strange sense of understanding. Ran looked at the dusty, muddy Mo Chen and almost laughed. What's wrong with you? Why are you here? Were you kicked out and turned into a beggar? Mo Chen, usually so neat, was rarely this dirty. You're really hurt. Mo Chen looked at Ran's stomach with a deep, quiet tone. It was definitely a trap. But on the other side of the trap, there was indeed a Ran. It was truly amazing. When the 3 people came around and saw the unexpectedly appearing Ran, their faces twisted in confusion. What was going on? Mo Chen's gaze was cold as he looked at those 3. Thank you all. His tone was full of deadly intent. Yuan Yi was the first to give in, stepping back, but tripping and falling to the ground. The He brothers stayed a little calmer, but their eyes showed some panic. Fighting was not allowed in the camp. Emo-chan was now very important in the camp. If the leader found out about today's events, they would be in big trouble.
So,
A fierce look appeared in their eyes. The two brothers exchanged a glance and silently moved to attack. Ran, just back and ready to fight, was confused. But she saw Emo-chan calmly throwing something. From her understanding of Emo-chan, whatever it was definitely wasn't good. During the retreat, that thing exploded. Its power was not great, but enough to teach those people a lesson. My hand, shouting, He-Lu fell to the ground, one arm gone. As for Yuan-E, he was now breathing heavily. Was that on purpose? Ran asked Emo-chan. Emo-chan's skill with potions was very good. He never failed. He could easily have blown up those people. But he chose to leave a breath of life for them. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was probably something serious that made Emo-chan so cruel. Emo-chan didn't answer Ran. Instead, he directly injected a syringe into Ran's neck. The medicine entered his body, and the pain in his abdomen eased. So your new hobby is collecting dead bodies? When Emo-chan saw Feng Miao, he couldn't help but make a teasing remark. But even as he said that, Emo-chan still went over to check on Feng Miao. Wow, is she going to self-ignite? After a quick check, Emo-chan's expression became serious. Her condition is almost the same as death. Let's go back with me. Ignoring the howling people on the ground, the two quickly took Feng Miao back to the camp. Ran's appearance was a surprise to some people. But seeing the gift Ran brought back, Hongyi felt a bit headache. Usually good things didn't happen. In Emo-chan's room, Feng Miao was placed on the bed. Ran also shared his recent experiences with them. So, you've become a test subject twice. Can't you do more work for the benefit of many? Want to do it again? Emo-chan's eyes sparkled, clearly showing his interest.
get lost.
Is more work for the benefit of many the right way to say that? After joking, Emo-chan became serious and started arguing. Her situation is quite simple. It just means burning a lot of life force to use her power. Although her body looks normal on the outside, in a way, she's like a candle about to go out, with only a tiny wick left. As for the potion you gave her, I've checked it. That's just an inhibitor. It only slows down the symptoms. It can't cure her. And who made that potion? Their skills are terrible. There are so many unnecessary ingredients inside, trash. Emo-chan, confident in his potion-making skills, criticized Feng Tian's research without mercy. However, Ran thought the explanation was good. So, what's the plan? Feng Miao was in a bad state, but since Emo-chan still joked, Ran knew he had a way. I can help her. But I need some medicine. More importantly, I need equipment. The equipment here is too simple. Even with medicine, I can't produce high-precision drugs. The instruments are cobbled together, which is enough for some tasks in the Hope Camp. But high-precision work is just a dream. Where can I find what you need? Ran asked directly, seeing the other person smile warmly. Have you heard of the Land of Technology? Since it was his first time hearing that name, Ran shook his head. Red Leaf was a bit surprised. Are you talking about the former Fourth City, now a ruined steel wasteland? Yes, Emo-chan nodded. It used to be the most advanced technology on the wasteland, not just medicine but also high-end equipment. But the route went astray. Talking about the Land of Technology, Emo-chan sighed. Once, it was almost every researcher's dream. In peaceful times, Emo-chan felt he belonged there. But on the wasteland, a city that went too far off course couldn't last long. The Fourth City, which focused on technology, even gave up training mutants. So when those invaders attacked, they relied on technology but couldn't hold on, not even waiting for rescue. In the end, the Land of Technology fell, turning into ruins. This all happened just 10 years ago. But things moved so fast then that although some people escaped, most died there. It was a city of death and a major disaster in wasteland history. Many advanced instruments still remain inside. Some areas are sealed. Crazed mutants might not be able to break in. Her condition isn't optimistic now. We must treat her quickly. I can only keep her alive for another day or two. So I need to take her there. In short, that place has everything Feng Miao Miao needs now. Of course, if you don't want to, I can also make her leave without pain. He placed his finger on Feng Miao Miao's pulse. Surprisingly, Feng Miao Miao is in very poor condition now, but her pulse remains very strong, almost too healthy. The energy trapped inside her is eager to be released, but is forcibly controlled by Feng Miao Miao herself. This struggle causes her high fever. While speaking, Mo Chun has already injected medicine into Feng Miao Miao. After just a few breaths, Run Ran notices that her condition has stabilized significantly. The decision now rests again on Run Ran. He can choose to let Feng Miao Miao live, but this also means risking his own safety once more. If he doesn't go, does that mean he will just let Feng Miao Miao pass away? Thinking back to when Feng Miao Miao was in a violent state but didn't hurt him, Run Ran can only smile bitterly. He already knew the answer, didn't he? After all, it was himself who brought Feng Miao Miao out of the princess's castle. Before she finds her prince, he must do his duty as her bodyguard. Could it be that he will be a bodyguard for life? Just as Run Ran was feeling a bit relieved from joking about himself, he felt pain again while Mo Chun was stitching his wound. It was obvious that Mo Chun was doing it on purpose. Staring at Mo Chun, who was wiping blood from his palm, Run Ran was certain. Although the stitches looked neat, the medicine injected near the wound eased the burning pain and even caused a tingling sensation. By tomorrow morning, your wound should start to heal, Mo Chun said. Considering your fighting style, a small injury won't stop you from fighting. Mo Chun is thoughtful, so thoughtful that he almost didn't stop Feng Miao Miao from trying to steal Xiao Bai from her. Cough cough, I just want to see. Mo Chun, feeling mischievous, rubbed his nose and looked at Run Ran's unkind expression, only to shrug and give up. After hesitating a moment, Mo Chun finally spoke. I understand the experiment you mentioned. My former teacher also had similar plans. Now, unsurprisingly, that teacher has moved on faster than Old Man Feng. This means that if my teacher knew your current situation, they might ignore the wall and come after you directly. Be careful, he warned as a friend, speaking cautiously. Run Ran nodded clearly. Of course, if you're willing to let me study you, I can help you avoid my teacher, Run Ran said. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Mo Chun. Mo Chun, with his fist near his nose, took a step back, laughing awkwardly and saying nothing more. While Run Ran watched the small white creature climbing on her arm, her eyes were serious. It wasn't in fusion form now. Small White looked no different than before, like a flexible vine wrapped around her arm. Now that Small White had become a system plant, it couldn't be stored in the plant space. However, it didn't seem to take up space in her plant usage limit. That's a good thing. But, as Mo Chun said, she needed to be more careful. That night, because of Run Ran's return, Leader Lin Qing was very happy and held a banquet to welcome her. This shows Run Ran's important status here. Since you haven't been here these days, we also helped the camp solve some problems. In this abandoned Ichuan city, there are not only the Hope Camp, many camps gather together, which often leads to conflicts. Fighting is common in this wasteland. Hong Yi followed Sister Yu and helped a lot. Because of this, the group didn't join the Hope Camp, but everyone still welcomed them. As for what happened during the day with the two brothers from the He family, Mo Chun later personally went to see Sister Yu. Mo Chun said something that Run Ran didn't know. She only knew that those 3 people never appeared in the camp again. That's the rule of the wasteland, cruel and straightforward. Useful people stay. Those with bad intentions either leave on their own or get expelled. If expelled, the methods are often harsh. Listening to their stories, Run Ran had a wonderful dream that night. The next morning, she saw Hong Yi waiting outside. Not far away, Mo Chun was helping Feng Miao Miao out of the vehicle. Is she awake? Feng Miao Miao had been sleeping deeply yesterday. Mo Chun used medicine. According to him, he has no combat power and can't protect a living dead, so he simply woke Feng Miao Miao up. Hong Yi was helpless about Mo Chun's attitude, which seemed to see Feng Miao Miao as less than a person. Run Ran, thank you. When she approached, Feng Miao Miao weakly expressed her gratitude. Her body temperature had returned to normal,
but her face was very pale. She looked like a fragile flower about to fall apart in the wind. In Mo Chen's view, there was no sense of protecting flowers. He let Feng Miao support herself alone. Just a small matter, Ran responded casually. By now, she and Feng Miao were no longer in a situation where one could be abandoned to solve everything. The vehicle started off under Sister Yu's watch. The red leaves are driving, with Ran in the passenger seat. In the back seat, Mo Chen is holding a test tube, shaking it to observe. Inside the test tube, a bright red liquid is very noticeable. That is blood, belonging to Feng Miao. There is a small puncture wound on Feng Miao's arm, healing. Just now, after getting her consent, Mo Chen drew a sample of her blood. His obsession with experiments made Feng Miao, a willing patient, change his view instantly. The human body is mysterious. For someone like Feng Miao, even just her blood is enough to fascinate Mo Chen. Leaning back in the seat, looking at Mo Chen beside her, Feng Miao smiles softly. From the rearview mirror, Ran observes the scene with a slight raise of his eyebrow. Based on their looks, both are clearly very attractive. Their features are almost flawless. When they focus, they look very suitable for each other. Ran, thinking about this word, watched the interaction between the two without interfering. From morning to night, the driver had changed to Ran, but it was not yet nighttime. To save time, they didn't plan to stop at night. Fortunately, the roads weren't too damaged, so they kept moving fairly quickly. However, in the Wasteland, nighttime is not safe. Pishuta stood on the roof of the car, shooting bullets. The whizzing bullets took the life of a creature that had fallen. For some very fast creatures, Snowflake P was used to deal with them. Mo Chen paid some attention to this new plant. But after nearly getting frozen by Snowflake P, Mo Chen gave up studying it. He gained some experience points, but Ran didn't stop to pick up the sore seeds. Missing out on a big chance, Ran's experience points reached level 3, 2070/3000, and the vehicle finally reached the outskirts of the steel ruins. It was early morning now. What should we do? Red Leaf rubbed her forehead and asked. Once a technological nation, this place was advanced in architecture. Tall buildings lined the streets, which were crowded. But after being invaded by creatures, it turned into ruins. This caused buildings to collapse and streets too. Even on the outskirts, large stones blocked the way. The vehicle couldn't get through. Let's walk. According to Mo Chen's calculations, their destination was at the center of this area. Driving would take an hour, but walking might take much longer. Still, there was no other choice. Fortunately, everything Mo Chen brought was stored in Ran's space, so the burden was lighter. The only person who felt uncomfortable was Feng Miao. She seemed a bit off today. Her body was again running a fever. The medicine provided by Mo Chen had little effect, only barely keeping Feng Miao conscious. I'm fine, she reassured everyone, smiling. She took a step forward but almost fell, only saved by Mo Chen pulling her back. Her weakened body made Feng Miao's eyes look dull. The group took turns helping Feng Miao as they entered the ruins. 10 years ago, a group of mutated creatures gathered here, nearly destroying the entire city. Back then, this place was almost a forbidden zone for humans. Because of that, attempts to take equipment from here all failed. Fortunately, over the years, the number of these creatures gradually decreased. Now, following Mo Chen's planned route, they moved carefully through the shadows. In a corner, the temperature was damp, and moss covered the walls. Exposed steel bars and cement blocks were piled nearby. Everywhere showed signs of natural rust and erosion. The air smelled thick and muddy. Looking up, visibility was very low. Ahead, 2 buildings were leaning toward each other, forming a triangular area. But the stability of this triangle made Ran find it hard to believe. Next, they planned to go through the building on the left. Is it really that building? Red Leaf asked, still in disbelief. They could see the white of the building in front of them. That was a plant mutation, with leaves spread out clearly. Yes, after passing through that building, we'll be there soon, Mo Chen confirmed confidently. We'll wait here for you, he said, watching Ran and Red Leaf. Chen decided to stay behind. Ran, who was going to open the way, also felt like giving up. He carefully approached with Red Leaf. As they got closer, Ran realized it was a broadleaf mutation. The leaves were as big as doors, spread flat on the ground. They stayed still like a carpet. But Ran didn't dare underestimate it. Ahead, a mouse sniffed the ground and approached the mutation. It even stepped on the leaves, and the mutation didn't react. The pale leaves were very soft, and the mouse eagerly chewed on them. Meanwhile, Ran saw the leaves curling inward. Chirp! With a mouse's squeak, the leaves completely wrapped around it. Soon, they heard the horrifying sound of the mouse being crushed. This brutal act was common for these creatures when hunting. This is the predator, not the prey. How do we get through? Hong Yi asked. Almost the entire building outside was covered with white fallen seeds, making it impossible to find a way around. We have no choice but to fight. Ran's answer was the only solution. In fact, the plant size is larger than that of animal or human-shaped fallen seeds because its branches and leaves can keep growing outward. Just like the fallen seed in front of us, with endless leaves covering the ground, making it impossible to step. I'll draw their fire, Ran said, then threw a seed. When the pea appeared, it was quiet. But once they started firing, the sound immediately caught the plant's attention. Vines shook in the air and swung to entangle and attack. Snow Pea slowed them down, while Pea Shooter aimed for a decisive strike. The two brothers worked well together. The attacking vines were like limbs of the fallen seed, but they were being cut off constantly by Ran. This fallen seed couldn't regenerate, but it had too many limbs. The Pea Shooters were almost smoking from continuous firing, and their attacks grew more intense. Wind blades combined with bullets cut through the escaping vines. Just as they were about to succeed, the leaves that had remained still suddenly rolled up. For a moment, Ran had a bad feeling. And usually bad feelings turned out to be right. The rolled-up leaves compressed like springs and then shot out suddenly. Something was expelled. Ran saw clearly. It was water droplets. No, it was fluids. The fluids from the fallen seed were highly corrosive, and when they hit the ground, they immediately emitted a foul smell and turned black. Given their power, even a small amount could cause severe damage. Ducking behind a wall, Ran noticed that the pea's firing speed had slowed a bit. Looking up, he saw that the fluid was stuck to the pea, some even blocking the gun barrel directly. The corrosive liquid made the pea suffer as well. Its strong body was damaged, affecting its attack power. When firepower was insufficient, the fallen seed's attack was imminent. Pouncing forward, Little White leapt out from his sleeve to block the vine. Two similar colors tangled together, fighting fiercely. Little White's branches looked thinner compared to the opponent, but they were quite powerful. He successfully protected Ran. With Little White now blocking the enemy, Ran's mind raced. Then suddenly, he smiled. In such a serious situation, Ran's smile seemed a bit out of place. When the Red Leaf saw a pumpkin head suddenly appear, it opened its mouth wide. Is this a plant? Pumpkins can protect the plants inside. Attack power, I don't fight, I only protect. The owner can try to wear me like a hat. Feature, can be planted on other plants. Exchange experience, 120. Pumpkins are very useful as protective plants in the game. With a pumpkin, zombies need a long time to damage the plants. The same applies in the Wasteland. The next second after moving the Pea brothers into the pumpkin pot, Ran saw that the poison attacks could no longer affect the brothers. Unlike in the game, here the pumpkin can change its shape to match the plant. It's like putting a layer of orange armor over the pea. The armor blocks all attacks, but the gunfire continues fiercely. One shot after another, the Pea brothers become more excited. Two different colored bullets intertwine, smashing the leaves into disarray. Thanks to the pumpkin's protection, Ran's side regains the advantage. The tide of the battle turns, meaning they can counterattack now. Even without Ran speaking, Hong Yi has already taken action. The swirling tornado is beautiful and powerful. Once the entangled branches are caught in the tornado, they are crushed instantly. The large leaves rustle loudly. After being blown up, Ran saw the roots hidden beneath the leaves. The swollen roots look like a fat person, and nearby bones can be seen. Those are the remains of fallen plants. What Ran needs to do now is end this fallen plant's evil life.
Get ready.
Ran concentrates, her voice serious, and Hongyi nods to show understanding.
Go.
At her command, a strong wind blows. This wind isn't very powerful, but is very forceful and comes from all directions. Ran holds onto the pea stem and stays in place. She sees the fallen leaves swirling in the air, unable to fall down. The vines curl up, and the fallen plant seems to sense danger, trying to protect its roots. But the strong wind leaves no chance. Bullets the storm and hit the roots directly. Cracks appear on the roots. Ran also sees crystals inside. Just as she prepares for the next strike, the fallen plant suddenly abandons its leaves and most of its vines. Is it escaping with a broken arm?
Impossible.
A smile plays in Ran's eyes. In the corner, the long-prepared cactus finally strikes. It aims directly at the opponent's vital point from the side. In the eyes of the fallen seed, Ran is the biggest enemy. To protect its weak spot, it can only sacrifice part of its front to shield itself. But the side is wide open. For the piercing strength of the cactus, just one sharp thorn is enough. The tip is pointed, the back slightly rounded. When the thorn pierces the base, it also pulls out a crystal. Twisted vines grow wildly. At the moment of death, the fallen seed surprisingly controls its body and charges directly at Ran. Abandoning defense, the opponent is very fast. But Xiaobai also quickly rushes out, its branches weaving in front to form a big net. All attacks fall into the net and are absorbed by Xiaobai. The final strength fades away. The soft vines fall to the ground like worms, easy to crush with a foot. Xiaobai retracts its branches, which are still only as long as an arm, and cling to Ran's arm, refusing to come down. The ability to freely change length appeared after absorbing strange potions at the fallen seed's base. After that, the seeds previously obtained were actually discarded by Xiaobai. It's like having a big meal and then looking down on street food. Dust rises, and the fallen seed is completely silent. Applause comes from behind. It's Mo Chun, walking over with Feng Miao Miao.
Great job.
Mo Chun, giving a thumbs up, looks at the transformed super warrior P with a mischievous gleam in his eyes.
Impossible.
His earlier refusal blocks Mo Chun's words. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Ran walks toward the tall building. Inside the building, the temperature is slightly lower and a bit shady. Although it's daytime, it still feels eerie. The ground is damp, with some mud piles emitting a foul smell. The tables and chairs inside are broken and fallen. This used to be an office building. A group of people jumps over a table as they move through the building.
Here.
Hongyi finds the floor plan of the building. Some rooms are collapsed, blocking the way, so they need to go around. By going this way, we can reach the back door. But I just checked, the first floor is completely blocked. We can only go upstairs. He points in another direction, where the fire escape stairs are. They are still intact, but there's no light at all. Okay, let's go. Since they are here, they won't give up just because of this small difficulty. Given the recent loud noise, it is possible that other hostile creatures will soon come looking for trouble, so we must act quickly. There is no time to waste. Several people, along with Feng Miao Miao, started climbing the stairs. This staircase was probably used as a storage room before, as many abandoned tables and chairs are here. The narrow corridor feels a bit crowded. The lights flicker and sweep upward, but nothing dangerous is seen. The second floor is blocked, but luckily, the third floor can still be reached. Through the broken glass, Ran can see a flash of white inside the building across the street. It is a hostile creature, and it seems to be a humanoid creature. Knowing how dangerous these creatures are, Ran quickens his pace. The descent from the third floor to the first floor goes smoothly. When they reach the first floor again, Ran looks back and sees some old clothes blocking the way behind them. The clothes are rotten and smell bad, but it's clear that it was a nest of some kind.
Others have also noticed this. Everyone immediately becomes alert. Just past this room, Emo-chan points ahead, looking tense. Without needing to say more, everyone moves toward that direction. The door is already damaged, hanging open, and needs to be pushed. Ran reaches out and gently pushes the door. It wobbles for a moment before crashing down loudly. The noise is quite loud. For a moment, Ran's heart races. He instinctively looks back, but sees no immediate danger. He's just scaring himself. Thinking this, Ran steps forward. The moment one foot crosses the threshold, a cold chill envelopes him. Xiao Bai immediately extends a long branch, pulling Ran back. But Hong Yi, who is a step behind, isn't so lucky. He sees a hand quickly reaching out. Hong Yi tries to dodge, but still gets hurt. A deep wound on his arm starts bleeding heavily. Hong Ye's face changes suddenly, and he quickly retreats, watching the doorway carefully. The lights shine on the inside, and from a different angle, everyone sees a hostile creature crouched under the table at the entrance. It is a humanoid creature, only as tall as Emo-chan's waist. Its face looks like a child's, pale and colorless. Cold, emotionless eyes stare at the three of them. It is licking its claws, which are covered in red leaf fragments. It chews on them and then swallows them. Its disturbing eating behavior makes people feel sick. Hostile creature. Feng Miao's voice is urgent. Even her body temperature rises again at this moment. Having been a castle princess for over 10 years, Feng Miao was experiencing her first close encounter with a fallen creature. And it was a humanoid fallen creature. Apart from its strange skin color, the creature looked almost like a normal young child. She thought of herself. At this moment, the young fallen creature before them once again reached out with its claws. Its speed was very fast. In just a moment, it was back in front of Hongya. Fortunately, Hongya was prepared this time. The wind swayed in the crowded area, moving her body in another direction. Seeing Hongya successfully escape, the fallen creature's eyes fixed on Emo-chan and Feng Miao again. Perhaps in its view, they were two weak beings. A savage hunger flickered in its eyes. It crouched down, crawling like an animal. With a leap, it directly reached the wall. Even though there was nothing for it to cling to, its body still hung firmly on the surface. After adjusting its angle, it lunged directly at Emo-chan. Pea-shooter also acted as a protector at this moment. A bullet accurately hit the fallen creature's shoulder. Usually, this would have torn a bloody hole in its shoulder. But this time, although it was broken through, it didn't cause a serious wound. The muscles in its shoulder squeezed the bullet out. The pea was flattened, and the tiny wound healed quickly. The creature's ability was especially strong. Realizing this, Ran sped up her shooting. Little white branches whipped out, grabbing Emo-chan and Feng Miao's waists, pulling them close. Bullets whizzed past here, hitting the ground or walls. The creature was very fast. Like a monkey, it moved around the room, shifting positions. Sometimes on the ground, sometimes on the ceiling, its body light as if it had no weight. It switched from attack to defense, seeming to be wary of Ran's strikes. But Ran saw clearly. The creature was always guarding the only escape route. Clearly, it wanted to trap them here. Just one humanoid fallen creature might be a bit troublesome, but eliminating it wouldn't be impossible. It's fast, right? Don't forget, she has a special device to slow things down. The moment the snowflake pea appeared, the bullet already hit the humanoid fallen creature. The creature's reaction was the same as before, squeezing the bullet out of its flesh. The icy blue bullet exited its body. But the frost it carried had already covered the fallen creature. The frost spread over its limbs, adding an eerie look to its pale body. When that humanoid creature tried to change position again, it was surprised to find that its speed had slowed down. Its body couldn't keep up, and while reaching for the roof, it directly fell to the ground. If the creature could think, it would now have a stunned expression. But Ran didn't plan to give it time to react. She shot a bullet that directly hit its head this time. After leaving a bloodstain, it could no longer move forward.
The cactus that followed closely completed its mission of ending the fight. It pierced through the wound and out the back of the head. The cactus's spine stuck to the wall and swung wildly. The humanoid creature, just standing up, fell back to the ground. Blood spread beneath it. In its bloodthirsty eyes, a grayish-white color gradually appeared. The creature was dead. Ran patted her big son's head. Then, in the depression where the cactus couldn't be touched, she withdrew her plants. She gained 100 experience points. This battle was not a loss. She dug out the source seed and threw it into the planting space, feeding it to the sunflower. As the owner, the sunflower hadn't left the planting space for a long time, but still bloomed brightly. A small incident, but it was safe and smooth. After dealing with the creature, the three quickly entered the door and successfully reached the back of the building. "Where is the research room?" Red Leaf asked. Previously, Mo Chun had said that crossing here would lead to the research room. But ahead was just ruins. It looked like it had been bombed, with buildings turned into rubble, almost flattened. "Do you think the research room on the surface can be saved?" "It's underground. The entrance is over there." Mo Chun led the way, his elegant face serious. The surroundings were very quiet. To Runran's surprise, besides the two creatures just now, she saw no other creatures. Could it be that the city once occupied by those creatures had already been abandoned? Thinking this, Ran followed behind Mo Chun and quickly reached the ruins. The collapsed walls showed no intact parts. Red Leaf used her wind ability to sweep away the stones. An underground passage was revealed. The door was twisted, and they had to use great effort to open a path. It was dark below. "Should we go down?" The group was still on the surface. Ran looked around, feeling a bit strange. Their location had no cover, so it should have been easy for those creatures to spot them. But so far, she hadn't seen any danger. On this wasteland, Ran doesn't believe there is any place that is completely safe. Mo Chun, who took the lead, didn't hesitate and simply walked forward. "Are you familiar with this place?" Feng Miao asked, sensing the doubts among the others. "Not exactly familiar," Mo Chun replied softly. "I just came here once when I was a kid with my family." In the empty tunnel, their footsteps were clear. The flashlight flickered, casting light on the dust dancing in the air. Many footprints remained here, showing the chaos when those people fled long ago. Mo Chun turned on the backup power for the elevator. After a creak, it carried them down to the third underground floor. The space was tight, and breathing felt crowded. When the elevator doors opened, Ran stepped out first. But in the next second, blinding lights lit up underground. Squinting, Ran heard many footsteps approaching. He tried to look ahead and saw Foam Tian sitting calmly in a chair, waiting for them. How could he be here? As doubt rose, Ran quickly dismissed the idea that someone in their team had betrayed them. But more shocked than Ran was Foam Miao. She stared blankly at Foam Tian, her eyes a little dazed. "Grandpa," she called out. Foam Tian stood up and reached out his hand to Foam Miao. "Miao, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Be good. Come here. If you keep listening and obey in the future, I won't hold anything against what I do to you now." Old Feng's voice was gentle as always. His smiling face showed no malice. But Ran looked around and saw the people standing behind Foam Tian, and he knew this wouldn't be easy. "Grandpa, how did you find this place?" Foam Miao asked, her lips trembling as she bit them. Was her hope really just in his hands? Mo Chun answered her, looking very serious, unlike his usual joking self. His eyes even carried a sense of urgency. "If I hadn't guessed, he would have already expected you, Ran, to come here for help. And I would definitely come here to find a way, because this place has everything I want." As Mo Chun said, what they saw were the enemies and those devices. Despite the years, the equipment was still intact, not damaged at all. Foam Tian had been waiting here for a long time, seemingly for an opportunity.
Haha.
"You're truly the disciple of the martial arts dean." Foam Tian clapped and praised, looking at Mo Chun with satisfaction. "Young talent is rare in the Wasteland. If you fall now, Dinwu would be very sad."
Mr. Mo, how about joining my team? I happen to need top experts like you. It was another invitation, but Mo Chun sneered coldly.
Let me decline.
I'm not interested in people like you. You and my teacher are alike. I can't guarantee my safety if I follow you. Mo Chen's tone was cold and a bit rude. Hearing this, Foam Tian only raised an eyebrow and didn't seem angry. But his gaze shifted to Run Ran. Miss Run, we meet again. How have you been lately? It sounded like friendly small talk, but to Run Ran it was just nonsense. I'm fine, but if it weren't for you, old Foam, I'd be doing better. She had been caught in a trap because of a careless mistake. Even now, this issue hadn't ended. Thinking of this, a hint of anger appeared in Run Ran's eyes. Foam Tian's eyes also turned cold with killing intent. What about Foam Meow Meow's family? They kept bothering her, and she wouldn't hold back anymore. Such a pity, Foam Tian said without doing anything himself. His uncle Xia, behind him, had already made a move.
Just like last time.
Suddenly appearing in front of Run Ran, his fist swung fiercely, imposing and powerful. But this punch hit a pea-sized object instead. Snowflake peas still followed the usual pattern, and the other person fell for it. But was it really that simple?
No.
Uncle Xia was just the first to strike. When the battle signal was given, everyone behind Foam Tian started fighting. Bright flashes of energy lit up the area, making it crowded and chaotic. What are the items you want? She had planned to quietly make medicine here, but now it seemed impossible. Run Ran lowered her voice and asked Mo Chen. She needed to hide the items in her space before those people destroyed the equipment. There in that room, Mo Chen's gaze was on the left side. There was a door that was always closed. She couldn't see inside. But based on Mo Chen's confident attitude, Run Ran was willing to believe him. Okay, Hong Yi, cover me. As she finished speaking, the wind suddenly picked up. The flames that were supposed to attack Run Ran and others were blown back. This time, I didn't see Sister Liang, but clearly, old Master Feng is not short of helpers. His defensive ability is still strong, but it is earth-based. A wall of earth rises up, blocking Hong Ye's attack. Meanwhile, Mo Chun takes the opportunity to throw a potion, which hits the earth wall. As the glass shatters, a mist spreads out.
Poison.
Someone shouts, and everyone quickly covers their mouths and noses. But soon, coughing sounds begin to ring out. Who told you my potion can only work if you breathe it in? Mo Chun, speaking confidently, gives Run Ran a look. Understanding instantly, Run Ran rushes out. Psychic power level 4 plant capacity. 1/10 this is part of her current status panel. Last night, her psychic power broke through again. After mastering 5 new plants, the system arrived as promised, offering her a chance to draw a prize. Perhaps to help her face these crises, the system also gave her a good item in the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, shape-shifting. It sounds impressive, but the explanation is simple. In the past, once she planted her plants, to move them, she had to pick them up and replant them. Even plants taken from the planting space, once placed, needed to be picked up again to change position. But with this skill, she can make plants appear somewhere else with just a thought. Of course, there are limits. They must be within her line of sight. Even so, this greatly improves Run Ran's combat ability, finally allowing her to realize her dream of moving her turret. Using tables and equipment as cover, Run Ran quickly approaches the door where Mo Chen is. But someone soon notices her plan. When Uncle Xia's gaze sweeps over, someone comes to block her. At this moment, the P brothers are still standing near the elevator, protecting Mo Chen and others. However, when a large amount of smoke disperses around them, everyone loses their sense of direction. The mushroom in the corner keeps spewing smoke, and above it, a coffee bean quietly nestles. The coffee bean is used to wake up sleeping mushrooms. Features: single use, placed on other plants to wake sleeping mushrooms. Hey guys, wake up. The sun's shining on our butts. Exchange experience: 70. Although it is still daytime, the caffeine injection makes the mushrooms become more energetic.
The smoke is thick enough, so when some people finally find the direction where Ran was just now, they realize she is no longer there. Not far away, Ran is watching an enemy bent over and checking under the table. She directly makes a carnivorous plant appear beside her and bites off the enemy's head. At this moment, she is holding a lantern in her hand. Lantern plant lights up an area, helping you see through the fog. Range illuminates surroundings, maybe elsewhere too feature. Lets you see through the fog exchange experience. 30 perhaps because of the high experience points, she is quite capricious. Every natural day, Ran chooses to exchange some new plants. These two are the result of her accumulated efforts over time. When thick fog spreads here, Ran, holding the lantern plant, sees everything clearly. Bullets from Mo Chen and others hit enemies in the fog with great accuracy. Next to her, Hongyi opens her eyes wide, feeling a bit frustrated. Normally, wind can away fog. But strangely, no matter how she uses her supernatural powers, the fog seems frozen in place, unmoving. She tries hard to see what's ahead, and suddenly, she sees a lamp appear in front of her. The floating lamp has grass leaves growing on it. Perhaps sensing Hongye's gaze, the lantern plant's stem lengthens, and 3 roots appear, holding itself steadily in front of the group. It looks very much like a small street lamp. When the light from the lantern invades the thick fog, Hongyi is surprised to find she can see clearly. She sees the enemy, blindly groping around as if she were blind. Several times, she almost gets close, but then, as if haunted by a ghost, she changes directions strangely. The fog's effect is just too strong. But with the lantern's light, everyone can see the enemy's movements. The ghostly behavior of the enemies is caused by Mo Chen. The test tube is opened, releasing pink smoke that perfectly blends into the thick fog. Hallucinogens that can cause illusions. It wasn't supposed to be so easy to make those people fall for it, but Ran's move was too powerful. With their cooperation, Ran successfully reached the door. The moment she pushed the door open, a smile appeared on her face. But in the next second, that smile froze on her face. The dagger brushed past her neck, leaving a bloodstain. If Xiaobai hadn't quickly pulled Ran away, she might have already been fatally stabbed. Behind the door, a woman appeared with a disappointed look. She licked the blood on the blade and showed a bloodthirsty expression. Be careful. Suddenly, she attacked again, moving very fast. Ran couldn't even see how the other person was attacking. The woman was skilled in close combat. With Xiaobai's help, Ran kept retreating step by step. Just as she was about to reach the door, Ran gritted her teeth and called out the wall fruit. When the dagger came again, the wall fruit fell from the sky and hit the woman directly. As expected, she retreated to dodge, giving Ran a chance to rush into the door. She quickly looked around and saw several devices. Ran couldn't tell what those devices were for, so she simply collected them all into her space. Anyway, she could store things. Suddenly, she felt a stabbing pain in her arm. The dagger appeared out of nowhere and cut along her arm. Her wound started bleeding heavily. Ran covered her arm, grimacing in pain. The woman sneered at Ran and then voluntarily entered the thick fog outside. This reckless behavior gave Ran a strange sense of danger, as if a beast was staring at her in the darkness. The strange thing was, the lantern plant couldn't reveal the woman's figure. What was going on? Should she go out? Standing at the door, Ran hesitated. With the strange potions made by Hongyi and Mo Chen, those people hadn't taken advantage of her. As long as she moved forward, they were close to the elevator and could leave quickly. Did Feng Tian really stay here just to help them escape smoothly? No, that couldn't be. The old man's methods wouldn't be so simple. Thinking this, Ran caught a glimpse of Feng Tian's smile. He was still standing in the fog, not leaving. Beside him, Uncle Xia was guarding him tightly. But the moment Ran's gaze shifted, Uncle Xia disappeared. He reappeared next to Mo Chen and the others. Be careful.
Hongye shouted.
A wind blade cut toward Uncle Xia. Hongyi, with level 3 abilities, faced Uncle Xia and seemed a bit overwhelmed.
It wasn't that Hong Yi was not strong, but Uncle Xia's ability was too unpredictable. However, Uncle Xia didn't attack. When he was closing in on Feng Miao Miao, he threw something. The potion. That was the most familiar thing to Emo Chen. He threw it toward Feng Miao Miao, and Emo Chen instinctively pulled her back. At this moment, Feng Miao Miao was swaying dangerously. The potion shattered on the ground. Feng Miao Miao, who was covering her mouth and nose, seemed to be fine. Uncle Xia immediately stopped, causing Ren Ran's attack to miss. Using the fog as cover, Ren Ran successfully returned to her teammates. Let's go. Without any words, the group quickly turned around and fled. Until the elevator reached the upper floor, everyone finally relaxed. Did we get it? Hong Yi asked Ren Ran, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. It was very dangerous just now. All their fighting was to protect Ren Ran. After all, their goal was those instruments, not to kill Feng Tian and others. Yes, we got it. In a crowded part of the space, a lot of equipment was piled up, enough to meet Emo Chen's needs. Are you okay? Emo Chen asked Feng Miao Miao, holding a piece of broken glass. It was part of the potion bottle Uncle Xia threw earlier. The potion on it had completely evaporated. It was colorless and tasteless. He couldn't identify the ingredients by appearance or smell. But that kind of person would never do useless work. Emo Chen supported Feng Miao Miao, feeling a bit worried. I'm fine. Feng Miao Miao, who had just escaped, smiled happily. But as she smiled, she started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Blood was on her open palm. Feng Miao Miao was stunned, then naturally lowered her hand. I'm just waiting for your potion. Emo Chen chuckled at her relaxed words. Okay. Their exchange carried an unspoken understanding. Nearby, Ren Ran stroked her chin and exchanged a knowing look with Hong Yi, both smiling silently. After leaving the laboratory and returning to the surface, Ren Ran finally understood why there were so few mutants here. It was probably cleared out long ago by Feng Tian and others. Now that they had the item, they needed a place to develop the potion. However, returning to the camp would surely cause trouble. Feng Tian had even calculated Emo Chen's plans. A small camp like this could be destroyed easily. The group discussed and decided to keep searching the wasteland for a place to settle. But things didn't go smoothly. They wandered for nearly half a day without finding a place with enough power. At this moment, they had already completely left the Hope camp behind. The old map shows that this place used to be a busy area. But now, there are no intact buildings left. Ren Ran, driving, looks at the scenery outside with a bit of sadness. Let's try here, she says, pointing to a spot on the map. It used to be a power station. If there's any place with electricity left, this is the only possibility. Do you think Feng Tian is waiting for us here again? Her joking words make everyone laugh, because it's possible. But does that mean we'll fall for it every time? Ren Ran doesn't believe it. The car turns sharply and heads toward the power station. In the back seat, Feng Miao Miao seems a little sleepy. Sometimes she's awake and talks to everyone, but most of the time, she's sleeping. Feng Miao Miao's temperature is rising, and with Emo Chen's care, she's barely holding on. Ren Ran doesn't delay. She presses the gas pedal to the floor and drives quickly, reaching the power station before night falls. I went to clear it with Hong Yi, Ren Ran says as she jumps out of the car at the station entrance. The environment here is very primitive. There's overgrown grass everywhere, and apart from their tire marks, there are no other signs of life. Feng Tian probably didn't find this place. But that also means there could be other dangers inside. Ren Ran's decision is very necessary. The two walk together and push open the rusty big door. It squeaks loudly and then falls to the ground. The loud noise seems to have disturbed the inhabitants inside. It's a group of rats. A white rat swarm runs wildly. Whether in her world or this wasteland, rats are always annoying. Pea fires and cactus spines scatter everywhere. The rat group is strong, but under fire, the weaker rats fall one after another under her bullets. The experience points in the system keep jumping. After half an hour of cleaning the entire power station with Hong Yi, it's finally done. Level 3.
2850/3000, just a little more to reach level 4. Among the different types of mutants, animals are the most social, so they always come in large groups. Once everything is safe, Hongyi goes to the door to wait for others. Ran goes deeper inside. Many devices are damaged, but as always, the power station still has plenty of electricity. There's no shortage of backup power sources. After kicking open a room, the engine was still in perfect condition, and the powerful mechanical roar echoed loudly. But professional tasks still need professional people. Ran entrusted Mo Chen with the remaining parts of the power station to continue cleaning. For such important facilities, they are usually abandoned only at the very end. It was clear that many parts here were still well preserved. Even the wall had only collapsed on one side. In this way, it seemed like a very good place. After clearing the last of the corrupted creatures, Ran looked at the progress bar, which was at 2950/3000, and fell into thought. Maybe buy one, get one free, and give her another corrupted creature. Laughing, Ran planted pea shooters around the buildings where the others had entered. At the four corners and on the roof, cacti stood guard, and Ran had already given the order to open fire if enemies appeared. As long as the big guys made a move, she would get immediate feedback. The green peas hid in the grass, almost invisible. But for the peas, these weeds were no problem. The cacti growing diagonally on the roof looked like strange decorations unmoving, while the big red flowers on top swayed with the wind. They looked very graceful. Right now, inside a 9-story building where they were, it seemed to be the office area for the power station staff. Many piles of discarded documents were stacked here. But because of this, the power supply was still sufficient. A table had been cleared for use. Various bottles and jars were placed in front of Mo Chen. Mo Chen's expression was very serious now. As her fingers moved quickly, some unknown liquids were added and reacted. In the corner, Foam Miao was lying weakly on a chair. Ran looked at her for a moment before taking Hongyi outside to get some food. People need to eat no matter what. The pot here seemed a bit out of place. The flames burned, and the meat soup inside boiled, filling the air with a delicious aroma that made Ran's stomach growl with hunger. Footsteps approached from behind. Ran turned around and saw Foam Miao walking over. She moved slowly, each step very laborious. Her hair was a bit messy, covering her face, so her expression was unclear. Hungry? Want to eat? Ran handed her a bowl and asked Foam Miao. Her slender hand reached out, seeming ready to accept Ran's kindness. But in the next second, that hand bypassed the bowl and directly grabbed Ran's shoulder. What's wrong? Ran asked, feeling Foam Miao's nails digging into her flesh. It hurt terribly. Foam Miao still didn't respond. When she looked up again, Ran saw those pitch-black eyes. There was no emotion inside. They looked somewhat familiar. She twisted her arm, trying to break free from Foam Miao's grip. Ran quickly stepped back, her eyes becoming cautious. She remembered this kind of Foam Miao. After being captured by Yushi earlier, Foam Miao had fallen into this wild state. She became fierce and cruel. But that time, she didn't attack herself. Now, Ran felt a great danger from Foam Miao. Sure enough, just as Ran escaped, Foam Miao's attack followed closely. Her arm twisted, as if an invisible monster was pulling at her. Experiencing Foam Miao's strength firsthand, Ran couldn't quite understand it. With Mo Chen nearby, how could she be in this state?
No, Mo Chen.
Earlier, Foam Miao was in the same room as Mo Chen. Could Mo Chen be in trouble? Thinking this, Ran had no time to care about others. Suddenly, plants appeared in front of her. The ability to switch places really is very useful. A bullet was fired, but Foam Miao caught it easily. Yes, caught it. Foam Miao squeezed the pea until it was flattened and threw it on the ground. And her delicate skin showed no wounds. Foam Miao, empowered by her abilities, was terrifyingly strong. What's going on, Miao? What are you doing? Nearby, Hongyi didn't know what had happened and tried to approach Foam Miao to catch her.
Don't go over. Ran shouted, but it was too late. As Hongyi got closer, Feng Miao waved her hand. An invisible hammer struck Hongyi, knocking her flying. She hit the wall and then slid to the ground. Hongyi, coughing blood, looked very bad. Her chest was caved in. Remaining calm, Ran looked at Feng Miao and quickly thought. She trusted Mo Chen's abilities. The only possibility was. Suddenly, she remembered the potion Uncle Xia had thrown near Feng Miao earlier. At that time, she felt no discomfort. But now it seemed that the potion might be the cause of Feng Miao's current explosion. Was Feng Tian trying to use his granddaughter to kill them? What a clever plan. Ran thought, feeling a cold shiver in her heart. The snowflake peas took the opportunity to strike Feng Miao, covering her in frost, which slowed her down. Her attacks became lighter and less effective. This was helpful. Ran's eyes lit up. But soon, she saw Feng Miao's gaze. Just one look, and she felt a strange sense of suffocation. Forcefully looking away, Ran leaned on the pea branch, gasping heavily. Feng Miao's strength was truly abnormal. That invisible, intangible feeling made her unsure how to respond. Bullets couldn't hit Feng Miao. The frost-slowing effect was minimal. Thorny vines appeared around Ran, forming a high wall of sharp thorns that kept Feng Miao at bay for a moment. Taking a brief breath, Ran's face was serious. The other side was expressionless, but the murderous intent she felt told her they were serious. Something broke. When Feng Miao forcibly tore apart the pea gun pouch, Ran's heart raced. She had lost her favorite big toy. Clenching her teeth, Ran frantically searched her plant catalog for something to deal with this moment. Hypnotic mushrooms? She had used them before, and they worked well. Without hesitation, Ran exchanged one and threw it out. But the spores were still in the air and were crushed by Feng Miao's strength. Wasting 100 experience points, the surrounding thorny vines had already been torn apart. Well, the thorny vines were gone too. Ran quickly retreated, looking for a way out. Pumpkin? When her eyes landed on this plant, she hesitated. In the game, pumpkins could sit on any zombie and kill it instantly. Could she use this to deal with Feng Miao? While she was still thinking, Feng Miao didn't give her time. Feng Miao attacked again, bringing a terrifying. Her palm brushed past Ran's cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Ran squinted, frustration building inside her. Feng Miao now seemed like a robot without consciousness. It wasn't clear if she truly wanted to kill her. Was she just trying to stall? A wall fruit appeared, blocking Feng Miao's attack and delaying her. Ran was about to close the system, but noticed another plant. Garlic cloves appeared in her hand, and she immediately threw them to the ground. Being some distance from Feng Miao, the garlic could grow successfully. Like the garlic she knew, the cloves were wrapped in a shell. The small leaves on top looked very cute. The plump belly, about the size of a wash basin, was swollen. She plans to stand quietly in front of Ran. When Feng Miao approaches, her attack strangely veers off course. Garlic forces zombies to avoid the path attack power. I am a passive skill. I never attack on my own feature. Causes enemies to change course exchange experience. 50. The appearance of the magical garlic leaves Feng Miao feeling dizzy. Even though the enemy is right in front, she can't seem to hit them. This diverting attack gives Ran some time. But Ran knows this effect isn't foolproof. Otherwise, she would have used these plants to conquer the world. The stronger the enemy, the weaker the special effects of some plants. For example, the frost from snow pea only reduces Feng Miao's speed from full level 100 to 90. But even so, that remaining 90 is still beyond many people's reach. In fact, when Ran just helped Hongyi up, Feng Miao had already broken free from the garlic's control. A flick of her fingertips releases a burst of garlic scent. The garlic is crushed instantly. Feng Miao seems to realize she's been played. Her gaze toward Ran shows some emotion, but it is anger. Her attacks become even more fierce. This time, Feng Miao doesn't even approach Ran.
Ran feels a constriction around her neck. That invisible hand is gripping her, lifting her up. Her limbs swing in the air. Facing suffocation again, Ran remains calm, letting the remaining peas attack Feng Miao Miao. Bullets passed, stopping as usual in front of Feng Miao Miao. Ran really wants to take control of the trajectory and find a way to attack. But as that hand closes, the lack of oxygen makes her dizzy and blurry. Am I going to die? Just as death approaches, the seed in Ran's hand finally drops. The ice blue seed is very small. It's not a snow pea, but a mushroom seed. As soon as it touches the ground, a mushroom begins to grow. It's about the size of a palm, and at the moment it takes shape, a burst of frost is released around it. The freezing effect, stronger than snow pea frost, instantly freezes Feng Miao Miao. This time, it's not frost but a direct ice seal that traps Feng Miao Miao there. Like an ice element power, energy spreads out, but when it touches Ran, the freezing stops spreading. The force pressing on Ran disappears. Ran gently freed herself by opening the other's hand. Ice Shroom can temporarily freeze all zombies on the grass. Attack power cannot damage you, but can freeze you. Range of attack: all enemies on the ground. Did you know? Ice Shroom is actually a face in a mask. Experience gained, 100. This was the last stock she had previously exchanged, and now she could finally see its power. Spore was thrown directly at Feng Miao Miao, but she would notice and destroy it, so Ran had to use herself as bait. The attempt was successful, but her neck was a bit weak. Covering her neck, Ran coughed several times before catching her breath. However, she didn't feel happy for long. As the saying goes, the seeds used for the first time are not very powerful. At this moment, Ran heard the sound of ice cracking in her ears. Looking up, she saw Feng Miao Miao still staring at her through the ice. Even through the ice blocks, Ran could feel her opponent's killing intent. Without wasting time, Ran pulled Hongya and was about to run outside. Just as she reached the door, she heard something falling, clattering like hail hitting the ground. Grinding her teeth, Ran pushed Hongya out first. Then, unsurprisingly, she was caught again. The ice shroom had been shattered. It was a one-time use plant, quite expensive and cannot be recovered. Fragments rolled onto the ground. Feng Miao Miao stepped on the ice, her eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, her hand struck directly at Ran's chest. If that palm hit, Ran's heart would stop immediately. She twisted her body and forced herself to dodge, and the wall was instantly shattered. Her longtime protector was lost in an instant. But luckily, Ran finally saw the person she had been waiting for. Just as Feng Miao Miao was about to kill her, a syringe finally pierced her neck. The injection barely affected Feng Miao Miao's current state. But with the red potion injected, her expression twisted in pain. Her once flawless face showed suffering. She covered her neck, her face contorted with rage. She pushed Ran away and knelt on the ground. A sobbing sound came, as if she was crying in pain. Sweat soaked Feng Miao Miao's clothes. Seeing Chen standing behind Feng Miao Miao, Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Chen, this troublemaker, wouldn't die so easily. Delaying time was just to wait for Chen's arrival. Thank you for your effort. Looking at Ran's disheveled state, Chen's tone seemed a bit apologetic. He probably wouldn't say that when he noticed Feng Miao Miao's condition was wrong. His first instinct would be to hide himself. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have enough time to develop an antidote. Surely, he wouldn't really let Ran and Feng Miao Miao fight to the death. It's okay. Chen crouched down and held Feng Miao Miao's shoulders, but in the next second, he was pushed away ruthlessly.
Get lost.
Feng Miao Miao spoke, her tone fierce, with a murderous look in her eyes. Chen didn't mind her attitude. Hang in there a little longer. Feng Miao Miao was no longer her usual self. She had become like a human who sacrificed all emotions to gain power, turning into a machine without feelings. Chen's goal was to help her recover those feelings. But this process was painful. Under Chen's comfort, Feng Miao Miao's body curled up. Then she rolled her eyes and fainted. Chen gently caught Feng Miao Miao. Ran followed behind. Can her condition be fixed? If she kept losing control and acted like a ticking bomb, exploding without warning and causing chaos, Ran wouldn't risk himself every time. Seeing Ran's concern, Chen's tone became teasing. Do you think I'm an amateur? Don't worry, the medicine I made will definitely fix her. As a genius so talented that even his teacher was jealous, Chen didn't think this was a big problem. It just takes some time to fully stabilize her condition. During this period, she might still have outbreaks. While bandaging Hongya's wound, Ran raised an eyebrow at this. So, in the short term, we can't leave here, right? We can't bring Feng Miao Miao, this ticking bomb, back to the camp.
Yes. Montag Chen was straightforward.
Ran sighed. She thought, with all this trouble, she shouldn't have saved Feng Miao Miao. No, she shouldn't have saved Feng Tian either. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she couldn't change the facts at hand. After settling Feng Miao Miao, as Ran was about to stand up, she suddenly felt dizzy. It was a strange sensation, like her soul had momentarily left her body. After a dazed moment, when she regained her balance, she saw Chen's furrowed brow. His serious expression made Ran feel confused. What's wrong? She asked. Could it be that Feng Miao Miao's condition had worsened again? You previously mentioned that when you were captured, someone injected some drugs into your body, right? Chen asked, holding Ran's hand tightly. There was no inappropriate physical contact. However, Ran felt that his fingers were gripping very tightly. He was nervous. Yes, but Xiao Bai absorbed those drugs. This also caused Xiao Bai's unusual behavior at the time. Thinking about it, those drugs probably weren't good. At this point, Ran was stunned. She suddenly looked at Chen and met his deep, dark eyes. You mean there's also a problem with my body? How many times have you felt dizzy like that? Chen's question made Ran think carefully. Just thinking about it, her face looked a bit grim. In recent days, she had been very tense, mostly fighting. The occasional dizziness she experienced, she thought it was just stress. But now, counting the times, her expression became serious. I can't count them all. In a soft voice, Ran saw Chen hand her a syringe. Take some blood, I'll check it out. Faced with the suggestion of being a test subject, Ran didn't refuse. According to Chen, the test results would take some time to come out. Feeling a bit frustrated, Ran left the room with Xiao Bai. Outside, it still looked wild and untouched. The view was broad. A place long uninhabited by humans, now covered with plants. Ran saw vines climbing up the walls, wrapping around the buildings nearby. From here, it looked uniquely beautiful. It was full of raw, natural beauty. Thinking about it, Ran felt more at ease. Whether it was herself or Feng Miao Miao, they probably wouldn't leave here anytime soon. Since that's the case, she decided to make some good arrangements around. Ran looked around and started planning in her mind. As for supplies, don't forget, she had a space ability, and she had also obtained a bunch of items earlier, enough for 4 people to use for a long time. Climbing onto the roof where a few others were, Ran looked at the cactus growing at the edge and smiled as she walked over. The scenery was beautiful, and the view was even better. She threw some seeds into the wild grass, where they were not obvious. Now, Ran could control 10 plants at once, not counting the plants in her planting space. She checked her inventory: 3 pea shooters, snow peas, a man-eating plant, a cactus, and a 4-leaf clover, each one. A few small mushrooms remain, along with pumpkin heads and lantern plants. Plants like smoke mushrooms and lantern plants, which only work in specific scenes, are mostly kept in a dormant state in the planting area by Ran. She also exchanged for a pea. The 4 brothers guard the 4 directions. As a precaution, the cactus stays in its usual spot. At the entrance, Ran buried 2 potato landmines. These are bombs that explode when touched. They are best used for ambushes. Since most of the potato landmine's body is hidden in the soil, it is very good at surprising enemies. Inside the building, It's not surprising to find a few mushrooms growing in dark, damp corners. After setting up these basic defenses, Ran sat on the edge of the roof and began to think. Over the past few days of fighting, she realized a problem. The number of plants is enough, but they're not strong enough. For example, facing Feng Miao, she was almost unable to fight back. If enemies had abilities like Feng Miao and stayed fully alert, it wouldn't be easy to fool them. Sometimes, surprise attacks don't work as well. Peas are enough to deal with normal enemies. But she needs stronger power to face tougher foes. Finally, her eyes settled on a certain plant. Double gun pea attack power, very strong range, wide feature. Double shooting speed, a street-smart pea with a strong competitive spirit, but powerful enough to support its ambitions. Note exchange experience. 200. She had liked the double gun pea from the start. Faster shooting, more powerful, and it has 2 guns. But 200 experience points was hard for her to gather at first. It's basically an upgraded version of the pea shooter, a powerful weapon for her future attacks. With attack power, what about defense? Giant wall fruit, important responsibility. No one can jump over it. Note attack power. 0, I won't attack, but you can't beat me feature. Cannot be jumped over or bypassed. The rules of the zombie world also apply in the Wasteland. Exchange experience. 150 at this moment. Ran's eyes shone brightly. She jumped down from the wall and exchanged for a giant wall fruit seed. She placed the seed in the corner of the wall, and it grew quickly. Unlike the wall fruit, it didn't stand directly in front of her to block the wind and rain. Instead, it was directly integrated into the wall. The original gray-brown wall turned into an earth-yellow color. It looked very much like a primitive mud house.
Yes.
The giant wall fruit actually fused directly with the building on the Wasteland, giving the building the same defensive ability. Ran ordered the pea shooter on one side to fire. The bullets shot out from the bushes and hit the wall. There was a sound, and some dust fell from the wall. But upon closer inspection, the bullets didn't go in very deep. A gentle touch made the bullets fall out. Seeing the small dents, Ran took out sunlight from the sunflower's food source. During this time, she had accumulated quite a bit of sunlight in her plant space. Unlike before, when she upgraded plants randomly, this time Ran had a plan. It was certain that upgrading the giant wall fruit was definitely worth it. She shined sunlight onto the wall, but it disappeared quickly. Giant wall fruit upgrading. The system prompt popped up, but the wall didn't change. This meant that the giant wall fruit could always stay fused, which was a good thing. Ran was pleasantly surprised by the performance of the giant wall fruit, even though her experience points dropped significantly again. Plus, the dual gun pea that could be exchanged the next day, Ran's experience bar was even lower. Level 3, 2200/3000. Wow, she was 50 points away from reaching level 4 before, but now she was getting further away. Despite that, Ran was full of confidence. As long as she was strong enough, earning experience points later would be much easier. After some planning, only one plant spot remained for her. With the teleportation ability, plants could instantly appear within a certain range where she could see. So she wasn't worried about leaving plants outside. The remaining spot was for emergencies. Having prepared all this, Ran finally felt at ease. She looked around. The area was still overgrown with weeds, but who knew that many of these weeds were actually dangerous plants? Her mood improved a lot. When Ran returned to her house, she found that Hong Yi was already awake. After learning about Feng Miao's recent outburst, Hong Yi was generous enough to forgive her.
Ugh.
When she wakes up, I'll give her a good scolding. Hong Yi, clutching her stomach and joking, looked at Feng Miao sleeping peacefully. The two chatted casually. Ran's gaze occasionally drifted toward Mo Chen's house. Mo Chen did not want anyone to disturb him while studying. Ran could only wait. After a while, he started to feel sleepy. Leaning against the wall, Ran's eyelids began to fight each other. That drowsy feeling made people just want to sink into it. Ran. In a dream without content, Ran heard a call. It was from Hong Yi. Suddenly, he woke up with a start.
Ran realized he had fallen asleep without noticing. It was Hong Yi who woke him up. No, she shook him awake. Was I just unconscious? Rubbing his forehead, Ran asked. Just by looking at Hong Ye's expression, Ran knew the answer. Her body, aside from feeling a bit sleepy, showed no other discomfort. At that moment, Mo Chin appeared before Ran, walking heavily. You are sick. Those 3 words made Ran, who was trying to stay positive, break down. He almost blurted out, You are the one who's sick, but he waited for Mo Chen's next words. The medicines injected into your body, although most of them have been absorbed by Xiao Bai. When he mentioned this, Xiao Bai seemed to puff up with pride, and Yizi trembled in front of everyone. But even if only 1% remains, your body cannot handle it. These were substances meant for the fallen, and Ran was undoubtedly just an ordinary person. The drugs had already started to change her genes, causing a certain breakdown. The dizziness and sleepiness were only the beginning. Later, your body will melt away. First, the skin drooping like that of very old people. Then the bones, which would become hunched. That was nothing new. Eventually, she wouldn't even be able to stand or walk, only lying in bed as a useless person. All of this would happen while Ran remained extremely alert. She would watch helplessly as she was rendered useless. Hearing about all the side effects, Ran's smile finally faded. Seeing Hong Ye's serious expression, she couldn't even offer a comforting word. She remembered the mudman from the Feng family villa. Aside from the system, she was just an ordinary person. The power of plants was also given by the system. Her body was different from Feng Miao's, which had been modified since childhood. If those medicines in Feng Miao's body were just catalysts, then for Ran, they could be deadly. Was Ran afraid of death? Of course she was. Everything she did was to survive in this wasteland. It was truly certain she would die, and she hoped for a quick end. Not this slow, lingering death. Like a dull knife cutting into flesh, each cut was filled with despair. Is there any way? Hong Yi asked Mo Chin anxiously.
Can you do it?
Under strong trust, Mo Chin didn't answer immediately. His silence seemed like a declaration of death. It's difficult. Fortunately, Mo Chen's final words brought a little hope. But it will still take time. Unlike Feng Miao's situation, Feng Miao's body had adapted to the drugs because she was the material. His job was just to neutralize the effects of the drugs. Ran, on the other hand, had to start over. The medicine Feng Miao used, Ran couldn't use. I'm willing to wait. Ran relaxed a bit. There are many medical miracles. People have been revived after death before.
So, I will go into seclusion now.
I'll leave things outside to you. Mo Chan was straightforward, and after saying this, he headed into his room. Ran nodded, then suddenly spoke again. Have you heard enough? This question made Hong Yi pause, but she heard footsteps. Someone opened the door in the next room. Feng Miao came out. Her face still looked a bit pale, but she was awake and her body temperature had returned to normal. When she looked at Ran, she clenched her sleeve, unsure of what to say. Even though she had been her grandfather's little test subject since birth, her life as a young lady for over 10 years was real. At least outside of research, no one dared to make her suffer. She was proud and had a strong sense of dignity. She had never bowed her head in her life. The moment she woke up, she vividly remembered attacking Ran. Feng Miao, who had seen Ran fight, knew he had already held back. Otherwise, even if Ran couldn't defeat her, he would have left her badly injured.
Sorry.
These 2 simple words made Feng Miao lower her eyes, her ears turning slightly red. She was embarrassed. By the way, Miss Feng, how many times have you apologized to me? Ran teased her. He gestured for her to sit down. It's okay. Maybe later, Mo Chin won't have figured out the medicine, and I'll go rogue too. Then you can just let me hit you a few times to vent. Their relaxed conversation made Feng Miao smile again. The 3 women weren't putting on any act at this moment. While waiting for Mo Chan to produce results, the 3 of them began doing housework. It almost feels like 3 women working hard just to support a homebody man.
After turning the power station into a base, the building where there was thoroughly cleaned out. In the refreshed living room, many items are placed. With Run-Ran's space supporting them, their lives are quite comfortable. However, as Run-Ran's periods of drowsiness each day increased, the atmosphere became more tense. One day, when Run-Ran woke up, she saw that the sky outside was dark. Looking at the time, it was 9 o'clock at night, but it was already the next day. She had slept the entire day. When she sat up, Run-Ran was not in a hurry to find Emo-chan. She looked through the system and hesitated a bit. Items produced by the system are always good. After exchanging her dual guns for planting space, she unlocked 5 new types of plants. This meant she had another chance at a lottery draw. According to the system, what she might get depends entirely on her luck. System, if Emo-chan can't do it, can you solve my physical problem? She asked the system. Although the system is rational and indifferent, since she arrived in the Wasteland, it has been by her side, giving her some sense of security. The system is not omnipotent. Hearing this, Run-Ran didn't feel discouraged at all. Usually, if it couldn't do something, the system would deny it outright. But it gave such an answer, so there is a way. However, that way still depends on luck. Thinking about this, Run-Ran decided to save her lottery chance for now. Isn't it not the end yet? She checked the plants she currently had. The giant wall fruit, after absorbing sunlight, had already upgraded. The crater she once blasted out had disappeared. The wall with self-repairability was enough to protect everyone here. The dual guns appeared in front of Run-Ran. In high spirits, the leaves rested on her legs as if they were coquettishly acting cute. Run-Ran took out some sunlight and fed it to the dual guns. The soft, golden material was swallowed, and a prompt from the system showed that the dual guns were upgrading. Everything was set up, so the only thing left was. In a room, several people gathered, which had almost been turned into a laboratory. Cold equipment was stacked together. Run-Ran sat in a chair, looking at the paper Emo-chan had placed in front of her. Blue-blooded flower? Reading the note beside it, Run-Ran was a bit confused. It seemed like they were making a plant guidebook. Yes, the blue-blooded flower. It looks bright blue on the outside, but the sap is red, so it's called the blue-blooded flower. I found remnants of this flower inside your body. If we need to reverse the effects of the medicine, I will need this blue-blooded flower. This plant grows deep in Shishan. Shishan is a natural dangerous area. Even during the times of advanced technology, no one could fully conquer it. The blue-blooded flower grows deep inside Shishan and is very rare, with extraordinary effects. In the past, people could enter Shishan, but now almost no one can, because it is occupied by the fallen seeds. Shishan's natural resources make the barren wasteland people very eager. Before, a team from the base went to explore Shishan. A group of dozens of people, but only a few returned alive. All because it was taken over by the fallen seeds. Over time, many still desire Shishan, but few take action. But Emo-chan now says that for Run-Ran to survive, she must go to Shishan. The topic became more serious. We must go. But the first to express her stance was Feng Miao Miao. Her tone was firm and decisive. Run-Ran can't have an accident, or none of us will survive. This statement sounded very strong, but it had some truth. The reason they could stay safely in the power station was because of the plants Run-Ran brought from outside. If something happened to Run-Ran and the plants lost their effect, the remaining 3 would struggle to survive here. I will go with Run-Ran, you stay here. Emo-chan's words surprised Ji-ran.
You.
Feng Miao Miao wanted to argue, but Emo-chan shook his head. Or, do you think you can find this flower exactly? He pointed at the paper. This was a drawing Emo-chan made himself. It looked like a peony, layered and hidden. The flower is beautiful, but honestly, in the lush vegetation of Shishan, they might not be discovered easily. Also, once the flower is picked, the sap must be collected immediately, or it will lose its effect. Can you guarantee that the operation will be flawless? No one could refute Emo-chan's words. Then we go together, Hong Yi suggested. But that's not enough, I still need the site and equipment, so I need you to stay and protect it. Otherwise, if they have supplies but no equipment, they would be wasting their effort. In this way, Mo Chen's plan is the only solution. Seeing Mo Chen's determined expression, Run Ran knew there was no other hope. A headache was inevitable. They had only just settled down, but now they had to set out again to the Wasteland, especially to the very dangerous West Mountain. However, to ensure the safety of the base, Run Ran left a pea shooter to guard. After giving the order, she couldn't sense what was happening from a distance. But for most enemies, the pea shooter could handle them on its own. She stroked the leaves of the pea shooter, and she and the others nodded, then left the power station with Mo Chen. West Mountain is named after its location in the west. Near West Mountain, there used to be a city famous for its granaries. Unfortunately, under the invasion of the Fallen, the entire city was flattened. The vehicle traveled for more than a day, and only then did they reach near West Mountain. Now, the trees in the city have grown tall, almost connecting with West Mountain. The vehicle sped over the broken road. After taking a detour, Run Ran looked at the thick tree trunks ahead and sighed. It seems we still have to walk. The roots of the trees, as thick as a python, pierced into the ground but also protruded in some places, blocking the way ahead. This was already the third route they had tried. Since it still didn't work, they had no choice but to get out and move forward on foot. In the jungle, the air was fresh but eerily quiet, no insect sounds at all. It felt like only she and Mo Chen were alive in the city. Mo Chen, still wearing a white coat, showed no sense of urgency. Finally reaching the foot of the mountain, Run Ran felt a bit troubled. When they first arrived, she had already seen the fallen creatures moving through the forest. In such a place, could they really find what they needed and return safely? No matter how worried Run Ran was for her own safety, she had to go through with it. Her fate was in her own hands. Suddenly remembering this, Run Ran sharply pressed Mo Chen's head. They were hiding carefully among the trees. Through the gaps in the leaves, Run Ran watched the fleeting white figure, but remained cautious. Most of the creatures here were fallen humans. One advantage of humans is their agility, much better suited to survive in West Mountain than larger animals. But this also meant that if she was careless, she might leave traces of herself. The two of them held their breath and stared intently in that direction. As expected, the fallen creature returned and wandered around in place. If the other could speak, it would probably be expressing its confusion. They stayed hidden in the bushes, remaining perfectly still. Mo Chen was patient, more than enough. Once the fallen creature had gone far enough, Ran let out a deep breath. Over here, the terrain of Shishan is steep, and few people have managed to climb to the highest peak. Luckily, the place they are heading to is in the valley of Shishan, so they don't need to climb, making the environment somewhat safer. However, this also means there could be many fallen creatures lurking there. Despite this, the two kept moving forward. Ran led the way, slowing down to let Mo Chen catch up. In general, Mo Chen's physical condition is quite good. But compared to mutants like Ran, he is not as strong. Because Ran was focused on Mo Chen, she didn't speed up. Although their progress was slower, it was more steady. They hid behind a large tree, holding their breath and focusing. Opposite her, Mo Chen squatted on the ground, seemingly fiddling with something, with his back turned to her. Behind Ran, there was a cracking sound, branches being crushed. A fallen creature charged wildly, its long, tough claws reaching straight for Mo Chen's back. Just as it was about to strike, a blooming man-eating flower beside Mo Chen suddenly opened its wide mouth. With one bite, it took off the creature's head. The severed head was spat into Ran's palm, covered in mucus, but she didn't mind. She patted the big head of the man-eating flower to praise it. This flower was the first plant she used after arriving in the Wasteland. It had repeatedly shown miraculous effects. After feeding on sunlight twice, the flower had evolved into a very powerful creature. When still idle, it looked like a strange plant, but once it opened its mouth, it would definitely bite off an enemy's head. The sound of swallowing echoed, gulp, as the flower devoured its prey. The second evolution had made the flower capable of hunting continuously. It wasn't until the fallen creature died suddenly that Mo Chen finally turned around. It was clear he was still a bit nervous. After all, being bait is a test of courage. He kicked the fallen creature and examined its body, eyes filled with curiosity. The strange look in his eyes made Rand quickly pull him away. Fallen creatures actually have senses slightly stronger than humans. In this place, the remaining bloodstains will soon attract the other fallen beings, so it's better to leave early. Following the path they took when they first arrived, the two of them walked together through the bushes, leaning on each other's waists. Unless there's no way to avoid it, Ran will choose to fight. Otherwise, they will take detours. And this walk takes a whole day. By now, the sky above has darkened. Visibility in the western mountains is very limited. There is also a layer of fog in the forest. Behind the thin fog, who knows what terrifying things might be hiding. Carrying Emo-chun, Ran finds a cave. The damp cave cannot be lit with fire or lanterns. They curl up in sleeping bags, with pea plants at the entrance, keeping watch. Even so, Ran doesn't sleep deeply. In the middle of the night, deep in the western mountains, there are eerie, howling sounds. They wake Ran suddenly. Turning his head, Emo-chun is sleeping soundly. Crouched at the cave entrance, listening to the sounds, Ran feels a headache coming on. It seems like their destination is nearby. There may still be normal animals in the western mountains, but their numbers are very few. After all, these fallen beings are not just humans. Anything alive, like animals, will be killed immediately if encountered. So, how did those howling sounds appear? Roar. Another loud cry, tearing through the silence of the forest. Ran always feels as if this sound is from a wolf leading its pack. Thinking back to the human fallen being who could control others, Ran has a bad premonition. Perhaps this journey will become even more dangerous. The next morning, the fog has not yet lifted. The two, needing to continue forward, slow down again. Fortunately, they haven't encountered many fallen beings along the way. Under Ran's protection, they have safely approached the western mountain basin. They lie on the mountain peak, their bodies hidden in the bushes. Ran looks slightly below, at the bright blue flowers. The blood blue flowers, they found them. Yes, this is definitely it, Emo-chun confirms, but their voices are very quiet. Because on the other side of this mountain peak, several human fallen beings are wandering around aimlessly. If they dare to go out and pick the flowers, they will surely be discovered. The consequences would be severe. There are probably many fallen beings hiding in the forest, and the open area ahead is exposed. If they reveal themselves, it would be like shouting for those fallen beings to come and attack them. Not wanting to be seen as food by the fallen creatures, Ran carefully crouched in the bushes, afraid to move. But staying like this was not a good solution. As time passed, the creatures across the way showed no sign of leaving. In fact, more of these fallen beings appeared in the basin. 1, 2, 11. There are 11 fallen creatures in total, Ran counted with a serious tone. Most of these were human-like fallen beings. Human-like fallen creatures are more agile than others. Despite their human appearance, they still harbor strong hatred toward humans. With Emo-chun, Ran didn't dare guarantee she could escape successfully. "I'll go and lure them away," Ran said. Waiting here any longer was not wise. She shook her head hard to shake off the dizziness, but her words caught in her throat when she saw Emo-chun. "Don't think you're safe. I will distract the fallen creatures here, and you need to quickly leave with those flowers. The way back might not be safe either. In any case, wait for me at the cave yesterday. If I haven't arrived by then, leave Western Mountain immediately." Ran's mind was clear, but she knew she wasn't entirely confident about her plan. Still, it was worth a try. "Okay," Emo-chun nodded after a moment of silence. "Be careful." His handsome face was hidden in the bushes, and his eyes showed concern for Ran. By now, they had become close friends, bound by life and death.
"Got it," she replied.
After saying this, Ran quickly moved away from Emo-chun. She put some distance between them and then stood on the mountain peak. Once Pea Shooter fired, Ran saw all the fallen creatures turn their attention to her. In an instant, their countless eyes seemed like snakes coiling around her.
She dared not stay any longer and hurried in the opposite direction from Mo-chin. To make sure the creatures nearby would follow, she paused a few times along the way to create noise. But when she saw the pale figures behind her, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was really digging her own grave. Thinking this, she didn't dare slow down and pulled those fallen beings along, rushing into the forest. Western Mountain was a wild, primitive range filled with large trees. Running through it was not easy. The leaves blocked her view and made fighting difficult. But because of this, she found opportunities to shake off the creatures chasing her. Along the way, Pea Shooter occasionally appeared, helping to slow down the relentless pursuers. Some of the shots missed, but some hit accurately. Even if not deadly, they can slow down those creatures. Skipping over a withered tree, Ran moved around a large tree, then distanced herself from the pursuing creatures behind her. Ran felt her speed was already at its limit. A roar came from behind. As she rolled and got back up from the ground, she saw a crater where she had been standing earlier. It wasn't human creatures that caused it, but plants hidden in the forest. These plants were small trees, very thin. After their branches missed, they snapped back and prepared to attack again. Just then, the human creatures arrived one after another. Ran saw one of them reach out and tear apart a plant creature. Its broken limbs fell to the ground, twitching a few times before going silent. The human creature was holding a piece of the plant creature, biting it with a crunching sound that made her scalp tingle. This was a place filled with human creatures, and even plant creatures were hunted here. Ran didn't dare look too long and quickly rushed forward, covering her head. On the other side, a few seconds after Ran left, Mo-chin didn't hesitate and rushed out from his hiding spot. He roughly grabbed a flower. The bright red juice flowed into a glass bottle. Mo-chin was very fast when it came to professional tasks. His worried gaze followed the direction Ran had gone, but he didn't foolishly chase after her. Instead, he quickly moved in the direction they had discussed.
Ha, ha.
His breathing was rapid, echoing loudly in the quiet forest. Ran was crouched in a tree, staring down at a creature below. She had been chased by these things for 2 hours now. After making sure she wouldn't harm Mo-chin, she finally started to fight back. Standing under a big tree were twin guns, which looked out of place among the other plants in the forest. Fortunately, these creatures couldn't tell the difference. The creature was approaching the big tree where Ran was hiding, searching, and roaring. Its saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, looking disgusting. Holding her breath, Ran waited for the right moment. When the creature entered her range, she took a deep breath and suddenly spoke.
Hey.
She only shouted once, but it immediately caught the creature's attention. When the creature's head lifted, the twin guns finally fired. 2 bullets spiraled out, hitting the creature's head precisely. A hole was torn open in her forehead. Her body swayed a few times, and the fallen creature collapsed to the ground, silent. Ran then jumped down from the tree, patting her big son's head. The evolved dual-gun shooter, 2 bullets were enough to break through these fallen creatures' defenses. The firepower did not disappoint Ran. After removing the source from the creature's head, she listened to the sounds nearby and ran toward the direction. She now uses the dense plants in the forest to disperse and handle those fallen creatures. She can't fight the group, but she is confident against individual enemies. That one just now was the 5th she had killed herself. Her hunter identity shifted, but the killing led by Ran did not stop. In this natural hunting ground, she can fully gain experience points. Plus, at this moment, Mo-chin doesn't need her to worry about anything, so Ran moves quickly. She emerged from the bushes, hiding behind a tree. Ahead, 2 human-like fallen creatures were howling. They had many cuts on their pale skin, the one she had injured earlier. P on the left poked out his head, but ran to the right. This time, she didn't need to shout. Her footsteps alone already alerted those 2 fallen creatures. They snarled and lunged at Ran. They moved very fast. The smell of blood and the stench filled the air. Looking at the pale skin of those 2 human-like fallen creatures, Ran remained calm. She shot one with her dual guns, and her nearby plant-eating flower took care of the other. Congratulations, the host's experience has reached level 3, 3000/3000. Would you like to upgrade? The system's voice suddenly sounded, but Ran didn't respond. Because just as she was extracting the source from these two, she saw another fallen creature in the bushes. It was an adult fallen creature, but small in size. It looked a bit creepy. Their eyes met. However, this fallen creature didn't attack her like its companions. Instead, it immediately turned and ran away. Its speed was like fleeing. But in the world of fallen creatures, there probably is no concept of running away. Following her principle of not letting any go, Ran decided to chase after it. Once she upgraded to level 4, she would have no experience points left to use. She needed to gather more first. But after chasing for a while, Ran started to regret it. The other creature moved very quickly, running through the forest with agility. Its swift movements gave Ran a bad feeling. After a few minutes, one person and one creature were still in a chase. Recalling her promise with Chen, Ran was about to give up when she noticed that the creature ahead had slowed down. Suddenly, another creature appeared. This new creature was large and muscular, about 2 meters tall, making Ran have to look up. When this powerful creature showed up, it directly lifted the smaller one and used its strength to twist the smaller creature's neck, causing it to die. At that moment, Ran felt uneasy. A loud roar suddenly sounded. It was from the tall creature. From its appearance, it seemed to be a man when it was human. Besides its pale skin, its body showed no other strange changes. In fact, its groin was wrapped with a circle of leaves. A wild person. The word popped into Ran's mind, and she felt a chill down her spine. At first, when humans dress like that, it was to hide their privacy or shame. But could a creature like this have shame? If you asked her earlier, Ran would have denied it. She stopped walking completely, crouched low, and hid in the dark grass to observe the creature. Soon, she saw other creatures approaching from nearby. They were all making strange sounds. Ran couldn't understand them. But they were communicating, sometimes with sounds, sometimes with gestures, like some kind of exchange. Exchange? Could creatures like these really communicate? Roar. Another loud roar. This creature seemed to be the leader. After its call, the others fell silent. All their eyes looked at it, as if waiting for orders. From Ran's position, she could see the front of the creature. She noticed that although its eyes were cold, it didn't seem crazy or confused like the others. It looked like it had independent thoughts. Things were getting terrifying. Ran's breath caught in her throat. No way. Her eyes widened, and she almost made a sound. Shut
up.
2 muffled words came from the creature's mouth. They weren't clear, but Ran was sure she hadn't misheard. After these 2 words, a new way of communication unique to the fallen beings emerged. Even so, this was enough to make Ran realize how terrifying her discovery was. Intelligent creatures. Among the fallen beings, intelligent species had appeared, and they still remembered human language. Moreover, it seemed that one of them had become the leader among the Western Mountain humans' fallen beings. At this moment, Ran's back stiffened. Just as she turned to leave, the fallen beings suddenly looked in her direction.
Roar. Kill.
Ran understood the command from the sound. She saw that after the command, the other fallen beings suddenly charged wildly toward her. She was discovered. Realizing this, Ran dared not hesitate and quickly turned around. At this moment, she didn't even have time to figure out the direction and could only run fast. Peas occasionally popped out to shoot, blocking the attack of the fallen beings. After gaining some distance, she would recall the peas. A tug-of-war played out in the forest, and this time, Ran once again became the prey. Humans need to think about life and death, face their reputation, consider gains and losses, and a series of other things. For the fallen beings, however, killing was their only pursuit. Chased by those pale creatures, Ran had already sustained injuries. Those creatures were too crazy. Hiding behind a rock to catch her breath, Ran's heart pounded like thunder. In front of her was a cliff. The wind howled at the edge of the cliff, sharp as a blade, very cold. Ran was suddenly forced to retreat with no way out. Through the rocks behind her, she could feel the crazy pursuit of those creatures. They were so passionate. Sighing, the twin guns P had already been planted nearby. Without needing to speak, when a fallen being reached from the side, the twin guns fired immediately. The passionate bullets took the life of that fallen being and completely exposed Ran's presence. Roar! A strange scream was close by. Ran knew that the intelligent species had been hiding among them, relentlessly pursuing her. Could it be that she was too charming? Thinking this, Ran raised her gun and fired. Originally, 3 Ps had been left at the power station. Under weak firepower, the fallen beings kept coming, seemingly endless. The scene was grand. Now, facing those fallen beings directly, Ran took out the snowflake P. Frost slowed down the enemies, and with the twin gun P shooter, those fallen enemies that couldn't get close to Ran were taken out. Some of them collapsed on the ground, barely alive, while Ran took the opportunity to finish them off. Her experience points were overflowing, but luckily, the system was quite fair and didn't take back the points. Gunfire echoed loudly on the cliff. Watching the flickering shadows of the fallen enemies, Ran felt that she might not escape this time. There were too many enemies. Along with a roar, the enemies that had been rushing at her from the start now surrounded her completely. Was that smart enemy trying to trap her here forever? Ran was sure that creature had evolved intelligence. For the people inside the city, this was probably a major discovery. But for Ran, who was caught in the middle, she couldn't feel happy. She stood on one side of a rock, looking at the dense forest ahead, with thick leaves piled together. Sometimes flashes of pale color appeared. If she looked elsewhere, the enemies would come to attack her sneakily. 2 fallen enemies lay beside her. Their broken bodies didn't seem to scare their companions. The pain from their wounds seemed to excite them instead. When the smell of blood spread across the cliff, many crimson eyes appeared in the forest. This stalemate couldn't go on. If she stayed here any longer, she would definitely die. Touching the small white creature on her wrist, Ran's eyes turned fierce. She had to take a gamble. Now, more than half a day had passed since her and Mo Chen's meeting time. Fortunately, she had attracted the enemy's attention. Most of the enemies on the western mountain were gathered here. Mo Chen should be able to leave safely. Thinking this, Ran took a step forward. Suddenly, the gun pouch of the twin gun pea shooter made a sputtering sound, like it was jammed, and only after a few seconds did it fire a bullet.
Hey, hold on.
She shouted, slapping the pea shooter on the head. The warm gun pouch was very hot. It seemed the twin gun pea shooter was at its limit. In life and death, her weapon malfunctioned, and a look of anxiety appeared in Ran's eyes. She took a step back again. It looked like she wanted to hide behind the rock once more.
Boom.
A strange noise came from the pea shooter. After Frost slowed down one enemy, the twin gun pea shooter failed to shoot immediately. It completely misfired. This left a gap on her left side. During that moment, a humanoid creature charged forward eagerly. It moved on all fours, like a reptile, then suddenly leapt into the air. The jump was several meters high. Ran looked up at the creature descending from above and backed away in surprise. Nearby, a cactus shot out its spines and hit the creature. The cactus's flower on its head drooped afterward, as if exhausted and ignoring the next enemy approaching. Ran muttered as she struggled to dodge the attack. When she got up, she fired her gun, hitting the creature's shoulder. The shot made the creature stumble slightly, but it kept attacking. Just as its claws were about to tear into her throat, Ran pulled out a dagger, clenched her teeth, and fiercely stabbed the creature. The dagger pierced deep into its chest, hitting the heart. The creature's heart stopped beating completely. The enraged creature finally gave up and collapsed, knocking Ran to the ground. She gasped for breath, her forehead sweating cold, her face pale. She opened her mouth to breathe, her eyes trembling. Blood splattered on her body, and she looked exhausted. But there is a saying, Strike when you're down. In the shadows of the forest, a pair of eyes watched Ran intently. When they saw her like a trapped beast, a faint smile appeared in their eyes. After this overly human-like smile, they let out a roar again. Then, in a very soft voice, they said, "Humans."
Ha!
With a mocking tone only they could hear, they issued a command. The long-suppressed creatures finally launched a fierce attack. One after another, they charged. Ran, still sitting on the ground with her hands supporting her, shrank back. Her face showed pure despair. At this moment, she couldn't even count how many creatures there were. As the creatures drew closer, Ran suddenly smiled. The small smile was like a gentle breeze in the woods, but it carried a dangerous feeling. She raised her at them. Her remaining memories told her that this human woman was provoking her enemies.
How dare she? Roar. Kill.
She shouted with murderous intent. The creature's speed increased even more. In just a few breaths, they were already close to where Ran was hiding. Just as Ran was about to be caught, a deafening explosion sounded. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 potato landmines exploded simultaneously. These landmines, once triggered by their owner's command, expanded their bodies fully. The powerful blast swept everything in their path, including the fallen seeds. Hiding behind the wall, Ran received a notification that she had gained a lot of experience points. Before the dust settled, she could see many twisted bodies in the smoke. Potato landmines are cheap and easy to use. Ran always thought they were very effective. However, they had some weaknesses before. For example, they had to be planted in the ground. Also, stepping on them would cause them to explode. Even as her own master, she couldn't control exactly when the potato landmines would go off. But now, things are different. After eating the evolved sunlight-enhanced mines, they still needed soil to be buried, but she could now control when they exploded. When she ran here, she knew this was a good place for a counterattack. The landmines had been buried in the ground for a long time. She deliberately provoked that wise seed. Humans are a proud race, and that sense of pride is almost ingrained in their bones. But that fallen seed seemed to think even more highly of itself than humans. In his eyes, she, as a human, was just prey. How could a hunter allow prey to play with him? Driven by anger, he wanted to use numbers to defeat Ran, but she had already set an ambush for him. However, who knew if there were more potato landmines hidden in the ground ahead? Now, as the smoke cleared, the howls of the fallen seeds intertwined like mournful music, very unpleasant to hear. Watching those fallen seeds struggle with cold eyes, the twin gun P, which had just been quiet, suddenly started firing rapidly. It was a perfect lesson learned from Ran. For a moment, the attack from the fallen seeds was neutralized by Ran. The scene seemed to fall into a stalemate again. But no matter how you look at it, although Ran had just made a small counterattack, the situation was still unfavorable for her. Because now, she had nowhere to escape. Behind her was a cliff. A cliff. In the woods, the wise seed's gaze shifted from Ran to her back. There, the wind was swirling, and the fog below was floating up and down. It was an abyss of endless depth. Even he, falling from there, would surely die. And what about a fragile and helpless human? The wise seed's eyes lit up. He ignored the cries of his subordinates and issued another urgent order. It was to continue fighting. Fortunately, these controlled fallen creatures had no intelligence, only obedience. They stepped on their comrades' bodies and charged again. This time, their momentum was still strong. Unsurprisingly, explosions sounded again. The potato landmines seemed to form a barrier, preventing the fallen creatures from advancing. But was that really the case?
No.
He clearly saw cracks appearing on both sides of the cliff. Ran's location was already unsafe. After these 2 explosions, the cracks on the ground were spreading. If this continued, without him needing to act, Ran would have no place to hide and would die. It's frightening how a thinking fallen creature can be. The sound of landmines kept urging on. Watching those fearless fallen creatures, a smile also faded from Ran's face.
From her position, she seemed unaware of the danger. But just by observing their violent state, she could guess something. A wise seed that can think shouldn't waste effort on useless things. Ran thought carefully and observed the situation. After a sharp sound, stones began to fall. Ran noticed the ground suddenly sank down. That sudden feeling of weightlessness made her grab onto the pea branch tightly. Her pupils shrank at that moment because she finally understood what the other side was thinking. But it seemed a bit late. Cursing, Ran ignored everything else and ran. If she stayed here any longer, she would fall off the cliff before finding a way out. As she rushed into the forest, that wise seed also emerged from the trees. Its crimson eyes fixed on Ran, full of malice. It bared its large white teeth. A wicked smile appeared on its face. Then it raised its hand and brought it down. Nothing happened. Did nothing occur?
No.
Ran saw the ground as if it had been cut by a sword, and the cracks suddenly expanded. It was the wise seed's doing. Was it mental power? With special abilities, once Ran realized this, she could only rush forward blindly. But she was a bit late. It seemed just a step away. But the ground completely cracked open. Ran leapt up, but the ground beneath her broke apart. The cracked cliff fell downward, taking her body with it. Ran made a desperate jump and barely grabbed the edge. When she saw a look of relief in her eyes, she noticed that the wise creature raised its hand again.
No,
she shouted, her face showing clear despair. But the wise creature smiled and lowered its hand. It was like a punch hitting the ground. The piece of ground Ran held onto suddenly shattered. Without a grip, she fell downward. She raised her hands, trying to catch something. All she saw was the cruel eyes of the wise creature standing at the edge. The small human body was quickly swallowed by the clouds and disappeared. This place was bottomless. Naturally, no sound of things falling could be heard. The wise creature stood at for a moment, a look of satisfaction in its eyes. It let out a roar, and the fallen creatures nearby started gathering. They followed behind it and left the area. It seemed the wise creature was saying something. Faintly, a few broken words drifted on the wind. Number 9. A few seconds after the fallen creatures left, stones at the still tumbled down. But suddenly, a thick, pale vine shot up from below. It tightly grasped the ground, and beneath it, countless suction cups seemed to be pulling upward. Below, Ran's body was wrapped by the small, white creature. She had a bleeding forehead but was only hit by falling stones. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were torn. But her eyes were full of pride. Who said you can't act twice in a battle? Isn't she a good actress? Wise creature. Humph. Even if it's wise, it still has human thoughts. After all, their original form was human. So from a human perspective, she could easily guess what the other was thinking. She deliberately created a special environment and handed the only answer to the wise creature. If not for the small white creature, she would have been turned into a pile of flesh. But now this knot is invalid. Thanks to the small white creature's effort, Ran successfully reached the ground. Sitting on the ground, she wore a bright smile. Next to her, many fallen creatures' bodies were piled together. The small white creature obediently started digging for the source seeds. Seeing the system's prompt, Ran squinted happily. Level 4. 1200/5000 hunting fallen creatures, and using those plants, after calculations, the total reached 1200. That's another big fortune. Ran thought, then supported herself, and stood up. The cold wind blows harshly on the cliff. Ran shivers and quickly leaves the place. She chases after someone, and the sky darkens further. When Ran reaches the cave where she agreed to meet Imo-chen, he is no longer there. However, in the corner, there is a blue blood flower, showing that Imo-chen had indeed waited here. The blue blood flower blooming in the valley is now shriveled. Its bright blue color has darkened, and the flowing juice is almost transparent. It seems that after some time, the blue blood flower has lost its power. Although night is approaching, Ran dares not stay here. If she is discovered, The wise seed might come out again to chase and attack her. The moonlight above is faint. Ran moves through the forest, but begins to lose her way. When she finally emerges from the western mountain, she is no longer on the path she entered. Seeing the fallen city, she quickly leaves. After wandering all night and running exhausted, Ran sees signs of people at dawn. It is a ruined house with a fire burning inside. When she approaches, some people are making breakfast. They are wary of her arrival. "Hello, can I get a ride?" Ran looks at the signs in front of them, but speaks up first. The Western Wind Team. She remembers this name. When she first entered City 9, she saw this team's name on the wall of the City 9 Ability Users Guild. These people are from City 9. It's clear her route has shifted quite a bit. There are no vehicles, only her legs, and she doesn't know how long she will have to walk. Ran can only look for a ride. Seeing the people staring at her silently, she smiles and takes out a few coins. "This is for payment. Just drop me near City 9. Once close to the city, she can find a vehicle and correct her route before heading back. "What is your name?" The man speaks and takes the coins from Ran's hand. Ran. She says her name with a smile in her eyes. It seems they agree. Not only that, Ran shares some of their breakfast. After eating and drinking enough, she, who doesn't look very clean, sits in the front seat of the vehicle. The driver is the leader of the Western Wind Team. He is a mature man, steady in speech, and doesn't ask much about her. She feels safe traveling with someone like him. She didn't sleep all night and, unable to hold on, leans back and closes her eyes. Soon, her breathing became steady again. It seemed she was sleeping peacefully. Meanwhile, someone in the back seat was pressing a communicator. When words appeared on the screen, the captain glanced at it and made a downward palm gesture. This meant no attack on Ran. A woman in the back seat looked disappointed. Her gaze at Ran was a bit greedy. She saw that Ran was generous with her money, which suggested she had a lot. If they made a move, they could earn a lot more. Later, they could just bury the body in a hole, and no one on this wasteland would find them. But after the captain rejected the idea, they gave up on attacking Ran. The team members chatted casually, their voices loud, and not caring about Ran's presence. But Ran remained undisturbed and didn't wake up. Or did she? Ran was holding a seed in her hand pressed against the car window. Her breathing was so steady that there was no change in rhythm. Ran was awake. The hostility in those people's eyes was very obvious. But since they didn't attack, she decided to keep riding along peacefully. Both sides were at peace. The vehicle jolted for a long time before Ran stretched lazily and got up, looking like she was well rested. She looked outside and could now see the tall city wall of City 9. When she first saw the city, those people were most proud of the wall. It kept the city's people safe, as if it was unbreakable. But Ran wondered, which was stronger, this wall or her giant wall? Of course, she was just thinking. After all, City 9 had stood here for many years without any disaster. Near City 9, Ran got out of the vehicle. She waved goodbye to the group of people. After watching them leave, she headed straight to a nearby camp. Given what she had done in City 9 before, many people probably still remembered her name. Since she didn't go into the city, she could only trade at the camp. And since the camp always lacked supplies, they wouldn't refuse what Ran offered. She threw a small bag of gold coins and got a vehicle in return. "Haha, miss, take care on your way." At the camp entrance, a big man smiled and watched Ran leave. But just a few steps after the vehicle started moving, he gave a quick look to someone nearby. The vehicle sped down the road, bouncing a lot because it was a modified private car. It creaked everywhere, as if it might fall apart at any moment. The owner was straightforward, but his little schemes were a headache. When the vehicle turned onto the main road, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. Ran leans forward, looking at the nails on the ground, feeling that this scene seems somewhat familiar.
Ah.
He sighs softly. It seems that the disaster that was bound to happen has finally arrived. Pea shoots pop out of the car window, shooting directly into the grass on both sides. As expected, Ran hears someone screaming.
perhaps because he was noticed. People on both sides emerge. Among them is the boss who just traded with Ran. Seeing Ran's unexpected gaze, the boss's face darkens. It's a case of the fox guarding the henhouse. This trick is not only used by city folks. In the Wasteland, people's hearts are hard to read. Even trading with the weakest camp can easily be a trap. Seeing that Ran is alone and is a woman, the boss naturally becomes suspicious. Even after seeing Ran's honesty, he didn't raise the price during the trade.
Why?
Of course, because if he captures Ran afterward, her belongings still belong to him. A business with no loss, but now it takes a different turn. Pea shoots are too powerful for ordinary people to resist. The boss, a warrior with bulging muscles, dares not approach under attack from the pea shooter. Are you the plant killer? The boss suddenly says to Ran, making her gaze turn subtle. Plant killer? What kind of terrible nickname is that? It sounds so unpleasant. Ran doesn't respond, just controls the pea shooter to quickly eliminate the enemies. 3 warriors, the rest are ordinary people. For Ran, this team is not too difficult. She doesn't even need to get out of the car, just makes those people afraid to come close. After a few shots, several people's legs are useless. Seeing this, the boss's muscles twitch, and he waves to signal retreat. You're lucky. After saying this, the boss hurriedly leaves. Isn't it common for villains to say harsh words before they can't win? Ran, puzzled, steps on the gas pedal and continues forward. On the familiar route, Ran sees many convoy vehicles. They come and go, passing by without conflict. At noon, she stops at a small town. The vehicle halts. Ran enters a house, watching the sudden heavy rain above, feeling a bit annoyed. Why does the weather change so quickly? Flames rise as Ran prepares some barbecue. The ingredients in the space are very fresh. As the aroma of meat begins to spread, a sudden screech of brakes comes from outside. Soon, a group of strong men rushed in. When they saw Ran, they paused briefly, then looked a bit awkward. Miss, would you mind if we stay here to avoid the rain? Looking outside at the heavy rain and fog, which made it hard to see the road clearly, Ran nodded and said, Feel free. After all, this wasn't her territory. The groups kept some distance between them, so they didn't bother Ran. But seeing her eating so happily, some of them secretly watched, swallowing their saliva. The 3 men looked a little messy. Perhaps to resist the temptation of food, they started chatting casually. That camp in Yuchuan town has become quite developed. I heard some important person took a liking to it. Many people have become part of the local elite's private team. Yeah, I also heard that many camps want to move to Yuchuan City, hoping to get noticed. Hey, big brother, should we also go look for work there? The youngest of the 3 suddenly suggested, with a serious look in his eyes. Ran quietly listened from a distance, raising an eyebrow. Yuchuan town, that's where the hopeful camp is located now. They left in a hurry back then, thinking they'd return soon, but many problems happened afterward. She didn't know what the situation was now. Listening to their chatter, it seemed that Yuchuan town was about to be planned as a supply station for the nearby base. If that's the case, the people from the hopeful camp might not have to live in fear anymore. That would be good news. The 3 men continued talking, but Ran didn't interrupt. She just leaned in the corner, watching outside. It rained for a long time. But what surprised her was that when she wanted to leave, she found she couldn't start the vehicle. And the 3 brothers' car was still working fine. Seeing her fiddling with the car for a while without moving, the eldest brother leaned his head out and spoke. Miss, do you want us to give you a ride? We're heading to Yuchuan City. Then you can change cars there. Just as a thank you for letting us stay here. He pointed at the house, showing he was a kind-hearted person. Yuchuan City? Ran thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, thank you. That way, she could also check on the hopeful camp. Now there were 4 people in the car. Ran, sitting in the front passenger seat this time, didn't pretend to sleep. Did your old camp get destroyed by a bunch of troublemakers? She asked, her eyes showing a strange expression. Yeah, that's right. Just half a month ago, out of nowhere, a large group of humanoid monsters suddenly appeared.
They caught us off guard. Many people died at the camp and some scattered. We happened to meet some others on the road, so we decided to team up. Ah, beasts, they just won't let people live. The older brother cursed the monsters angrily. That's not all, the second brother suddenly interrupted. On the way, we also saw some people. We found that those monsters seemed to be expanding. Many camps were affected. We don't really understand what's going on. Things have been peaceful for years. When the second brother mentioned peace, it meant that there hadn't been any large-scale attacks by monsters on human settlements for a long time. Although camps were destroyed every year, aside from natural disasters and accidents, few were wiped out by a large group of monsters. But this year, such incidents seem to happen more often in the Wasteland. They don't know what those monsters are really up to. The three of them became more and more excited as they talked. The third brother was shouting that one day he would kill all those monsters. Supporting his grand ambitions, Ran felt a heavy weight in her heart. She remembered the wise monsters in the Western Mountains. In her view, those wise monsters weren't the smartest of all, but it was clear they could communicate and think. But what if there were even more terrifying wise monsters elsewhere, organizing the monsters and conducting systematic slaughter of humans? For example, the monster attacks they encountered might be just a warning. In the Wasteland, monsters are frightening. But before, those monsters were chaotic, bloodthirsty creatures with no discipline. This means humans have many ways to deal with monsters. However, if monsters start using human intelligence to scheme and plot, can humans really detect it in time? Thinking about this, Ran felt that going to the Hope Camp was an urgent task. At least, she could use the camp to spread this news. Whether others believe it or not wasn't her concern anymore. As a human, she had already done enough. When the vehicle stopped in Ichuan City, Ran sensed an impending storm. Perhaps humans might have already discovered something, but chose not to reveal it for now. They planned to put it aside temporarily. Goodbye, Ran. With the friendship they had built along the way, everyone exchanged many words. Smiling, Ran watched those people leave for the Hope Camp. What surprised Ran was that, although a similar camp had already been built before, this time it looked badly damaged. Many houses had collapsed. Some injured people lay in the corners, looking critically ill. Familiar faces showed expressions of despair. What was happening? Ran's appearance made many people feel excited. Chen, whose arm was hanging around his neck, looked at him with moist eyes.
You
finally came back. Faced with Chen-Yu's hopeful gaze, Ran frowned. What's going on? On the way here, the other camps in Ichuan town hadn't experienced any danger. So, why was the Hope Camp in such a terrible state? Chen-Yu shook his head in response to Ran's question. I don't know either. 2 nights ago, suddenly a group of people rushed in, and without saying a word, they attacked. Although we fought back and won, many people died. But those people disappeared as quickly as they came, leaving no trace behind. It was clear that Chen-Yu truly didn't know why only the Hope Camp had been attacked. By the way, Ran, go see Sister Yu quickly. She's about to give up. Holding Ran's hand, they hurried to a house. As soon as they entered, Ran smelled a strong medicinal scent. The window of the room was closed. A figure could be seen on the bed, with dim lighting. There were no other people inside the room for now. Ran approached and saw Sister Yu lying unconscious on the bed, along with a strong smell of blood. He quickly pulled back the blanket and saw the red wound on her abdomen. Even though it was wrapped with bandages, blood was seeping through, soaking the bedding underneath. It was obvious that Sister Yu was seriously injured. Ran reached out and touched her forehead. It was hot, scorching. The intense heat made his fingers curl up. If this continued, Sister Yu might not hold on much longer. Sister Yu was trying to protect the camp. Chen-Yu's voice choked with emotion. It could be said that Sister Yu was the strongest fighter in the camp. When she was there, everyone felt safe. But that day, even with her fighting fiercely, she couldn't hold back the many enemies. She fought desperately but only managed to push them back temporarily. She was in grave danger herself. Hearing Chen-Yu's words, Ran took out a medicine. Mo Chen gave her various medicines, all stored in his space. The most common was healing potion. Although Sister Yu's injuries were serious, as long as she was still breathing, she was willing to trust the medicine that Mo Chen, a young genius, had provided. A needle pierced into her abdomen, and Run Ran saw Sister Yu's body tremble. In an instant, she began to convulse. It looked quite frightening. Chen Yu almost shouted out loud, but, like Run Ran, he held down Sister Yu's limbs. After a few convulsions, Sister Yu's body calmed down. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her forehead was sticky. Run Ran used a cloth to wipe her, feeling the temperature under her palm gradually decrease. It seemed the medicine had stabilized Sister Yu's injuries. "It's done," she said, and Chen Yu also let out a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask why Run Ran and the others had promised to return in a few days, but only she had come back after so long. But in the end, he kept quiet. "Run Ran isn't part of our camp. She has no obligation to help us repeatedly." This was something Sister Yu had said before. The room remained silent. After ensuring Sister Yu's condition wouldn't worsen, Run Ran left the room. There were still many injured people in the camp. Holding medicines and treating each person, Run Ran felt their gazes, silent, full of pain, hatred, or perhaps hope and anticipation. She understood what they were thinking, but she wouldn't respond to their wishes without reason. Thanks to the medicine she brought, the groans of pain in the camp gradually faded. After working hard for a long time, Run Ran was walking through the camp when she saw someone peeking at the entrance. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai immediately pulled the person over. He threw the person to the ground, a small, thin man. Seeing Run Ran's expression, he looked a bit scared. "Why you? What do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, you can't just kill people here," Run Ran said, stepping on the man's body. This action made the man tremble, and even the others in the camp couldn't understand what Run Ran was doing. "Run Ran, what's wrong?" Lin Qing, the leader of the camp, came over. He was limping. During the fight, he injured his calf. He was barely able to walk with a crutch, but his face showed that the pain still affected him. "This person has been watching the camp." When she came to the camp, she saw this person observing from outside. During her hurried movements, this person occasionally passed by the camp entrance. That gaze never left this place. Now again, spying on us. Run Ran didn't think this was normal, unless they had some strange hobby.
Speak.
One word, filled with anger. A dagger was pressed directly against that person's neck. Run Ran's thin back stiffened at that moment. For some reason, when entering the camp, Run Ran felt something was wrong.
Who would go so far as to attack the camp?
But in the end, they took nothing. According to Chen Yu, those enemies only destroyed the camp and killed some people. The supplies remained intact. Run Ran didn't believe that anyone in this wasteland liked to start such thankless fights. I don't understand what you're saying." The man was still stammering, looking genuinely nervous. "Enough. Run Ran, what right do you have to interfere in our camp's affairs?" This was said by Niu Ding. As a capable officer in the camp, Niu Ding also had influence here. Plus, he was a soldier himself. In this fight, he had saved many people. Now, he was in the spotlight. Behind Niu Ding, there were also some people. Run Ran remembered that some of them had just received her help and looked at her with complicated eyes. "You come and go and come." Not wanting to be part of our camp, yet enjoying the trust and admiration of everyone here. Run Ran, why? Facing Niu Ding's questioning, the first to speak up in her defense was Chen Yu. "Niu Ding, what are you talking about? If it weren't for Run Ran, how could it be? If it weren't for her, we would be dead for sure." "But how do you know those people weren't after Run Ran herself?" Niu Ding cut off Chen Yu's words directly, his confident tone making some people agree. Hearing this, Run Ran's eyes darkened. "Are you saying those people came for me?" Run Ran suddenly stepped forward and asked Niu Ding, her fingers clutching the dagger tightly, seeming a bit nervous. I was just guessing." Faced with Run Ran's approach, Niu Ding actually showed a hint of panic. "No, Niu Ding, what exactly did you do?" But Chen Yu, familiar with Niu Ding,
immediately retorted. The two were friends and had a close relationship. Chinyu saw clearly that Nyoding was acting strangely. He had something to hide. What could I do? I think it's better to trust a reliable partner than to chase after someone who doesn't truly care about us. In Nyoding's words, Run Ran naturally was the former. The conversation seemed a bit off. Looking at Nyoding, coldness flickered in Run Ran's eyes. So, did you make deals with those people? When she asked this, Nyoding was clearly taken aback. What are you talking about? Faced with his confusion, Run Ran turned to leave the camp entrance. She felt something was strange. Since Yuchuan City was noticed by some powerful figure, ordinary forces wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. But strangely, the camp was attacked. And those powerful people didn't react at all. The only explanation was that those big figures knew what was happening and approved of everything. Run Ran's sudden actions surprised many people. Nyoding took the chance to mock. Look, she's going to abandon us again. His arrogant words were sharp and increased tensions among some people. But if you look carefully, you can see the worry in Nyoding's eyes. Run Ran, you're just a coward, always running away. Nyoding shouted as if venting his feelings. Nyoding! This time, Lin Qing couldn't hold back. He shouted loudly, looking at Nyoding with authority. Go back. Run Ran is our camp's benefactor. As the leader, Lin Qing was still very commanding. Some people instinctively turned around, but Nyoding clenched his fists and refused to leave. Am I wrong? He stared directly at Run Ran with big eyes, full of confidence. Nyoding seemed very sure he could stand against her. You're just delaying time. Is that right? His tone was gentle, and Run Ran responded calmly. Looking at everyone's expressions around her, she sighed. Is someone trying to hold me back? It seemed that whoever was behind the scenes had her tightly under control. As long as she knew something was wrong at the camp, she would come to check. And once she arrived, someone would definitely report the news. During her long stay, those people might have already arrived. Run Ran, Nyoding isn't like that. He wouldn't do such things. Are you very tired? Rest first, and we can deal with the rest later. Beside her, Chinyu was also trying to persuade. But before he finished speaking, the newly repaired camp gate was suddenly kicked open. One vehicle, then another. 3 cars stopped at the camp, and the people jumping out were heavily armed. They claimed to be ordinary people, but no one believed it. Once they appeared, everyone's eyes focused on Run Ran. Run Ran looked at the badges on their chests. Are you the people of the Martial Arts Academy's director? She asked, suddenly recalling Mo Chen's warning. It seemed her fears were coming true. Miss Ren, the director of the Martial Arts Academy, wants you to come with us. Their posture showed no respect. Under their tough attitude, guns were aimed at Run Ran, as if they would use force if she refused.
No,
she said firmly, despite the guns pointing at her. Go back with them? Ha, what a joke.
Click.
It was the sound of a gun being loaded. Behind Run Ran, Nyoding's face showed happiness. I've agreed to your request. He strode confidently toward the others, eager to take credit. He looked expectant, as if waiting for praise. Very good, the leader nodded, seeming to approve. In a flash, he raised his hand, and a gunshot rang out. Nyoding, still smiling, suddenly fell to the ground. He instinctively covered his stomach, confused. Why did this happen? He had promised that if they could keep Run Ran, he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore.
Why?
His lingering doubt shocked many people. Screams erupted everywhere, especially those who had followed Nyoding, trembling as if they saw death itself. Those who don't want to die don't move. We only want her, the leader declared boldly, pointing at Run Ran. This time, the gun was aimed at her, and the leader threatened. If you don't want more deaths here, come with us quietly. Otherwise, this will be their fate. He pointed at Nyoding's body, speaking calmly. The blood flowing from the corpse was shocking to see. Nyoding, with his eyes wide open, might become a haunting memory for some. But not for Run Ran. Run Ran, let's go. It was Chinyu who shouted. He pulled her and pushed her toward the back door. He stood at the front, trying to block the guns. You can't die here. You shouldn't die here either. Ren Ran had helped the camp many times without asking for anything in return. How could she be ungrateful like Niu Ding? At this moment, Chen Yu's eyes looked very complicated. His hand holding the knife was trembling, but Chen Yu was determined. He absolutely couldn't let Ren Ran down. Let's go. This was also said by Sister Yu. Sister Yu had woken up. Now she was standing in the corner, holding her stomach, her face pale, but her eyes were bright. It was unclear what she had heard. At this moment, Sister Yu smiled at Ren Ran. Let's go, we can do it. Can we do it? But Ren Ran knew very well that with only these remaining soldiers in the camp, they couldn't resist the enemy's attack. Giving up freedom for these people was impossible.
So,
Ren Ran suddenly smiled. That gentle smile carried a hint of coldness. How do you know if we don't try? After saying this, gunfire rang out again. But this time, it was Ren Ran who made the first move. The bullets from the pea shooter, just as everyone expected, shot forward. However, just before hitting, they collided with an invisible wall and were blocked. These people were well prepared. They even brought a defensive-type mutant. Trying to neutralize her ability? Ren Ran, should you go with them? When Ren Ran's attack was defused, someone suddenly shouted. Turning around, they saw a few people huddled together like frightened ostriches. But when faced with Ren Ran's gaze, they avoided it. Their guilty look made people want to laugh. As long as you go with them, we'll be safe. Since you're willing to help us, then help us to the end. Exactly. Unexpectedly, some people began to agree. Looking closely, it was those who had just been behind Niu Ding. It was quite amusing. Ren Ran. Lin Qing spoke. His hesitant expression said everything. Ren Ran looked at Lin Qing, raising an eyebrow.
She was thinking about something.
As the leader, did Lin Qing really not know what Niu Ding was up to?
No.
He knew. He even tacitly approved of it. If Niu Ding was a sword, then Lin Qing was the one holding it. Lin Qing, you really disappoint me. But it wasn't Ren Ran who said this, it was Lin Jiao Jiao. As the former leader of the Panshir camp, Lin Jiao Jiao was brave. But after merging with the Hope camp, she handed over all power to Lin Qing and rarely involved herself. Still, the people from Panshir camp believed in Lin Jiao Jiao. And when Lin Jiao Jiao stepped forward to stand beside Ren Ran, many others did the same. For a moment, a camp was torn apart by a fierce enemy, yet it seemed to fall into chaos. It was as dramatic as a play. The leader watching from the sidelines wore a mocking smile. Miss Ren, these people can't protect you. Or, as I said before. Of course, Ren Ran knew what was coming, but she didn't give the other person a chance to finish. The twin guns, ruthless in their fire, shattered the transparent shield directly. After upgrading, the shield seemed less effective against the twin guns. When the person's eyes showed shock, Ren Ran's plants showed no hesitation. They attacked in turns, with spikes carrying bullets, pouring out relentlessly. No matter how strong the defense, it was hard to withstand such dense attacks. Moreover, some plants, following Ren Ran's instructions, aimed directly at the weak points of the enemy. Piercing a single point was easier than smashing a whole surface. As cracks appeared on the defense membrane, some people in the camp behind Ren Ran cheered excitedly. I knew you could do it. Good job, Ren Ran. We believe in you. Amid the cheers, Yu Jia helped steady Ren Ran, who had just been injured. Her wound had stopped bleeding, but she was still a bit unsteady. Looking at the camp filled with mixed voices, Yu Jia seemed a little disappointed. She hadn't expected that the final betrayal would come from within the camp. Perhaps the recent attack was also carried out with the help of some camp members. Faced with Yu Jia's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Qing clenched his fists.
Why?
He also wanted to ask, like Niu Ding, why? Why was this free-spirited Ren Ran more respected than him in the camp? Why should the future of the camp be influenced by someone unrelated? In the Wasteland, survival depended on stronger forces. That martial arts director was undoubtedly a good choice. The only price was handing over Ren Ran. Since Ren Ran wasn't part of the camp, why not give her up?
But who would have thought that Ren Ran's current strength was enough to face these people without fear? Seeing the others temporarily hold their ground, Lin Qing's eyes darkened. "Take her down." He pointed at Ren Ran and gave the order. Amid the surprise of many, some obeyed. Their weapons aimed at Ren Ran. One by one, their eyes looked especially bloodthirsty as they charged at Ren Ran. In their reddened eyes, there was a confident, fearless look. Do they think she won't fight back? Watching their actions, Ren Ran smiled. The adorable P turned her gun around. Without hesitation, she shot and shattered one person's head. Human bodies are so fragile. The bodies on the ground were just as bloody. Ren Ran's quick action did scare some people, but more of them were filled with courage. "Don't be afraid. Those who don't want to die, keep going." Lin Qing shouted, his eyes full of anger towards Ren Ran. At this point, there was no way out. If they didn't capture Ren Ran, those people wouldn't let them go. As for helping Ren Ran, having already betrayed her once, judging by her performance, she knew she wouldn't accept help. Since they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, they might as well go all the way. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qing suddenly started fighting himself. When the water turned into a rain of swords attacking Ren Ran, she realized Lin Qing had also awakened his abilities. Maybe that was one reason he made this choice. The three-leaf clover hovered above Ren Ran's head, and the wind it blew caused the sword rain to sway. Seeing this, the attack was ineffective. Lin Qing clasped his hands together. The water vapor in the air began to condense, forming a water dragon that charged straight at Ren Ran. This move was especially impressive. But when Snowflake P's bullets hit the water dragon, they caused it to freeze. It looked like a crystal, hanging above everyone's heads, a vividly lifelike ice dragon that remained still, seeming to show Lin Qing's helplessness. "You." Lin Qing stared at Ren Ran, wanting to say something. In the next second, the ice dragon suddenly exploded into a shower of sharp weapons, flying directly at the crowd. This indiscriminate attack caused the camp to scream in panic. But it was not Ren Ran who made the move. It was the leader of the Martial Arts Academy subordinates. The flames disappeared. The shattered ice dragon became weapons used to attack the camp. Many people covered their heads and ran around, trying to escape. But more had already been affected before they could run. One was hit on the head, blood staining his face, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious or dead. Others clutched their pierced stomachs and quickly lost their lives. The casualties were heavy. This showed how ruthless those people were. In contrast, on Ren Ran's side, the three-leaf clover played its role, blocking all the attacks from the sky. The people near Ren Ran were almost unharmed. Seeing this, Lin Jiao's eyes became much more determined. "Ren Ran, I trust you. There's no need to stay in a place like this." Next to her, Yu Jia looked at Lin Qing's twisted, almost crazy face and silently nodded. Both Yu Jia and Lin Jiao are not originally part of the camp's initial group. They joined later. Although they feel a sense of belonging here, if the leader of the camp makes a wrong decision, they will choose to leave immediately. This is the harsh reality of the Wasteland. Everyone lives humbly, but with pride. "Okay." Ren Ran nodded, her gaze slightly steady. Some people finally seemed to realize who they should follow and try to rush toward Ren Ran. But when P's gun was aimed at them, they shouted apologies. Sorry, Ren Ran, it's all our fault. We were blinded. Please forgive us. Help us, please help us." They begged desperately, and some even knelt before Ren Ran. Seeing this, Lin Qing's face twisted completely. "Everyone, stand up." Despite his shouting, few actually obeyed. But Ren Ran looked at those pitiful people without showing any mercy. The decisions made earlier are not so easy to change. She clearly remembers those who wanted to attack her just now. She's vengeful like that. She simply ignored their pleas. "If you don't want to die, don't come closer." Her cold attitude seemed to crush their last hope. Their pleas turned into despair and finally into hatred. "Ren Ran, it's all your fault. Because of you, our camp is like this. You're a disaster. Leader, kill her, kill this disaster." Their hoarse shouts were full of anger. It was very unpleasant to hear. As these insults escalated, the enemies seemed to be watching the show, sometimes adding fuel to the fire. They looked quite relaxed. But Runran knew that her surroundings were probably already filled with their people. Leaving here today would be a big problem. But whenever there's a problem, there's usually a way to solve it.
D.
Sword rain continued without stopping, followed by Lin Qing's curses. A grown man, now out of control. Seeing their leader turn into the state, honestly, Qinyu felt disappointed. Once, Lin Qing said he would protect the camp so that even in this wasteland and doomsday, they would have a place to belong. But now, everything is destroyed. That person from back then forgot his original purpose and also forgot that in this wasteland, only he could rely on himself. No matter what promises Lin Qing made, the current situation has shown Qinyu that those people do not intend to keep their promises. In the eyes of those inside the city, outsiders are just tools. Since they are tools, they are discarded after use. Why would anyone bother over a tool? He had forgotten this simple truth. Thinking of this, Qinyu's face was bitter. He turned to Runran, speaking with regret. "We're sorry for you." Perhaps he had sensed it earlier that they were in the same camp, but didn't want to believe it. Laughing at himself, Qinyu's tone became firm. "Runran, I won't let them succeed. You go first. I will cover you, even if it costs me my life." His voice was firm, showing his determination. Since they first met, Qinyu had trusted Runran. Now he chose to stay, which surprised Runran. "Yes, Runran, you go. Even if they kill us all, we can't hand you over to them." But what Runran didn't expect was that Qinyu's idea was supported by those who cared for her. Some people started moving to surround Runran. They stood in front of her. Her small body seemed unusually tall and brave. Even the injured sister Yu reloaded her gun. This fearless attitude made Runran feel moved. It seemed her kindness to the camp wasn't completely wasted. Thinking of this, Runran shook her head. "Don't worry with them, they can't do anything to me." Her overly confident tone was met with sneers from a man. Game over. After these words, the scene became tense and grim. Runran blinked and suddenly saw Qinyu and others being captured, then beheaded right in front of her. Heads rolled on the ground. Their eyes stared fixedly at Runran, filled with almost overflowing resentment. It was as if they were saying, "Why didn't she surrender? Why didn't she accept her fate?" Accept her fate? Runran clenched her fists tightly. "If I had accepted my fate earlier, I should have just laid low and followed the system's instructions. Maybe then I could have become a hero saving the world. Why struggle to survive in this wasteland?" Self-deprecatingly, Runran snorted. Just an illusion. Illusion powers are rare in the wasteland. Sometimes this ability can catch someone completely off guard. What I saw just now seemed real. But in the illusion, the people who died because of me included Qinyu and Sister Yu. Would Qinyu betray me? Maybe, but not now. Runran is very confident about that. Your training isn't good enough. Runran stared at one of the enemies. The man looked thin and sickly, as if a breeze could knock him over. When he looked at Runran, he flinched, seeming afraid. In the next moment, someone blocked Runran's view. It was the boss. He looked at Runran with a sinister gaze that never changed. "I will take you down." This was like a declaration, and the boss made his move. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot out loudly. But it hit a pea-sized bullet instead. After sparks flew in the air, it exploded. In the blast, the boss suddenly attacked. Close combat? Runran was surprised, showing a hint of shock. Just as he hesitated, the boss was already very close. He punched toward Runran's shoulder. Runran felt that if he was hit, half his body might be ruined. He moved quickly to dodge. Taking a few steps back, Runran looked a bit flustered. Those who knew Runran's abilities knew that his weakness was close-range fighting. And this person was clearly aiming at that weakness. In close combat, if he wasn't careful, Runran could be badly hurt. The others couldn't get in to help. Yu Jie, who had been aiming for a while, didn't dare to shoot. Not to mention the subordinates. Just look at the boss's speed. If she missed, she might hit Runran instead.
Trust Ren Ran. The person who said this was Lin Jiao Jiao, who didn't have much to do with Ren Ran. Sometimes, caring too much causes trouble. Right now, Lin Jiao Jiao stayed calm. She directly commanded everyone to fight the enemies. Among the enemies were the martial arts instructors, fighters, and former allies from the Hope Camp. Fighting former friends was cruel. But they wouldn't just wait to die, given how relentless their enemies were. He threw a person aside and kicked him in the stomach, looking very displeased. Bending down, he dodged an attack, but still suffered a wound on his waist and abdomen.
I'm sorry.
The attacker muttered, with a confused look in his eyes. Despite this, he pulled out a knife and continued stabbing at him. When the bullet went through the man's forehead, Sister Yu approached. Be careful.
Okay.
Chunyu nodded. They had worked together for a long time and had developed good teamwork. As for Run Ran, she was struggling to cope with the relentless attacks from the opponent. She kept dodging, which was exactly what she was doing now. Run Ran's close combat skills seemed no match for the other person. After being pushed down, it looked like she was about to lose. But was it really so? Careful observation showed that although Run Ran was a bit battered, her eyes remained calm. She was watching the opponent's moves carefully, focused as if she was learning something, not fighting. In fact, Run Ran was indeed learning. Body enhancement. When your body is as strong as steel, you should be fearless, but you still need to learn how to use this power. She had already used her last chance for a lottery before arriving at the camp. Now, she looked no different on the outside. But she felt a surge of energy that needed to be released. So she needed to learn how to punch, how to use leverage. The person in front of her would be her best martial arts teacher. When the opponent's fist came toward her, Run Ran instinctively turned her head. The fist brushed her cheek, causing pain. At that moment, Run Ran threw her punch, using almost the same move as the opponent, but with more force. Her strengthened body, full of unstoppable power, struck back at him. The boss didn't seem to expect Run Ran's sudden attack. Because of that, her punch hit his shoulder directly. In an instant, it felt like his bones were cracking. The boss was knocked back a few steps before stabilizing himself. He covered his arm, blood seeping from his palm. He looked at Run Ran with surprise. How could her body be so strong? Half of his body was numb now. Finally, the boss dared not be arrogant anymore. He opened his portable box and took out a medicine, stabbing it into his arm. As the medicine was injected, Run Ran saw the other's muscles twitch. It was as if bugs were crawling underneath, which was very frightening. Soon, the wound on the shoulder healed. The recovery was truly amazing. When the other person became more aggressive again, this time Run Ran did not hide. Although her moves seemed a bit slow each time, they still carried a sense of danger. Run Ran truly faced her opponent directly. Every move reflected the style of the leader. Learning as she went, that's what Run Ran was doing. Her teacher was good, and she studied carefully. But there was always a gap. If she could learn everything in just one day, it would mean effort didn't matter. Run Ran's attacks still lagged behind her opponent's pace, especially after the opponent injected unknown medicine and boosted strength again. Punch to punch. The leader stepped back half a step. Run Ran took several steps back to stop herself. Her arm went numb. She swung her small arm, looking at the bulging veins on her opponent's face, and kept a serious look. Her opponent's body had been strengthened, so her half-hearted skills didn't work well. Although the system's rewards could help with future close combat, they couldn't be fixed quickly. Fortunately, there was still some room for resistance. When the two of them just separated, Run Ran gave a quick look, and the twin guns and peas appeared in front of her. Bullets spiraled out, aiming at the leader's head. The tiny bullets, about the size of a fingernail, were quite powerful. The leader dodged by turning sideways. But don't forget, twin guns and peas can shoot 2 bullets at once. Another bullet hit the opponent's waist. Seeing her opponent hurt again, Run Ran attacked immediately. She threw a long punch directly. When her opponent raised her arm to block, Run Ran lowered her body and avoided a slap aimed at her head. The wind was howling overhead. Run Ran blinked.
Using her opponent's arm for leverage, she jumped up and kicked forward. After a not-so-perfect straight kick, just as it was about to hit, her opponent threw her away. Her body almost scraped the ground, sliding for a while before she finally steadied herself. There were deep marks on the ground. There was a bloody smell in her throat. The gap was still too wide to close. Seeing this, the leader showed a ferocious smile. With the bulging veins on her face, she looked truly hideous, like a demon. At this moment, the evil ghost's arm swung again, smashing down with a punch as if it could cause a mountain to collapse. Ran, who had just started to run again, felt like nothing had really changed. Once more trapped, Ran looked around at the situation. Led by Sister Yu and Lin Jiao, everyone was barely holding their ground. Lin Qing was cooperating with the enemies to push forward. Seeing Sister Yu already exhausted, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and charged ahead. Everyone was already injured, especially Sister Yu, whose healing wounds reopened. Blood stained her clothes, but she showed no sign of retreat. Seeing that the others were still fighting hard, Ran also smiled. But that smile was a bit strange. It was as if she suddenly saw a glimmer of victory in her despair. She slowly retreated. Ran once again put some distance between herself and the enemy. "Are you trying to run away?" The boss suddenly spoke, his hoarse voice revealing his displeasure with Ran. Her actions made him furious. He suddenly waved his hand, and someone behind him threw a large hammer. It was a hammer taller than a person, swinging through the air, causing the wind to scream. What kind of divine weapon is that? Looking at the thick, sturdy hammer, Ran clicked her tongue. But in response to the boss's question, she challenged him with a teasing tone.
Guess.
She kept retreating. Unknowingly, she had already distanced herself from the main group. From this, it seemed like Ran was trying to escape. Even Sister Yu and others looked confused, though their eyes still held a smile. They fought so desperately hoping Ran could leave this place. If Ran really chose to leave, their efforts wouldn't be in vain. Don't even think about escaping. But the boss had a different idea. He wouldn't let Ran leave so easily. He took several big strides forward, moving incredibly fast. In what seemed like an instant, he appeared beside Ran. He raised the hammer again and struck down, making Ran feel like she was about to turn into a meat patty. She narrowly dodged, looking at the crater on the ground with a fearful expression. Despite her tension, her eyes fixed tightly on the boss and the distance between him, Qin Yu, and the others. She needed to put more space between them. Thinking this, she turned her head and ran away without looking back. Her desperate escape made the boss hesitate for a moment before chasing again. Not only that, the boss's hammer was thrown out, flying toward Ran. Such a heavy hammer, yet it moved incredibly fast. If she kept running, she would really be hit. Ran immediately did a back bend, almost sticking to the hammer, and pulled herself out. The hammer hit the ground. The ground cracked open, just blocking her escape route. The other person didn't want her to leave. Ran knew that, but from the start, she wasn't planning to go. She turned her head to look at the boss. There was enough distance now. Ran's face showed a slight smile, and she summoned the wall fruit to stand in front of her. Seeing Ran in this tense stance, the boss suddenly slammed on the brakes. He had intelligence about the plants in Ran's hands. He knew she had some explosives, which could cause a very strong explosion. He was alert and stared closely at Ran. It felt like, as soon as she used her big move, he could cut her down instantly. But no matter how long he waited, she didn't throw any seeds. "Why are you so nervous?" Ran, behind the wall fruit, smiled faintly. "But you should be a little nervous." Right after she said that, she snapped her fingers. Still, nothing was thrown over. But the boss felt his pants leg getting warm. No, more precisely, something in his pocket was expanding. The heat was so intense it caused him pain. He took it out immediately. It was a gray mushroom. It expanded to the size of a fist and suddenly stopped. Then, he saw the woman across from him make a farewell gesture.
Boom.
It exploded. The little mushroom blew up. The explosion created a shockwave that caused nearby buildings to collapse. Even Chinyu and others nearby were affected. But suddenly, the wall fruit appeared and transformed into a giant, blocking the shockwave. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand why Ran had just run outside. If it had exploded inside, could anyone survive? The answer was yes, some could. When the dust settled, Ran saw the boss kneeling in the crater at the explosion center. The hammer was cracked. His face was covered in blood, and if you looked closely, his skin was burned and charred. Flesh was writhing underneath, looking very frightening. He was bleeding everywhere. But he hadn't died. He lifted his head, one eye blinded by the blast. It looked like a black hole, staring at Ran. His body was shaky, but he held on. From how fast his body was healing, Ran knew it was probably due to the medicine he had just injected. Although so, the opponent was already badly injured. Cough, cough. The leader coughed a few times, spitting out bits of internal organs. It looked like he wouldn't last long, but he still stubbornly stood up. His hammer was not lifted. On his drooping fingers, the flesh looked like rotten mud, writhing. Then, did it stretch? Ran widened his eyes. The opponent's body was changing. A red membrane covered his surface, starting to stop the bleeding. He still looked human from the outside, but his back was hunched. His whole body appeared blood red. Blood vessels pulsed under the membrane, very visible. His flesh expanded a few more times, and his fingers touched the ground. No, those weren't fingers. They were tentacles, like an octopus, soft and hanging down, sometimes trembling. The bright red flesh was really disgusting. In the remaining eye, a bloodthirsty light shone. And in Ran's view, he saw no human emotions in the opponent's eyes. Has he gone berserk? Ran understood that the other was probably also an experimental product. But now, the little white mouse had lost control. And he himself was becoming dangerous too. When the tentacles swung up, bullets whistled again. The bullets hit the flesh, passing through, leaving a blood hole. At this moment, the opponent's body was less defended than before, but his healing ability was far beyond Ran's reach. Before the next bullet arrived, the wound had already closed. The growing flesh looked like a tumor, hanging on the leader's body, truly disgusting. He grabbed his own head with one hand, and his hair fell out. The leader, almost bald, didn't seem to notice and suddenly attacked Ran. Be careful. It was Sister Yu who shouted. The previous explosion had also taken out many enemies. Thanks to Ran's protection, they were almost uninjured. But facing this change, everyone looked worried. What are these things? Are they what the powerful people in the city are researching? Are they even human? Not only Sister Yu and the others, but even some enemies had similar doubts. Their boss was actually a monster. Right now, besides the color of his appearance, he looked almost the same as those mutants on the Wasteland. What terrible beings were they following? Questions couldn't be answered at this moment. And Ran, who was being watched, felt the opponent's urgent desire for revenge. The enemy falling from the sky was still bleeding, thick blood dripping onto his face, which was quite disgusting. The wall fruit was smashed directly, showing the strength of the opponent. Ran kept moving to different spots, but the enemy's pursuit never slowed down. Just when it looked like Ran was about to be caught, she suddenly lunged forward and rolled over once. As she rolled out from under the opponent's arm and stood up, she opened her hands. Her palms were empty. Her playful attitude made the leader's eyes start to bleed. She stomped on the ground like a giant, each step making loud rumbling sounds. But after 2 steps, the opponent was still standing in the same place. His body tilted slightly. Suddenly, his left foot was lifted by a strong force. His body leaned a bit more. In the struggle of power, Ran, who was controlling the wall fruit, protected herself firmly. She didn't just prepare a mushroom. Destruction mushroom destroys all zombies in a large area and leaves a pit, with no new plants allowed on the pit. Attack power, very strong range. All enemies in a large area features. Single use. Cannot be recovered. Contact activation exchange for experience. 121 mushroom wasn't enough, so she used 2.
Rand didn't hold back on using experience points now. No matter how tough her body was, she didn't believe the enemy could withstand this continuous attack. If only the destruction mushroom didn't need to touch the enemy to activate, she wouldn't have had to struggle so much earlier. Everything was for this moment. Rand looked up at the sky filled with blood-like chunks, thinking this. The wall fruit blocked the aftershock of the explosion and also stopped the rain of blood. The leader, shattered into pieces, finally fell silent. It was as if he hadn't even used his strength before taking a heavy and collapsing. It was frustrating, but for Rand, it was very satisfying. Standing behind the wall fruit, Rand looked at the messy ground and then turned to the other enemies. Even though the leader was dead, they didn't seem to give up. After a moment of confusion, they started fighting again. So, Rand frowned, then quickly walked over to Yujie and the others. "Where's the camp vehicle?" she asked quietly, sounding a bit cautious. Yujie and the others didn't understand but pointed in a direction. "Get them on the car," Rand shouted, then threw something at the enemies. "Are you all up?" While shouting this, Rand helped Yujie turn around and walk away. This time, she was really escaping. Normal people would feel pain, get hurt, and be afraid. Faced with the tragic death of the boss, these people had no intention of retreating. Rand thought that the only reason was that they were not allowed to fall back. The boss was dead, the leader was gone, so why were they still acting like this? The answer was simple. That boss was just a test subject this time. The real leader was behind the scenes. Perhaps they had been watching here all along. His own destructive mushroom had surprised those people, which also meant that a more terrible counterattack might come soon. Rand couldn't predict what might happen, so he could only run away. Everyone panicked and scrambled into the vehicle. A bus had already filled everyone inside. At this moment, Lin Qing seemed to realize what Rand was doing. "Get lost, stop them," he shouted, his face full of anger tainted by desire. But ordinary humans like them couldn't possibly stop a vehicle. The driver was Chinyu. This time, he didn't ease off the accelerator and drove straight toward the exit. The window was shattered, and everyone inside was frightened and ducked down. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Lying on the seat, Ajia was sweating all over but still smiling. "Rand, you're amazing." In response to this compliment, Rand shrugged casually. When the vehicle broke through the camp's gate, he finally let out a real sigh of relief. Behind them, the enemies were still chasing. But the peas in their heads were enough to make those people give up. Not long after the vehicle left the camp, another car arrived at the gate. Director Wu looked at the dead bodies of his men in the camp with a cold gaze. Li Xiaoliang, who followed Director Wu, trembled slightly in his pupils, feeling sympathy deep inside, but not showing it. A teacher didn't need such weak feelings. Good-for-nothings, he simply said, settling the matter with those 2 words. Watching the direction where Rand left, Director Wu's ambitious desire didn't fade. On the Wasteland, he liked unpredictable changes the most. "Continue to send people to track them," he ordered, then turned to get into the car. The people around him fell silent like ice. "Yes," Li Xiaoliang replied, though his eyes were complicated. Since his junior brother left the 9th city, the teacher's face had hardly shown a smile. But wasn't it the teacher himself who abandoned his junior brother back then? A sigh drifted into the wind. Meanwhile, Rand, leading a convoy away, instructed Chinyu to drive toward the power station. These people following him could no longer return. Let them be self-sufficient in the Wasteland. Isn't that insulting their good intentions? Anyway, the power station is big enough. After some tidying up, it can fully accommodate these people.
And,
looking out the window, everything seems peaceful. But beneath the surface, many hidden currents are surging, and Rand cannot see clearly. In the Wasteland, a person's strength is limited. To control one's fate, besides being strong enough, one also needs to have powerful allies. The people who have experienced life and death with her are undoubtedly suitable to form the initial team. However, Rand didn't reveal these thoughts directly. The vehicle jolted on the Wasteland, and after repelling some fallen creatures,
They arrived near the power station by noon the next day. Wan ran. Wan ran. When she woke up to the call, Wan ran waved to indicate she was fine. Since escaping from high alert yesterday, she had fallen back into a daze. She supported herself on the chair to stand up. Through her connection with the plants, Wan Ran knew that the power station was not in serious trouble. During this time, P had fired, but it was just a small, reckless creature that appeared, causing no real disturbance. But when the vehicle stopped, Wan Ran sensed danger ahead. Pushing through the crowd, she stepped out and saw a red leaf emerging from the bushes. "I knew you would be fine." The red leaf, emerging from the bushes, was full of joy. That day, Emo-chan had come back himself, covered in wounds. When asked where Wan Ran had gone, he only said they parted ways, and she returned later. That wait lasted several days. Fortunately, Wan Ran did not disappoint them. "Yes, I'm back." Wan Ran smiled. At the door, Feng Miao Miao, who heard the noise, also returned and gave Wan Ran a big hug. After some greetings, Wan Ran told everyone about her experiences over the past few days. The most important thing was about the Hope Camp.
And what?
Intelligence seed? Can it speak human language? Chunyu exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was crowded into a room, listening to Wan Ran recount her experience after splitting from Emo-chan in Shishan. Yes, it has some thinking ability. Although not very strong yet, it's not much different from some ordinary adults. Plus, she had heard from her 3 brothers. Wan Ran was sure that this wasn't an isolated case. Moreover, those fallen creatures might be planning a hunt against humans. Clearing the camp was just the first step. So, what should we do? Someone started to worry. They thought they could settle here peacefully, but it turned out there was a big problem. Don't worry, the people in the city should have already noticed. And the first to be attacked won't be us. At the door, Emo-chan approached. Wearing a white coat, Emo-chan's dark circles under his eyes seemed even deeper, but it didn't ruin his handsome face. When he saw Ren Ran, his furrowed brows eased a little. It was obvious he was more relaxed. They should have a plan to deal with this. Emo-chan, familiar with the people in the city, knew that if they were still blind to the situation, the city wouldn't have survived on the Wasteland all these years. This meant that if the fallen species really launched an attack on humans, the city would be the first to suffer. After all, only the city could threaten those fallen creatures gathered together. With Emo-chan's reassurance, everyone's hearts finally settled down. Next, they made arrangements. As Ren Ran had thought, the place was big enough. Led by Chunyu and Lin Jiao Jiao, some people started dividing the territory and tidying up. With these people helping, the pressure on Hong Yi eased a lot. During the days Ren Ran was away, she and Feng Miao Miao took turns on watch day and night. Now they could finally relax. Once everything was orderly, Ren Ran followed Emo-chan to the laboratory. A single vial of medicine was placed in front of her. The liquid inside was light blue. "Just this one." Emo-chan handed it to her. "I don't know if there are side effects, and whether you should inject it is up to you." Emo-chan was very clear about this, and Ren Ran took the medicine without hesitation, injecting it directly into her arm. It was a gamble, but she trusted Emo-chan. Moreover, if she let her body continue to worsen, maybe one day she truly wouldn't wake up. As the medicine slowly entered her body, Ren Ran felt a cold sensation spreading inside her, gradually fermenting. It wrapped around her little by little. She couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. She reached out to steady herself on the nearby table, but missed. Ren Ran fainted immediately. Fortunately, Emo-chan reacted quickly and caught her. Feng Miao Miao, watching nearby, was very worried. But after checking Ren Ran's vital signs, she found that Ren Ran was fine and that her condition hadn't worsened. She was just sleeping, dazed and heavy. That was all Ren Ran could feel at the moment. It's like being stuffed inside a ball of cotton. I can move, struggle, and open my eyes, but all I see is cotton. It's piled up, blocking my view. Between the sky and the ground, everything is black. I can't see any other colors. In this strange feeling, there's one sound that's unusually clear. It's a voice from a system. detecting abnormal mental energy in the host, scanning, determined to be drug interference, excluding, warning, warning, unable to exclude, unable to exclude, detecting the host absorbing medication, mental energy fluctuating greatly. Absorption complete, mental energy upgraded. Ding dong. Congratulations, your mental strength has increased to level 5. The noisy sound pulls Ran out of the cotton ball. When she sits up, the world is still dark. It's only when she thought she was blind that she realizes the light wasn't turned on. Leaning against the wall, Ran looks at the information, raising an eyebrow. She feels like the system's voice sounds a bit anxious. I'm fine, she says softly, squinting with a smile in her eyes. Actually, I feel very good now. After a good sleep, her body feels comfortable. Moreover, after her mental energy increased, her mind felt very light. What surprised Ran even more was that her control over plants had doubled. 20 types. Can she control 20 plants at once? This huge surprise made Ran very happy and even grateful for Yushi's gift. When she went outside, the power station had changed quite a bit. It's true, more people mean more strength. Specialists have their own skills. Even Mo Chin has many things he can't do, like electrical circuits and repairs. But after Chin Yu and others arrived here, these problems were almost all solved. The drafty windows were closed. The leaking roof was repaired. The circuits were fixed, and even in the hallways, the lights were bright. It felt a little like home. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, Ran was also happy. Compared to an open camp, people still prefer buildings surrounded by walls. Standing on the roof, Ran was planning other things. The plant defense line was her current main idea. She used to control only a few plants, so to handle emergencies, she needed to leave some space for fighting. But now, with 20 types of plants, Ran felt like she had suddenly become very wealthy. She plans to build a defensive line near the power plant using plants. Both defense and attack are essential. Traps must also be prepared. Standing at the highest point of the power station, Ran's gaze is fixed on a large pit nearby. Once it was a pond, but it has dried up. In the remaining hole, some fish skeletons can still be seen. Looking further into the distance, a rushing river is faintly visible. It is a great river, flowing endlessly even after the great disaster. That is the Ningen River. Suddenly, Ran has an idea. The location of the power plant is quite flat, with no natural advantage for defense. So, she must create her own advantage. She can't bring in mountains, but she can dig a river that surrounds the entire power station. A moat. That is Ran's plan. Once decided, everyone begins to work hard. Watching their actions, Ran can only sigh. On the Wasteland, labor is truly abundant. Their strong bodies make their work twice as effective. Slowly, a long and wide river channel takes shape. When they break through the gap, the water from the Ningen River suddenly flows back in. The turbulent river sweeps soil along with the water, gradually filling the artificial channel. From evening until the next morning, the water calms down. The two rivers are connected. The depth of the water flow matches Ran's expectations. In the gentle terrain, the water flows smoothly. From a high vantage point, it looks like a ribbon wrapping tightly around the power station. This is a massive project, but thanks to the efforts of warriors and mutants, it was completed in just a few days. Only the main gate was left open, with a section of ground for people and vehicles to pass through. That is also the easiest point to attack. Standing at the gate, Ran touches the wall beside her. As a restricted area, the power plant is protected by walls. The wall is about 3 meters high, almost no match for the tall city walls. But once the giant wall is integrated into the structure, the earth-colored surface looks very reassuring. In the corner, Ran plants a mushroom. Next to the fog mushroom, there are coffee beans. Whenever the fog mushroom wants to go on strike during the day, the coffee beans whip it into action. The mist covers the entrance and spreads over the moat. In the calm water of the river, some plants begin to grow. Allow terrestrial plants to be planted on the water lilies. Note 1. Characteristic. Non-aquatic plants can be planted on top, but the plant itself must be rooted in water. Exchange experience. 30. The area above the water lilies is empty, with no plants, just a decorative spot. But if you look closer, you can see underwater, floating up and down with the lily leaves, a dark green plant. The lush algae, leaves swell, and almost fill the entire riverbed. Seaweed is an aquatic plant that can drag the first approaching zombie into the water. Attack power, very strong attack range, anywhere in the water features, must be planted in water, used alone, activates on contact exchange experience. 20. It has very high attack power, but its use is very limited. On land, it hardly works, but now, with the moat, it quietly lurks in the water, waiting for prey. The tangled algae occasionally peek out from under the water lilies, but the fog makes them hard to see clearly. Seaweed has a strong extension ability. After entering the water, it gradually expands its territory. Surrounding the 3 sides of the moat, only 4 seaweeds are enough to cover the river bottom. This is the first line of defense for the power station. Behind the city wall, some potatoes are buried in the soil, with a small round ball exposed. The explosive potatoes are still dormant. Once the first line of defense is broken, it will be time for the potatoes to act. It will surely be a spectacular scene then. Beyond that are the residential buildings. The weeds around the buildings have been trimmed, making everything look much tidier. But the peas are particularly noticeable. Clad in pumpkin-colored armor, the peas stand tall in the wind and rain, proudly showing off their stance, completely fearless. After finishing these, Ran looks at his nearly depleted experience points and can only sigh that the next level is still far away. Level 4. 150/5000 Ran, with a modest background, learned a new piece of news on the second day of building a simple plant defense line. The war has started. Surprisingly, the side that launched the war is not the wise plants Ran worried about, but a group of crazy fallen ones. City number 9, filled with gloom. A few days ago, it was peaceful here, and all residents considered it a paradise. Now it's almost turned into. The gunfire never stops. On the high walls, the mutants station their fight day and night. Beyond the high wall, the fallen ones, who have painted themselves pale, continue their attacks as if ignoring life and death. The entire city is surrounded. Although the fallen are not yet strong enough to completely conquer a city, there is another force lurking in the shadows beyond both sides. In the Mutant Guild, the top leaders of City 9 are gathered here. A screen in front shows the current situation outside the city. Not far away, a large group of fallen can be seen waiting and moving secretly. This is why they dare not fully fight the fallen. Even if they manage to push back those madmen, it still gives the fallen a chance to strike. The city would remain in danger. Stuck in a stalemate, they are in a difficult position. They are surrounded and feel helpless, unsure of what to do. Find out why those madmen are attacking now, the leader asks. He is not the guild master. His voice is deep, and after asking, many below look uncomfortable. No, not yet, they reply. From their reactions, it's clear they respect the other side. This person is Director Wu. He is just a director, but right now he almost controls the city's fate. Yet, the others don't seem surprised. A bunch of useless fools. Director Wu slaps the table in anger. As guessed by Ran, the movements of the intelligent fallen are noticed by humans. Everyone's attention is on how to deal with the evolved fallen. But at this moment, the madmen took the opportunity to enter, which was a mistake. The atmosphere is tense. Now, with the city under attack, the reckless assaults of the madmen have caused significant damage. Beyond that, the people inside are panicking. Almost no one is on the streets. Moreover, many leaders are pressuring others openly and secretly, asking if this crisis can be resolved.
Can it be solved?
Of course it can. Even if City 9 agrees, it will come at a heavy cost. In future conflicts with other cities, they will be at a disadvantage. One reason is that this restrains everyone from showing their true strength.
Boom!
A deafening explosion echoes through the lower city. The city wall still protects the humans,
But the fallen also use weapons. After bombs are thrown in, many casualties occur. Even with the help of mutants, they cannot cover everything. Looking down from a tall building, you can see continuous gunfire ahead. Fortunately, the glass separated the screams of the residents of the lower city. Teacher, I received news that the fallen are also starting to attack. Li Xiaoliang brought the latest information, which made Director Wu even angrier. No matter how he cursed, it couldn't change the fact. Outside the city wall, the fallen began to move aggressively. Strangely, even when they encountered some fallen along the way, they didn't attack each other. Both sides tacitly launched attacks on the city walls. No matter how strong the wall was, as long as the attackers had enough strength, it would eventually fall. The powerful fallen, standing several meters tall, caused the ground to sink with each step. When it collided with the wall, it created a dent. In the next second, firepower and supernatural abilities from above flooded the fallen, destroying it.
It was dead.
In just a few moments, the fallen became a broken corpse. But this was only the beginning. A continuous stream of fallen was attacking the city. Most of them were humanoid. They stubbornly attacked one point, trying to break through into the city. No matter how many died in front of them, they kept moving forward. The fearless attack of the fallen was effective. Cracks appeared on the city wall. Although some supernatural users quickly repaired them, they couldn't keep up with the pace of the attack. Under a rain of fire, the bodies of the fallen burned. Looking around, the scene was filled with white. The fallen and the degenerates were mixed together, as if they were the same kind.
Wow.
Someone on the wall exclaimed in surprise. The attack came suddenly. When Ren Ran at the power station received the news, the attack had already lasted a day. Deciding to leave City Number 9 was very wise. The people who followed the Hope Camp were now feeling grateful. They knew that their previous location was not far from City Number 9. Perhaps it had already been affected. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the power station's construction was quite impressive. As a researcher, Mo Chun had not stopped in recent days. Now, Run Ran was in the lab, looking at the data Mo Chen had placed in front of him. You mean you participated in experiments related to controllable fallen? This time, Mo Chen suddenly called him over. Recently, Mo Chun had been tinkering in the lab. No one was helping him in this area. Yes. To be precise, the project I was involved in was just a preliminary experiment for this plan. In that experiment, he discovered that his teacher had crossed moral boundaries and clashed with him. Eventually, he became a traitor within his own school. So, what if he's a genius? In City 9, his teacher was the one truly in control, and destroying a genius was easy for him. If it weren't for his past achievements, even the president might not have protected him. After all, who needs a useless person? What I am now suspicious of is this. Even after I left, the research didn't stop. It is still ongoing. Perhaps those fallen and corrupted individuals are targeting that experiment. Do the fallen collaborate with humans? In the past, facing this question, Mo Chun would have said it was impossible. But now, the situation has changed. The appearance of the intelligent species means the fallen can communicate. However, they first communicated with the corrupted ones. Whether they are trading or simply sharing a common goal, City 9 is in big trouble this time. Yes, Mo Chin doesn't believe City 9 can win this siege. One side is well prepared, while the other is still confused and unready. In fact, this battle was unfair from the start. Perhaps we should also prepare ourselves. Mo Chen's voice was soft. There were only two people in the room, and Rin Rand understood what he meant. If City 9 falls, the attack from the fallen will surely spread outward. At that point, this place might not be safe either. Mo Chen was telling himself to get ready to retreat again. It proved that Mo Chen's worries were not unfounded. City 9. It was night. In a sealed room, people moved back and forth. Many medicines were pumped through pipes into glass chambers. Inside, there were some fallen creatures, animals, plants, and mostly humanoid fallen. Their pale bodies twisted inside, but after absorbing the medicine, they gradually fainted. These things have been restless. The person in charge wiped sweat from his forehead, looking worried. Once the Fallen started attacking, they couldn't hold back inside the lab. It was as if they knew their comrades had arrived. They were eager to rush out. The sedatives had been over-administered to suppress them. Roar. Strange roars echoed outside the city. They were the horns signaling the Fallen's attack and calling their allies. The number of bodies on the ground is countless. The city wall has fallen apart, with cracks spreading in some areas. They can't hold on anymore. Many mutants realize this. If things continue like this, they will lose. Fortunately, hope still arrives. Behind them, many vehicles appear, and the people getting out are dressed uniformly. This is a team of mutants, the strongest force in City 9. A mutant leaps down from the wall and begins its slaughter. Fallen bodies are scattered wildly, and the fallen creatures mixed in are even more gruesome. With these new arrivals, the scene gradually comes under control. Even the defensive line can be pushed outward. The fighting among the three sides is brutal. The wild fallen creatures, upon seeing humans, have eyes filled with hatred. Their murderous intent is frightening. But no matter how they search, they cannot find any clear signs of intelligence among these fallen creatures. In the guild, those people keep watching the screens. They ignore the bloody scenes above. Dean Wu looks upset. He's not here. By he means the intelligent mutants. The fallen creatures on the battlefield now are just controlled tools. The real intelligent mutants have not yet appeared. And so far, the big battle has lasted 3 days. 3 days without rest. Many mutants are already exhausted. Even with the help of the mutant army, they can't stop the spreading worry within the city. Mutants are also human. They can't stay awake and fight like those fallen creatures. Watching the brave mutants fighting on the battlefield, Dean Wu's eyes show a sense of indifference. But when he looks at the fallen creatures, his eyes shine brightly. If people cannot surpass their physical limits, they will never defeat these fallen creatures. His research aims to help humans overcome this. It just needs a little more time. Keep going. After leaving the sentence, Dean Wu hurriedly walks away. The president sitting in the chair looks serious. He stares at the battlefield with a sigh in his eyes. City 9 is finished. In the laboratory, the imprisoned fallen creatures are very quiet now. When Dean Wu arrives, he pushes aside his subordinates and takes charge himself. One fallen creature is dragged and restrained by its limbs. Dean Wu stands nearby, holding the latest potion he developed. Start recording. If successful, today's sacrifices will be worthwhile. Dean Wu's eyes gleam with ambition. The syringe is smoothly injected into the fallen creature's body. The red potion brings a sense of foreboding. Within a moment, the unconscious subject showed signs of reaction. Its limbs began to struggle violently. The chains holding it were tightened. The subject, with its eyes open, howled, and saliva at the corners of its mouth revealed its hunger. Its body was pulling and twisting. Its eyes fixed on Director Wu, as if wanting to tear him apart, but it was powerless. "Shut up," Director Wu said calmly. This simple command made the subject's face twist even more. Unexpectedly, it really closed its mouth. Even its waving arms lowered. Its face, pale and human-like, showed no emotion. Director Wu couldn't see any human feelings on it. A flicker of joy crossed his face. Is it about to succeed? He waved his hand. Bring in Subject 2. His voice was a little urgent. Subject 2 was not the second subject, but the second model, also a human. As a test subject, the human brought in was awake. Its limbs were also chained. When it saw Director Wu, its eyes looked like it saw a terrible monster. Fear spread across its face. It struggled instinctively, but met Director Wu's cold gaze. Its body was locked and unable to escape. As a test subject, it already knew what was coming next. "No," it shouted, kneeling before Director Wu. "Please let me go. I don't want to become a monster." It had seen its companions. They gradually turned into inhuman monsters in pain. Director Wu didn't reply. The people around also looked at each other coldly and forcibly pulled the man upright. After fixing its body, Director Wu raised his hand again. The same procedure. The drug successfully entered the man's body. The powerful drug took effect quickly. The man, growling in pain, curled up. His body began to change. His hair fell out with a touch. His weak-colored skin seemed to fade, turning pale. His teeth bled. His back swelled, as if something inside was writhing, a little bit trying to emerge. Under the sharp cry, the people around remained indifferent. But watching the experiment subject change, Director Wu's eyes were full of hope. Humans? As long as the research succeeds, what does it matter if a few humans are sacrificed? Humans are weak and helpless by nature. Being willing to sacrifice for their goals actually serves a purpose. Under Director Wu's watch, the man's body gradually stretched significantly. Even his muscles became thicker. As an ordinary person, he now felt a sense of danger emanating from him. Help me. But this process was painful. The man struggled to reach out and grab Director Wu's coat. Blood stained the white robe, but Director Wu bent down and softly said, "Hold on a little longer. Soon, you'll become someone admired by all." Seeing the man's transformation deepen, Director Wu couldn't hide his excitement. In the past, those little white mice never reached this stage before turning into a pile of goo. But today, it seemed like success was near.
No.
The sound that came from his throat was like a beast's cry. His bright red eyes were embedded in his pale skin, radiating intense hostility. The man roared, his expression confused. Just as the transformation was about to complete, suddenly, the entire laboratory went dark. Did the power go out? Some people thought this, but quickly realized something was wrong. The lab's power supply was independent. Even if the outside lost power, this place could still run. It could only mean one thing. Someone was causing trouble.
Quick, fix it.
In the darkness, Director Wu's angry shout echoed. Soon, there were sounds of banging and breaking glass in the lab. This was caused by panic and chaos in the dark. But it only lasted for a few seconds. When the lights came back on, everyone almost thought the darkness was an illusion. But even a short few seconds was enough to do a lot. It's gone. Someone exclaimed in surprise. They realized the little white mouse that had been locked up was missing. Director Wu's eyelids twitched a few times, seeming surprised too. Everyone looked around, trying to find it. But after searching, there was no sign of it. Even the door was still tightly closed. The creature was still here. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Something was dripping from above, like water drops. Water drops? But how could there be water on the ceiling of the lab? When the first person looked up, they saw a monstrous mouth coming straight at them.
Ah!
This time, the scream was full of fear. They saw a creature on the ceiling, pale and very agile. It had a tail growing behind its body. The long, thick tail swung back and forth, helping it balance. Both hands and feet turned into forelimbs. The flesh palms of the limbs seemed to grow suction cups, allowing him to cling tightly to the ceiling. The dripping sound was from the other side, watching the humans below with a hungry look. A cruel and savage expression appeared in those eyes. At this moment, the little white mouse had lost all human qualities.
Roar.
After being discovered, he shouted loudly. There were broken chains visible on his limbs. Broken. Once someone realized this, their face showed a very bad expression. In the few seconds of darkness just now, someone took the opportunity to break the chain. Such chains made of special material could not be broken easily, unless someone familiar with the experiment did it. Someone deliberately let go of the test subject.
Dean Wu also realized this.
He looked sharply at everyone. Many people avoided eye contact nervously. He couldn't tell if a traitor was among them. He moved slightly and glanced at the exit, then spoke slowly. Catch him. After saying that, he quickly moved toward the door. This action seemed to anger the test subject above him. He let out a wild cry and suddenly pounced down. His fingers turned into claws, with sharp nails stabbing into an experimenter's head. He pressed hard. Blood and white matter splattered. The experimenter trembled and collapsed to the ground. The mutated test subject had terrifying strength. Stop him. Someone tried to command him, but the test subject ignored them. The potion had failed. But they didn't see the final transformation process. Chaos broke out. Many people pushed to leave. Usually, these people held the power over the lives of the test subjects. But in fact, most of them were just ordinary people, only a bit smarter. At this moment, even the smartest minds were useless. No one could stop the test subject slaughter. Dean Wu, the quickest to react, had already reached the door. With a ticking sound, after the door opened, he quickly pulled it shut and left. The researcher behind him was just a step too slow, watching the door close in front of him. Dean Wu entered some commands into the device. The indicator light turned a blinding red. An alarm sounded. The door could no longer be opened from the outside. No. Open the door. Dean Wu. Hurry, open it. I don't want to die. More people crowded at the door. Director Wu only stood there, staring at everyone with a cold and fierce look. Since he couldn't find the traitor, he decided to treat everyone here as a traitor. He preferred to kill wrongly than to let anyone go. At this moment, Director Wu's harshness was frightening. When Li Xiaoliang arrived after hearing the alarm and saw this scene, he opened his mouth as if to beg, but he met his teacher's bloodshot eyes. Prepare to move away. After a cold word, he turned and left. Li Xiaoliang clenched his fists and followed. But the screams and pleas from behind still entered his ears, making him close his eyes in pain. Senior brother, if one day the person lying there is you. In a daze, the voice of the younger disciple appeared beside him. But now, the younger disciple was free, while he was burdened with guilt. They left quickly, with no hesitation. Inside, after Director Wu left, the killing stopped. In the laboratory, the monster stood still, holding a syringe. The liquid inside made his eyes show fear. Then he approached the others and randomly pulled one over. He stabbed the syringe directly into the other's body. After the failed potion was injected, the experimenter's body changed. His hair fell out, and his skin turned very pale. Seeing himself and the others becoming more and more like what they imagined, the experimenter cracked a cruel smile.
Yes.
It should be like this. No, don't. A female experimenter watched as the other person crawled toward her with a syringe, trembling in fear on the ground. She hugged herself tightly, trying to block him. Her hands waved in front of her, but they were forcefully twisted and broken. Pain made her sweat cold, and she fainted. But with the injection of the potion, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Foam flowed from her mouth, and her body twitched violently. Moreover, the other's body began to. Bright red flesh burst through the skin and pushed out. Then, it exploded. The other's body rotted away, turning into a pile of mud flowing on the ground. Since it was an experiment, failure was inevitable. And failure became trash. With this woman's mutation failure, the experimenter became even more excited. Many instruments were knocked over. He grabbed a man and stabbed him again with a syringe. Whether in pain, screaming, or begging, various sounds filled the laboratory. A little bit at a time, gathering together, eventually turning into a twisted roar.
Bang!
This was the sound of glass being shattered. Even the strongest glass seems fragile under great force. The other test subjects in the laboratory were released. They are mutants. The pale mutants roared angrily inside the lab and then rushed toward the door. The security door was broken. The moment they escaped and gained freedom, the mutants launched their final attack outside the 9th city. The 9th city, it's fallen. When Chenyu brought this news, Run Ran was studying something with Mo Chen. The room became quiet. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Does that mean our place might fall soon too? Hongyi said with a bitter expression. If the 9th city falls, it means the mutants will soon continue their attack. It's a good place, but it's built on the intact foundation of the 9th city. How could it happen so fast? Feng Miao Miao asked softly. There's a traitor. Chenyu gritted his teeth. Even though he usually disliked the behavior of the big figures in the city, at this moment, he hoped they could hold on a little longer. A lot of mutants were kept in a laboratory, but the traitor released them all. While everyone was busy worrying about the fighters ahead, a sudden attack from behind caught everyone off guard.
I also heard that the traitor created a drug that, once injected, turns normal people into mutants. Many have been affected, turning into monsters. Brother Wang, who was gathering intelligence, said that the refugees from the Ninth City are now fleeing in all directions, some heading toward us. The situation here has become unsafe. Oh no, people are coming outside. While they were still discussing, someone outside was shouting. When everyone went to see, they found several vehicles stopped outside the only exit. The people were frantically knocking on the door. But the reinforced gates, strengthened by a giant wall, showed no damage from their pounding. What should we do? Without a doubt, these people had escaped from the Ninth City.
Not only that.
Looking at their clothes, although a bit dirty and ragged, it was clear they were made of fine fabric. And judging by how quickly they were traveling, it could only be confirmed that these were important people from the Ninth City. Where are the people? Where is the person in charge? Come out quickly. I tell you, this place is now under our control. Open the door immediately. Don't refuse a kind offer and then accept punishment. Open the door. The knocking on the door continued. The fleeing people were very arrogant in their attitude. Ran stood high above, seeing through the fog that many people were already preparing to act. She raised her hand to signal everyone to stay calm. Despite the knocking, she didn't want to open the door, but she had no intention of fighting either. However, in her line of sight, she saw that beneath the calm river, the seaweed was starting to move. Some seaweed leaves floated upward. Clinging to the riverbank, they slowly reached higher. Long, wet seaweed leaves wrapped around a person's ankle. Then, with a strong tug, the person with special abilities didn't even react and was pulled into the moat. The calm water suddenly started to boil. The person entangled in the seaweed had no strength left. They could only desperately wave their limbs in the water. Gurgle, gurgle. As the oxygen ran out, they blew bubbles, eyes wide with fear, sinking down. In the next moment, they felt their limbs free again. With their last strength, they crawled to the shore. Gasping for air, they dared not look back and struggled to climb out. The river returned to calm. No one was harmed, but just this action was enough to cause fear. Clearly, the owner of this place was very unhappy with their behavior and refused their request. The man in charge looked a little afraid. But when he saw the people around him, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't be afraid. Break down this door for me." The area was surrounded by the river on 3 sides, with only one entrance covered in fog. If it weren't for a skilled scout in his team who could ignore terrain, they wouldn't have found such a good hiding spot. City 9 was destroyed. He barely escaped and was unwilling to become a wandering refugee. As for going to other cities, not to mention whether those cities would accept him, in his current state, going there would only mean hiding and being submissive.
He refused to accept that.
Since that was the case, he might as well take control of a mountain himself. And here was a ready-made mountain. The middle-aged man's eyes showed desire. With his command, his subordinates finally started to act. It could only be said that wealthy people could completely use special ability users as dogs to serve them. The ground was rising up. It was a soil-based ability. The other person seemed to want to use earth abilities to knock down the wall. However, the yellowish wall was as solid as a rock, standing firmly on the ground and unbreakable. No matter how much the ground rippled like waves, the wall remained standing. Strange, the person muttered, increasing his strength. But all his efforts seemed to vanish without effect. The wall, which looked like it could be shattered with a punch, showed no change. "What are you doing? Hurry up," the middle-aged man shouted angrily. His attitude was quite harsh. He shot a quick look. Next to him, a young man stepped forward. He glanced at the wall but made no move. An invisible ripple spread out, hitting the mist, which was forced to dissipate. Suddenly, something in the corner exploded, and Ming-Ran knew very well that the smoke mushroom had completely failed. Her big companion had been taken out. With the smoke mushroom gone, the mist cleared, and the surroundings became visible again. Beyond the wall, Ming-Ran could see herself standing on the roof, calmly watching the situation. "Are you the boss here? Come out." The middle-aged man still spoke with an arrogant tone. But hearing this, Ming Ran almost wanted to laugh. Why should I? She asked, then smiled slightly, noticing the change in the man's expression. Did you recognize me? Are you the plant killer? Still this nickname. When Ming Ran heard it, she shrugged and accepted it. Though it was a bit harsh, it was clear she had become well known.
Good.
If you open the door and let us in, I promise those people won't bother you again, she said. A teenage girl who could control strange plants. In some people's minds, recognizing Ming Ran was not difficult. According to rumors in City 9, this plant killer was a very scary woman. She was ruthless and didn't hesitate to kill. Moreover, her plants had special powers. If they could also seize her abilities. A thought flashed through the man's mind, and he became excited. He looked up slightly, watching the change in her expression. Ming Ran's eyes turned cold. Though she was like a drowning dog, her stubborn pride made people want to laugh. Get lost. Ming Ran's words were sharp. As she finished speaking, a few gunny sacks suddenly appeared on the wall. Peas were aimed at everyone, directed by her. The gun muzzles, puffed up and red, were ready to fire at any moment if Ming Ran gave the command. You! The man became angry, pointing his finger at Ren Rand and trembling. As the confrontation was about to happen, the young man beside the middle-aged man suddenly reached out and pulled him back. He lowered his head and said something. In the end, the man glared fiercely at Ren Ran again, but did not continue to be aggressive. Humph! Let's go.
Just wait and see.
His tone and expression seemed a bit gleeful. Watching those people leave, Ren Ran was deep in thought. It looks like the situation in City Number 9 has become completely uncontrollable. People are escaping. The wealthy and powerful are running the fastest. Next are ordinary people. There might be more people coming later to ask for help. Whether to open the door or not is a question. Today's rude behavior means if she doesn't open the door, no one will say anything. But if she keeps ignoring those in need. Thinking this, Ren Ran smiled again. On this wasteland, she must prioritize herself first. What if she ignores those in trouble? If they threaten her, she can abandon everything. After those people left completely, Ren Ran went down to reactivate the smoke mushroom and expanded its range. The moat was covered in fog, making it impossible to see where the entrance was. But even so, for the next few days, almost every day someone knocked on the door. Most of them had bad intentions. Like the man from the first day, many wanted to take over this place. But they forgot that everything here depends on Ren Ran's abilities. Those who shouted loudly at her when they arrived didn't need her to step in. Even Yu Jia and others could handle it. However, today, as soon as Ren Ran went out, she saw Yu Jia leading a few people over. They were strangers. 2 men and 1 woman. When they saw Ren Ran, they smiled gratefully. They are old friends of mine. They are good people, Yu Jia said, looking at Ren Ran with a hint of apology. No problem, Ren Ran replied with a smile. It's almost impossible not to open the door at all. But after this initial encounter, more people started to come in. As the number increased, managing the power station became more difficult. But Ren Ran's focus was not here. She opened her map, and only she and Mo Chun Hongyu remained in the room. Feng Miao Miao was outside helping. This young lady no longer had her previous delicate demeanor. Her beautiful face still made the people at the power station very fond of her. Everyone liked to hear a beautiful woman speak. This place is also not suitable. Many places on the map have already been crossed out. Those remaining are either hard to defend, already targeted, or inherently dangerous. Currently, they are preparing for their next move. City 9 is completely destroyed. In recent days, more refugees have arrived, and Ren Ran and others learned a new piece of news. A new type of monster is spreading. These monsters are created by injecting a special serum. They are more bloodthirsty than the original monsters on the Wasteland and still retain some human memories. After turning into monsters, their hatred for humans only grows. The humans in City 9 who couldn't escape are either being used as food or turned into monsters themselves. Resentment is building up. Humans cannot be wiped out completely. So, these monsters are destined to expand further. Confronting them is only a matter of time. By then, the power stations won't last. That's why Ran is thinking about a truly safe place to live long-term. They've been discussing for a couple of days, but haven't found a suitable location yet. Most of the old cities are now ruins. Building a new fortress now seems like a distant dream. Many of the remaining buildings are badly damaged and uninhabitable. Plus, the threat from the monsters makes safe places very few. How about here? Hong Yi pointed to a spot. The map shows it was once a prison. After the Great Disaster, it was abandoned, but most facilities are still intact. The prison's special layout could make it quite safe with some adjustments. But Ran shook her head. It's too late. Such a good place has probably already been targeted. And the map is outdated. The current situation there is unknown. In the past, the risk was too high. Then how about here? Mo Chen also pointed to another spot. His slender finger pointed to the words by Chun Botanical Garden. White Chun Botanical Garden. Ran read the name. She tried to remember, but she couldn't recall this botanical garden from the original memories. It belongs to a more recent facility. The city where this garden is located survived the Great Disaster. Eventually, for safety, all the people were moved to a base. That city was then abandoned. But not long after, monsters took over the area. This place is very dangerous. The Bai Chin Botanical Garden is located southwest of the city. On the map, it is not far from them. It is next to the mountain, making it a naturally protected area. The garden emphasizes natural beauty, with little human excavation. It is very large and well secured. As for protection, there is a giant wall built by Ran, so building barriers is easy. The spacious area is enough for them to do some daily activities. Moreover, there are even complete houses. The only problem is that everyone's eyes are fixed on the word plants. The plants are called fallen seeds. In that botanical garden, most of the plants later mutated into fallen seeds. Humans are afraid to go there. Animals that turn into fallen seeds are usually eaten by those plants. The danger level there is no less than that of City Number 9. Such places are usually off-limits to ordinary people. If they set this place as a target, it would be quite risky. At this moment, Mo Chun was looking at Ran. Ran smiled, with a hint of pride in his expression. I can try. Xiao Bai was climbing on his arm, swaying his branches when he heard this. His pale body looked just like those fallen seeds. But from the beginning, none of them saw any desire in Xiao Bai to devour human flesh. He was as obedient as a pet. The botanical garden is very frightening to others, but Ran might be willing to try. Should we explore first? Hong Yi asked. For safety, it's better to check it out first. Moving directly there would take time and effort, and the situation there is uncertain. Sometimes, more people don't mean more strength. But, ding ding ding. Before he could finish, there was a knocking sound. After the urgent knocking, Feng Miao Miao pushed open the door. They're coming. Feng Miao Miao, straightforward and worried, spoke directly. Hearing this, everyone went outside. Standing on the high wall, they could see the movement in the moat. Some pale plants floated up and down. They are fallen seeds. The fallen seeds rushed into the fog without paying attention to their surroundings, then fell directly into the moat. Would the fallen seeds drown? The answer is yes. But when Ran's gaze passed through the fog and saw what happened to those fallen seeds behind, he sighed. Hopefully, nothing will happen. Can we defend against it? Below, someone was already asking. They hadn't been here long, and those things had already caught up. Don't talk nonsense. A woman spoke loudly but was afraid of disturbing the others outside, so she covered her mouth. But can she really stop it? No one is sure. Zhao Yi extended her tendrils, pulling those fallen beings into the water completely. In the water, the fallen beings struggled to move and were soon drowned alive. Their strength seemed to surpass human limits, yet they still needed to breathe, which was a bit ironic. Ran waved her hand, and several peas appeared above the water lilies. The water lilies, usually just decorations, now gently swayed. With the peas above, they reached the designated spot. Bullets zipped through the mist, hitting those fallen beings trying to get closer. The bullets were almost silent, gradually taking their lives. Fortunately, not many came here. Some drowned, others died beneath the peas. No further measures were needed. After solving this problem, the atmosphere at the power station relaxed again. Especially after some people saw Run Rant's unique abilities, their eyes looked at her with admiration. Was that admiration? Run Ran thought, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. The appearance of a few fallen beings was easy to handle, but it also meant that this place was no longer safe. Looking around, the repaired houses looked sturdy. In recent days, the power station had been thoroughly cleaned up. Some even discussed where to plant vegetables. But this peace was not easy to maintain. While Run Ran was worried, not far from the power station, a group of people looked ahead, frustrated because there was no movement. Is that woman really so powerful? A middle-aged man shouted angrily, disappointed. Yes, those fallen beings were attracted by him. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation Run Ran had given him that day. Don't worry. Next to him, a young man spoke softly. This is just the beginning. Sighing under the confident tone, the man looked at the young man with admiration. Luckily, I have you. Humph, I won't bow down. He shouted a few more times, and there was movement behind him. A group of pale-skinned people stepped out. They were fallen beings. The man looked a little scared, but didn't leave. The fallen beings showed no intention of attacking. The boss agreed. Come with us, the leader said hoarsely, glancing at the group with a smile in his eyes. Don't worry, you won't regret this decision. Soon, this land will belong to us. We believe in old you. The man quickly followed and obediently stayed behind. Since they couldn't enter the city and felt inferior and couldn't find a suitable place, is there still another choice? Yes, to rely on the fallen ones. Everyone who has been to City 9 knows that during this incident, these fallen ones are clearly connected to the corrupt. They're on the same side. If that's the case, joining them would naturally ensure safety. Moreover, becoming one of the fallen is much freer than being inside the city. The man looked again toward the power station, then arrogantly left. If he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. For some people, this is just normal thinking. Inside the power station, night had fallen. After dinner, the crowd gathered together, chatting happily. The weeds in the corners swayed, and large leaves could be seen. These were Run Rant's plants. By the way, can these plants hear what we're saying? Suddenly, someone lowered their voice and asked. Since the attack by the fallen during the day, Run Rant's pea plants had remained in a fully active state, ready to strike at any moment. Right now, Run Ran and the others were not present. The person asking looked a bit strange, as if afraid.
Probably.
Probably not. That's a creepy thing to say.
Exactly.
Someone echoed. No matter how powerful, they're just plants. How could they understand what we're saying? Then what about those fallen? What's their deal? Someone asked, and some people didn't know how to respond. The discussion continued. No one noticed that in the shadows of the wall, some white roots twisted and then left. Inside the house, watching the roots spread out, Run Ran half closed her eyes. Through the perception of the small white plant, she could see outside. Although she couldn't hear what the people were saying, they seemed quite excited. In Run Rant's mind, the white roots formed a web. This web covered a broad area, giving her a blurry view. And within this web, some strange beings appeared. They were her plants, either peas or potato mines. The orange glow was warm and comforting. Xiaobai's roots covered the past. In a hidden corner unseen by others, two different plants interacted in a strange way, using Run Ran as a link. The feeling was fleeting, like communication. Suddenly, Run Ran opened her eyes, surprised, and looked at Xiaobai. It was normal to sense a connection with plants, but Xiaobai could do this too? Although it only lasted a moment, it made Run Ran think of a possibility. What if? She wondered if Xiaobai could control these plants. Would that mean her abilities on the battlefield could greatly improve? Imagine this. During a fight, enemies might think Run Ran has run out of tricks. But suddenly, plants appear from another place. And these plants don't need her commands to act. It would catch the enemies off guard. Holding Xiaobai's leaf, Run Ran's eyes shone brightly. Night deepened gradually. Many people were already asleep. Even Run Ran fell into a dream. Xiaobai, wrapped around her arm, extended its roots into the ground, silently patrolling the power station. For Xiaobai, there was no such thing as sleep. It freely expanded its territory without disturbing its owner. Its roots reached beyond buildings, over city walls, and crossed the moat. They stopped only when they reached farther away. That was the end. Some white roots slipped out of the ground, swaying in the night. The images it sensed were faintly transmitted back. The awakening from a dream refers to Run Ran. It was a good dream, suddenly filled with monsters rushing from all directions. Few people wanted to keep dreaming, and when they realized it was reality, it felt more like a nightmare. The quiet power station revived amid urgent alarms. A group of people rushed out, seeing Run Ran quickly moving through the corridor to the wall. It was still late at night. The darkness was so thick that the front was hard to see. Lantern grass was thrown out, illuminating the surroundings. Finally, everyone saw the swirling white and twisted figures. These were the fallen. A group of fallen creatures was coming toward them. The lantern grass's light revealed the darkness and attracted the fallen's greed. Like a guiding light, the fallen found their way instantly. At the main gate, just enough for one vehicle to pass, the fallen arrived in an instant. Some of them jumped, trying to directly leap over the city wall. But they were hit back by waiting pea-sized bullets. Others were dragged down by seaweed in the river. Dense seaweed, like the grim reaper in the water, pulled those fallen creatures down into silence. Experience points were rapidly increasing, and the system's voice occasionally flashed. But Run Ran had no energy to pay attention to these. There were too many. Looking out, the fallen creatures in the distance seemed endless, like an army wanting to conquer everything. When Run Ran saw these creatures, his eyes looked complicated. On the Wasteland, ordinary humanoid monsters had no shame, so clothes were just obstacles to them. But the ones in front of him still wore almost all their clothes. Some were already torn, but the fresh tear marks were obvious. Some even appeared in suits and formal wear, yet their bodies were strangely twisted and deformed, constantly breaking free from the constraints of their clothes. It seemed these monsters would soon gain some freedom, but that wasn't the main point. The key was, these clothes meant that these monsters, the new type in City 9, were humans infected by drugs, mutated into monsters. They abandoned their past and turned against humans. Right now, a crawling monster was screaming wildly, pushing past its companions and leaping up. Its speed was very fast. It even dodged bullets in midair. It climbed onto the city wall. It was very close to Run Ran. In its bright red eyes, Run Ran saw his own reflection. The next moment, the monster opened its mouth. Saliva was flowing, with some sharp teeth protruding. It lunged at Run Ran, and behind it, a tail suddenly grew. Like a whip, it swung toward Run Ran. The wind howled, but Run Ran raised his hand and threw a punch. After body enhancement, he was not afraid to fight these monsters in close combat. However, this punch hit like steel-reinforced concrete, extremely hard. His finger bones turned slightly red. Run Ran took a step back, watching the monster fly backward and crash into the wall, breathing heavily. His arm was bleeding. It was caused by the monster's tail. This new type of monster was even more violent and harder to control. When Run Ran blocked this attack, the others finally arrived at the wall. Looking at the large group of monsters below, everyone's expression was grim. According to estimates, even if all those creatures rushed here, it would still take some time. This time was meant for them to make arrangements. Suddenly, these things surged like a tide, all rushing here. Take people away. Run Ran nodded at Hong Yi, then glanced at Mo Chen. Be careful. Mo Chen didn't hesitate. He handed Run Ran a small bag and quickly began gathering the people at the power station. Vehicles roared as they moved. Many people were hurried onto the cars. There was little time to gather everything. But at this moment, they couldn't dwell on the past. The plant defense line was at the front, blocking the attack from the creatures. Pea guns started to smoke. 3 types of peas, 3 kinds of bullets, almost non-stop. Cactus stood on the wall, fighting hard. The river kept flowing, and you could see the bodies of the creatures wrapped in algae. Ran's plants were very effective. But given enough time, those creatures could crush everything here. In the face of overwhelming numbers, their strength seemed a bit weak. Not only Ran, the others were fighting too. The wind howled loudly. Flames scattered everywhere. Together with Ran's attacks, they kept the creatures at the entrance. But below, the main gate was being battered. The creatures trying to break through from above were all taken down by Ran's gunfire. Then, those creatures learned to be clever. Some large creatures started smashing the door with their bodies. Even with the support of giant wall fruits, stones kept falling. The door wouldn't last much longer. But there was good news. All the creatures attacked from the front. Although the pressure was heavy, it meant others could escape from behind. Following Ran's signal, appeared in the giant wall fruit behind the power station, and it fell. It just formed a bridge across the moat. Earth-type abilities helped reinforce the path. On the Wasteland, where abilities ruled, this was a trap Ran had set earlier. Several vehicles, packed full, staggered into the night. Creeping plants hung on both sides of the windows, lighting the darkness. Ran watched those vehicles drive away and let out a breath. These creatures had been sent here by someone. Not only was the attack too well-timed, but they also didn't gather at the main gate. It was as if someone was giving orders for these creatures to attack only from this point. Otherwise, based on their behavior, the power station should have been surrounded, not just the main entrance.
But why?
Foam Meow Meow asked with a look of doubt on her delicate face. Could it be the work of those fallen ones? Hong Yi guessed. After all, they had a big grudge against those fallen beings. This possibility is unlikely. Recently, she had been very careful. Before the incident in City Number 9, this power station was a remote place, hardly noticed by anyone. After City Number 9 collapsed, people fled, and only then was this place discovered by chance. And then, thinking of something, Ran's face darkened. Sometimes, those who betray humanity are not always human themselves. Ran, we can't hold them back anymore. In the river, seaweed was still struggling. But many fallen creatures' algae had already drowned, making it look weak. As long as they struggled a little, they could regain their freedom. Some agile fallen beings directly used the bodies of their floating companions as stepping stones, rushing toward the power station. The attack became more intense. Below, cracks had appeared in the door. The giant wall could only blend into the stone mix walls. The door was not included. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. Looking further in the direction of everyone's retreat, faint lights could still be seen. If they withdrew now, these fallen ones would surely catch up. So, they had to think of a way to cover the rear. Retreat first, Ran said, immediately gathering the plants in the river. The plants in the planting space looked extremely tired. After jumping over the wall, those who stayed quickly retreated inside. They soon reached the residential area. The buildings here were not tall, only about 5 stories. They climbed to the top floor. Wando stood at the edge, aiming her gun. All the brave ones. Cactus guards, while the 3-leaf clover stood behind everyone. Any enemy trying to break through from the air would be ruthlessly blown away. The mushrooms were collected by Ran. The smoke was no longer useful. Below was an empty, grassy field. Within a few seconds, the gate was completely blasted open. Debris flew everywhere. A figure charged toward everyone through the dust and smoke. A humanoid fallen creature, mostly resembling a human, but some were twisted beyond recognition. Like the one in front of them. Limbs crawling and swollen, as large as an elephant. Its head turned round, hair falling out. Small eyes squeezed into the fat, looking very tiny. Teeth bared on both sides of the mouth, still covered in blood and flesh. Its pale skin was unusually smooth, very much like a pig-like, hairless mouse. And, at this moment, after the monster looked at Ran, its limbs suddenly curled like drills and then flipped over, plunging directly into the ground. This was Run-Ran's expression at that moment. What is this thing? Could it really be a rat that can dig holes? But, recalling the strange look in that creature's eyes before it started digging, Run-Ran felt a bit regretful. Why choose to dig into the ground? Isn't that just asking for death? The explosion tore open the earth, and the creature was blown out. Its body was shattered into pieces and scattered along with the dirt. Blood splattered widely. It stained its companions' bodies red. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Run-Ran felt that the faces of those creatures twisted for a moment. It seemed like they were disgusted. The hidden landmine finally took effect. The shockwave from the explosion stirred the wind, making Run-Ran's hair fly wildly. Looking down from above at the hesitant creatures at the door, Run-Ran raised an eyebrow. These creatures still seemed to have some human awareness. They knew not to keep rushing to their deaths. Remember, there were still many landmines buried ahead. If they kept delaying, then... Before she could finish her thought, a piercing scream came from behind the creatures. A long, thin, but emaciated creature appeared in front of Run-Ran. It kept a human shape, but was so thin that its skin was almost on the verge of breaking. Its eyes bulged out, looking like a mummified corpse. At this moment, the creature let out a deep roar. It also looked up and pointed forward. It seemed to be urging the others to continue attacking. Under this low growl, the creatures ahead started moving in line, seemingly rushing to their doom. The explosions never stopped. All the buried landmines went off one by one. And when those landmines were finally exhausted, it was when these creatures charged forward to tear everyone apart. Watching them rush forward, risking their lives, Run-Ran's eyes turned cold. These creatures had some human thinking, but they had abandoned human emotions. They were cold-blooded and ruthless. Such monsters are terrifying. "Let's go," she whispered to Hong Yi and Feng Miao Miao. Unknowingly, everyone behind her had already retreated one by one. Be careful. As the explosions gradually subsided, only Run-Ran remained on the rooftop. She was the last to leave in groups. This way, she could keep the creatures' attention on her. By the time they realized, it was too late. Hong Yi and the others were all capable fighters, so their speed was not worth mentioning. Run-Ran only needs a little more time to ensure these monsters cannot catch up. The last landmine in the yard has already exploded. The corpses pile up in the yard, too bloody. But the monsters seem unaffected. They step on their fallen comrades' bones and climb the wall, gradually approaching Run-Ran. She fires downward.
Bullet pour out.
With great force, the bullets smash the monsters' heads. However, Run-Ran seems to have miscalculated. While she looks down at the ground, something reaches up from her side. An octopus-like creature pulls itself onto the roof. Its soft limbs reorganize and become extremely hard. It charges at Run-Ran like a cannonball. She cannot ignore this attack and can only brace herself. She throws a punch, colliding with the creature. She thought she would fight back fiercely, but instead, the creature's body becomes soft and wraps around her fist. A stabbing pain appears in her arm, followed by numbness. The numbness spreads along her arm, and soon Run-Ran will lose feeling. At this moment, a carnivorous plant appears and bites off the monster's head. She kicks it away and takes out a vial of medicine to inject herself. These medicines were left for her by Emo-chan. They are well organized and easy to use. But Run-Ran hopes she won't need to use them. In that moment, a strand of hair is cut above her head. As she steps back and turns around, she sees a monster with a flattened arm, its edge shimmering with cold light, like a machete. Body mutations are common in these monsters, but that often means the opponent is very strong. When the machete swings toward Run-Ran, she dare not throw a punch. The normal wall is chopped, but it also blocks the attack. Thorny vines suddenly appear, wrapping around the monster and tightening. The sharp thorns pierce into its body like acupuncture, causing wounds. Blood seeps out from the cuts and drips down the vines. But unevolved vines are quickly torn apart by the monster's struggle. The vines are barely alive, and Run-Ran pulls them back. Blood on the ground flows, then instantly freezes into ice. The icy blue mushroom looks very cold. Its raised head emits cold air, freezing the monster. The blood flowing from the monster makes it easy for the ice mushroom to freeze it. But as it breathes, ice sculptures form. Ran won't miss this chance. With a punch, she shattered the ice directly. Along with it, the fallen creature's body was also disintegrated. While Ran delayed, the others, Hong Yi and the others, completely disappeared. Turning her head, she saw a pea being grasped by a pale hand and then pulled out from the ground. Her loyal big brother was still faithfully guarding his post. A bullet was fired, exploding the fallen creature's head. Her fingers moved, and all the plants vanished at that moment. It seemed as if she foresaw Ran's death, and her screams grew louder. But Ran turned around and jumped down, then ran wildly toward the back. After the delaying tactics, she immediately ran away. Ran's speed was very fast. The attacking fallen creatures seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then they chased after her fiercely. She stepped on a temporary bridge she had made earlier and reached the opposite bank of the river. Seeing some fallen creatures also copying her and starting to cross the river, Ran smirked provocatively. She saw the weak leader among the fallen creatures, looking at her with desire in his eyes. 1, 2, several fallen creatures had successfully crossed the river. When the weak leader stepped onto the crumbling stone wall, the wall cracked. The fallen creature hurried to speed up, about to jump over. But when she looked up, she saw Ran's expression. It was as if she was watching a good show, with a hint of schadenfreude. Suddenly, an explosion occurred again. This time, it wasn't a potato landmine. The destructive mushroom's attack was more powerful and wider than the potato mine.
It didn't even need to hide underground.
So, it was normal to see a few gray-black mushrooms growing on the damp wall. Unfortunately, these mushrooms could explode. The wall completely cracked apart in the explosion. Moreover, it was the explosion of the destructive mushrooms at first. And when the blast wave reached the power station, it caused an even more intense explosion. Flames shot into the sky, almost illuminating the entire night. Many fallen creatures were torn apart. Their remains nearly filled the entire river. And the fallen creature, leading the others in pursuit of Ran, was now lying miserably in the river water. Its lower body was almost crushed. Only half of its body remained, eyes still open. One arm stretched out, grabbing the shore. That weak fallen creature seemed to want to climb ashore again. Such resilience was commendable. So, Ran rewarded her. Seaweed silently surged in the river. Dark green algae quickly wrapped around the fallen creature. She forcefully pulled it, some parts stabbing into its wounds. Countless grass blades wrapped around that fallen seed, pulling it downward. This was Ran's final plan. The power station was the last bomb. She wanted to leave these fallen seeds here forever. As her experience points jumped again, Ran knew that the leading fallen seed had already died. A few people stood alone on the shore, but they all eventually died at Ran's gunfire. Seeing the bodies scattered on the ground, Ran felt little sympathy. Soon, she turned around and chased after Hong Yi and the others. The wind was howling. The night was cool and quiet. The forest was eerily silent, with no sounds of insects. Hong Yi and the others hiding in the trees looked back at the loud noise and saw a patch of red. Is Ran in trouble? Someone asked, but Hong Yi shook her head.
She's not that easy to die.
There's a saying that troublemakers cause problems for a long time. In Hong Yi's mind, Ran was that troublemaker. While everyone waited, they heard sounds coming from the direction they came from. Soon, a figure appeared. Hong Yi jumped down, smiling. She knew she was right. Let's go. All of them looked pretty battered. Especially Ran, who smelled of gunpowder and had a dull, gray face. Hong Yi nodded and pointed to a simple arrow on a nearby tree trunk. It was a sign they had agreed on with Chen. They planned to wait at a safer place for everyone to gather. The group followed the sign and moved forward. But Chen and the others were in a vehicle. They could only run on foot. Until night fell and the dusk was faint, They finally saw a team stopping not far ahead. It was an abandoned small village. At this moment, a group of people was gathered, making breakfast. Smoke rose from the cooking fires, but the village was far from peaceful. Broken walls and ruins were everywhere. People were on alert around them. When Run Ran and the others, covered in dirt and dust, appeared, the crowd cheered. "How is it? Did those fallen seeds not chase after us? Can we go back now?" Questions came quickly, and Hong Yi held everyone back to explain. In a corner, Run Ran and Mo Chen crouched together. She handed him a glass bottle. Inside, blood was flowing, shimmering with a strange, frightening color. "This is it." Run Ran threw it to Mo Chen. It was blood she took from the new type of fallen seeds before she left. That was what Mo Chen had instructed her to do. These new fallen seeds had recently been injected with a drug that caused mutations. These fallen bodies should still contain some of the original medicine. Mo Chen's goal is to extract the drugs and then reverse engineer an antidote. Of course, this is just an idea. No one knows if it is possible. After all, the existence of fallen bodies on the Wasteland has been studied for years, but no one has ever dared to claim they can turn those monsters back into humans. The two talked for a while, and Run Ran went back to the car to rest. She looked at the system with a happy smile on her face. Although it was tiring and dangerous overnight, she gained a lot. Level 4, 2800/5000. This is her current experience. It could have been more, but she used some experience points to exchange for plants. Seeing her progress bar half full made Run Ran very happy.
And
looking at the plant space filled with source seeds, she felt it was worth it. Most of the battles last night were fought mostly by her alone. Xiao Bai was responsible for gathering the source seeds. Her pale body was mixed among the fallen bodies, and the fallen bodies didn't notice her. That was a surprise Xiao Bai gave her. Holding the source seeds in her palm, Run Ran fed the sunflower in her planting space until it was full. After the fight, she understood that what she lacked now was not the number of plants, but their strength. Right now, only a few plants could hold up in a fight like peas. Cacti provided firepower, and the carnivorous plants helped prevent trouble. Other plants were too fragile. Thorny grass could be broken free in seconds by the new type of fallen bodies. Seaweed performed well this time only because it used the natural water advantage. As for the potato mines, the explosions were spectacular, but some powerful fallen bodies would only be injured, not killed outright. So, these plants all need to be strengthened. And strengthening naturally depends on the sunlight emitted by the sunflowers. In recent days, the sunflowers have been working especially hard, working day and night. Run Ran thought for a moment and exchanged a few more sunflowers to make a full 10. The 10 sunflowers held their golden heads high in the plant space, looking very festive. Nearby, some plants were resting and recovering. Many plants were damaged in the battle, and now they could only recover slowly in this space. Run Ran organized her supplies and began to plan her next steps. The others didn't stay here for long. After some minor adjustments, we set out again. The off-road vehicle led the way, with Run Ran sitting in the passenger seat, eyes closed, resting. Chinyu was driving. Mo Chen sat in the back seat, frowning as he propped his head and looked out the window, lost in thought. The map was placed below the windshield. The marked destination was the botanical garden, as previously discussed. Initially, they planned to send someone ahead to scout, but now they were rushing blindly. Calculating the route, it would take 2 more days to reach. These 2 days would be a test for everyone. The pace was slow, and they had to keep adjusting their direction. After about half a day, the convoy stopped. It wasn't because they didn't want to go further, but because a tire had blown out. Someone in the group was repairing it. Many people dispersed around, quietly talking. Breathing in fresh air, Run Ran stretched lazily. Having slept for half a day, she felt much better. Hong Yu was on guard, standing on top of the vehicle, her eyes sharp and alert. Fortunately, changing the tire didn't take long. Soon it was done. Just as everyone was preparing to continue, dust and smoke rose behind them. "There's a group of humans coming," Hong Yu reported, using binoculars to watch. She saw that the vehicles were steering in their direction, and the group was approaching. There were 3 vehicles and about a dozen people. Not many. But when they all got out of the vehicles, Ran raised an eyebrow. She unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance here, Wen Lianxue, a somewhat complicated former friend. What puzzled Ran was that when Lianxue saw her, she only gave a cold glance, as if she was a stranger. Under her icy attitude, Ran didn't rush to greet her. Hongyi also remembered Wen Lianxue. Seeing Ran's expression, she simply pretended not to recognize her. From Wen Lianxue's team, a young man stepped forward. He was handsome, with a friendly smile that made him seem approachable. "Did you also escape from City 9? He approached directly and spoke to Lin Jiao. His attitude seemed to treat Lin Jiao as the leader of the group. Ran shot a quick glance at him, signaling Lin Jiao to respond. Ran was cautious about this sudden encounter. It was best not to let them know the true situation of their group. She took a step back, standing behind Lin Jiao, showing a guarded expression. Chinyu was quick to act. He frowned and asked, "So what? Who are you guys?" His rude attitude was cautious, fitting the story of a group fleeing for safety. "Boss, the tire is fixed now." Sister Yu walked over, wiping her hands, and spoke respectfully to Lin Jiao. The group's unspoken understanding was at work, and they cooperated very well. As for the others, few fools are still alive in the Wasteland. Even if they didn't understand everything, no one would suddenly come out now to expose their own people. However, their expressions were somewhat strange, more or less. Don't worry, we're not bad people," the young man said, then suddenly smiled. "My name is Zhang Han, and this is my wife, Wen Lianxue."
Wife.
When that word came up, Ran tried to keep her expression calm. She glanced at Wen Lianxue out of the corner of her eye. She was indeed standing beside Zhang Han, like a wooden beauty, motionless. Faced with everyone's gaze, she only nodded coldly. Her eyes showed no emotion at all. "We came from City number 9. We're here to ask if you have any extra gasoline? We can trade for things." He waved his hand, and behind him, someone opened several bags. Inside were some medicines and food. Honestly, in the Wasteland, medicines are always scarce. Food is the same. But coincidentally, Ran's space contained a large amount of these supplies, which was not very tempting. However, at this moment, everyone's faces showed signs of interest. "How much gasoline do you want?" Chinyu asked tentatively, his eyes never leaving the bags, rubbing his hands, and his attitude improved. "Just 1 barrel. A small water bucket, not big, which Ran could naturally spare." Lin Jiao thought for a moment, pretending to lower her head, and saw Ran's finger move slightly. "Okay, I can agree. But the items need to be a bit more, especially the medicines." Lin Jiao boldly demanded, and after seeing Zhang Han look troubled, she nonchalantly shrugged. "If you don't agree, then forget it. But as far as I know, those fallen seeds seem to have already started leaving City number 9. Of course, you can continue walking." As she said this, Sister Yu's hand rested on her waist where her gun was, and even Ran took a stance to prevent the other side from forcibly taking things.
This. Jiang Han hesitated.
Turning around, she could see some faces on the car. They looked hopeful and trusting. It seemed those people trusted Zhang Han very much.
All right, fine.
In the end, Zhang Han nodded. The exchange between the two groups went very smoothly. Chinyu, who received the medicines, was so happy he hugged them and muttered to himself, "We're saved."
Saved?
Of course, it was for some injured people. Although Ran responded quickly, some people were injured when the enemy launched a large attack initially. This showed that they lacked medicine. "By the way, where are you all planning to go? If it's on the way, maybe we can go together, so we can look out for each other." Zhang Han spoke again, his gentlemanly manner making people feel comfortable. On the surface, Zhang Han seemed kind and easy to get along with. Meanwhile, the other person was holding Wen Lianxue's hand gently, as if trying to comfort her. Seeing this, Ran's face remained calm. "No need for that.
Lin Jiao waved her hand, showing no concern about the other's suspicion. She quickly told everyone to get back in the car. The vehicle soon started and left. The dust kicked up made Jiang Han squint as he stood still. His tone was calm. Shui, are you upset that I am with them? Otherwise, why would you resist me? His voice was soft. When Lian Shue's body stiffened, the fingers she was holding in Jiang Han's palm curled even more tightly, as if trying to pull away, but her action stopped in midair. Shui, I told you I would treat you well. I know there's someone in your heart you can't forget, but you should be glad he's already gone. Shui, be good. His gentle words sounded like a whisper between lovers. Jiang Han looked down at Wen Lianxue, his eyes full of affection. But deep inside, there was a cold and jealous glint. He clenched her fingers tightly in his palm, his voice turning cold. Shui, since you don't like those people, I will help you destroy them. This sentence made Wen Lianxue's pupils narrow. She wanted to say something, opened her mouth, but her expression became a bit dazed. Clenching her teeth tightly, her eyes gradually became dull, staring blankly as if she had lost her mind. Good girl, Shui. Seeing this, Jiang Han was not surprised. He stroked her face with a cruel smile. Let's catch up. If someone asked whether the mountain road was easy to walk, Ran would definitely say no. Not only was it bumpy, but after a certain distance, they even needed people to clear the way. Falling rocks, fallen trees, stopping and starting, these were all torment for everyone. But what was even more tormenting was, sitting in the car, Ran looked at the rear-view mirror. Right now, she was in the last vehicle, and in the mirror, besides the road and trees, there was nothing else. However, Ran learned from Xiaobai's roots that Jiang Han's team has been following her all along. Thinking about Wen Lianxue's strange behavior, Ran couldn't guess her true feelings. Is it possible that she still can't forgive you? Hong Yi, who knows about Ran and Wen Lianxue's complicated relationship, asked. Otherwise, how could Wen Lianxue's attitude be explained? She isn't that kind of person. Ran felt that her tone sounded strange, as if she was defending a bad person. But Wen Lianxue isn't bad. When they were in the team, she also helped Ran a lot. Let's wait and see. She didn't know the other side's true purpose, and they hadn't shown themselves yet, just following from afar. Besides, they were still far from the botanical garden. Maybe they were just passing by. She tried to think positively about the situation. But Ran felt she might have underestimated human nature's darkness. Night was approaching. The convoy was driving on a cracked road surrounded by mountains. This place should be considered the outskirts of the city. There weren't many ruins, let alone buildings to rest in. Until night fully fell, everyone had to stop. They set up camp in a relatively open area by the roadside. Seeds were buried in the soil, and Xiaobai climbed down from Ran's arm, wrapping around a nearby tree trunk. Her roots extended into the soil, and from the images transmitted back, Ran could see what was happening. Many people were busy, some tidying up, others preparing dinner. Some men were drinking to relieve stress and fatigue. Women gathered together chatting. From their expressions, it was clear they were under a lot of pressure. Now, everyone knew where they were headed. But being in the wild, surrounded by darkness, made it hard to feel safe. The moon slowly moved across the sky. Some people, tired, slept inside their tents. Amid the snoring, Ran opened her eyes. She sighed. Xiaobai's branches reached in, gently patting her arm as if comforting her. The night was cool and quiet. Not far away, Jiang Han watched the convoy in the dark, a faint smile on his lips. That was a look of excitement.
Go.
The words were soft, but those behind him seemed to hear some divine order, weapons in hand, moving closer. Wen Lianxue, standing at the back, watched this scene, her fingers twitching slightly. Her eyes trembled with struggle, pain, and despair. Shou. Using a silent gesture, Jiang Han held Wen Lianxue's hand and led her forward. Don't worry, on such an important occasion, I will make sure you witness it with me. Soon, they will come to be with you. He gently comforted her, expressing his feelings for Wen Lianxue.
But in her eyes, there was only disgust. Her limbs couldn't resist, but her eyes showed everything. Jiang Han seemed to ignore her feelings completely. Ahead, the people in Jiang Han's group moved quickly. In just a moment, they reached the Hope camp. For safety, someone was on duty at night. The flames flickered, and several eyes looked alertly into the dark surroundings. "Hey, did you hear that sound?" A man asked his companion, looking confused. He glanced ahead, as if he heard something just now. "No, I didn't." His companion listened carefully, and then laughed. "Don't scare yourself. Those things won't come after us so quickly." "But what if there are those troublemakers nearby?" the man stubbornly asked. He stood up with his weapon, intending to go closer, but was pulled back. "Don't worry. We have Ren Ran's plants." The person speaking seemed to trust Ren Ran a lot.
But
The man hesitated. "Aren't Ren Ran's plants all a bit strange?" Still, he stopped moving. The group chatted casually. But maybe because of nerves, the first man kept feeling that something was moving ahead. What was that sound? It was the sound of someone being hurt. When peas shot from a gun, there was a noise. But cacti moved silently, spitting out their sharp spines. Even the carnivorous plants, opening and closing their mouths, could do so quietly. In the dark, Ren Ran hid in the thick treetops, watching the slow-moving people below. It looked like these people had bad intentions. As they were about to leave the woods to do something bad, the long-hidden carnivorous plants started to attack. They bit off heads, with hardly any sound. But the muffled thud of bodies hitting the ground couldn't be avoided, and that was the sound the night watchman heard. The sounds continued intermittently. The cacti swayed and worked hard. Without the P brothers today, it was time for them to show their strength. Silent shooting made many enemies unaware of the attack until they were hit. In the woods, plants were plentiful. Although it is a cactus that shouldn't be here, it blends very well with the night and the forest, making it stand out even more. The scattered attackers keep falling one after another. It seems that the others haven't noticed anything unusual yet. Just as Ren Ran was about to continue, he saw all those people stop suddenly. He paused and looked farther away. There, faint shadows were coming closer. Through Xiaobai, he learned that one of those shadows was Jiang Han. When Lian Xue was nearby, her gaze became deep, and Ren Ran signaled the plants to stop attacking. On the other side, Jiang Han looked upset. Several of his puppets had silently disappeared. "What's going on?" he asked quietly, but no one around could answer him. One by one, their faces looked stiff like puppets. Seeing this, Jiang Han gritted his teeth. These useless people. He cursed inwardly as he moved his fingers a few times. In the darkness, several threads wrapped around his fingertips, spreading outward and almost connecting all the people ahead. He named his ability Puppet Master. He used to be just a performer in a puppet show at a circus. But after awakening his powers, he gained extraordinary strength. From then on, his world changed. The bosses who once humiliated him also became very obedient puppets under his control. Request failed, kill her for me. Jiang Han was very happy now. Maybe he was wondering why they sent a woman who seemed harmless. But when Ren Ran called out Pea and Clover, Jiang Han was stunned. The snow belonging to Wen Lian Xue was sharp. It could leave a wound on contact with the body. However, when Clover spun around rapidly, the snowflakes above couldn't get close to Ren Ran. Moreover, some snowflakes even flew back with the wind. Jiang Han's cheek was cut. "Stop it now," he shouted, looking serious but clearly panicked. When Wen Lian Xue stopped attacking, Jiang Han was exposed in front of Ren Ran. Pea's bullet hit his shoulder directly, causing a wound to open. He stepped back a few steps and tugged on the threads in his hand. One thread broke, and Wen Lian Xue looked pained. Ren Ran's attack also stopped. "Do you know each other?" Seeing Ren Ran's actions, Jiang Han shouted out loud. Clearly, he wasn't too foolish. After noticing Ren Ran's mercy, Jiang Han seemed to find a way. He directly stood behind Wen Lian Xue. A thread wrapped around her neck. "Don't come closer, or I will kill her." This scene was somewhat dramatic. Ren Ran looked at the other's cold smile and really had to stop his hand. "What do you want to do?"
She even asked cooperatively. Jiang Han's face twisted as he replied, I want your team. I want to turn them all into my puppets, or I will kill her. Still using the same old threat, Ran raised an eyebrow. What about me? How do you plan to deal with me? Ran, eager to handle the situation, hesitated for a moment. It was during this moment that he saw Ran smile brightly at him. Suddenly, a sharp pain appeared. Blood blossomed from his chest. Meanwhile, when Lianxue, who was trapped, suddenly elbowed Jiang Han's stomach. He fell to the ground in pain. Then when Lianxue kicked him again. Seeing when Lianxue regained her senses, Jiang Han was a bit confused. He wondered how she recovered. Unnoticed, the cactus swayed its large flower. During Jiang Han and Ran's confrontation earlier, the cactus quietly broke all the threads controlling when Lianxue. Jiang Han, focused on Ran, didn't notice this. He naturally didn't know that when Lianxue was no longer his puppet. You deserve to die, when Lianxue's voice carried a faint hint of hatred. Snowflakes gathered above her head. A dreamy, illusory scene, drifting down gently. Cold snowflakes fell on her face, bringing a deep, bone-chilling pain. Ah, my face. Covering her cheek, Jiang Han writhed in pain on the ground. Some puppets appeared around him. Jiang Han had prepared for this. He recalled many of his puppets. Now, a hidden dagger in his sleeve slashed toward Wen Lianxue. She dodged swiftly. But this gave Jiang Han a chance. He took the opportunity to escape from Wen Lianxue's vicinity. The snowflakes above still drifted down. Jiang Han moved his fingers, and threads danced chaotically in the air. They spun so densely that they blocked the snowflakes. Moreover, he still had enough strength to control the remaining puppets to attack the two. I will kill you all. In a crazed state, Jiang Han, feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, had bloodshot eyes. The surrounding puppets twisted their bodies and attacked Ran and Wen Lianxue. The two stood together. Ran. Thank you. Wen Lianxue's voice was heavy. She didn't expect that the person who ultimately saved her was herself. It's nothing. Ran smiled and patted P's head. The dual gun P launched a fierce attack, bullets smashing the heads of those creatures. Just like before, even with broken bodies, they kept fighting, scratching and rushing, using all means. The chaotic attack showed Jiang Han's current mental state. These puppets are already dead. When Lianxue whispered, as puppets, if the master doesn't die, the puppets can keep moving forever. The tireless puppets are Jiang Han's greatest confidence. When she saw the two being surrounded by layers of puppets, Jiang Han felt a sense of satisfaction. But the situation took a surprising turn for Jiang Han. Layers of frost covered the puppets. The snarling puppets froze in place. First, frost slowed P down, then the freezing mushrooms froze them completely. The cooperation between these two plants was very seamless. Each puppet turned into an ice sculpture standing before Ran, and the two people inside remained unharmed. No matter how Jiang Han pulled at the silk threads, the puppets couldn't move. The puppets had frozen completely. So, wasn't the master now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Perhaps sensing this, Jiang Han glared fiercely at the two, then turned and ran. But Ran didn't want to give her a chance to settle the score later. She waved her hand, and P understood her meaning clearly. Bullets easily pierced Jiang Han's back. When the corpse fell to the ground, Ran heard a cracking sound, as if all the silk threads had suddenly broken. The frozen puppets collapsed one by one, their bodies showing puppet-like patterns. In an instant, they became real marionettes. Seeing this terrifying scene, Ran was a bit surprised. As for whether these puppets were living people or realistic-looking dolls, she couldn't tell. Nearby, when Lianxue also let out a breath of relief. On their way back, when Lianxue explained what had happened, it turned out that when City Number 9 was attacked, the team members were not together. She had tried to deal with the fallen inside the city. But the enemy's mutation was too fast. Too many people had been injected with potions, making it impossible to stop them. In the end, she was forced to leave City Number 9. Not long after emerging, she met Jiang Han. At that time, Jong Han was a kind-hearted person, helping the injured inside the building. When she saw her, Jong Han warmly invited her to join the other settlements. After some thought, Wen Lianxue agreed. In the Wasteland, traveling with others is safer. During the journey, Jong Han was very friendly. Even the others in her group were easy to get along with. The atmosphere was good, so she gradually relaxed her guard. About 2 days ago, they encountered another group. Jong Han approached them to exchange greetings and swapped a barrel of gasoline. Wen Lianxue didn't think much of it. But she didn't know that after that group left, Jong Han secretly followed them. She realized something was wrong when she saw this. During a confrontation with Jong Han, she discovered she had become part of her puppet army. Under Jong Han's control, the puppets looked just like normal people. The so-called kindness and friendliness were just tricks. Jong Han used her puppet army to deceive everyone with her appearance. When night fell, it was time for their attack. Many people in that group died in their sleep. Jong Han's attack was sudden. Many were killed, but even more became new puppets added to Jong Han's team. This time, Jong Han was interested in Wen Lianxue's looks. So she used gentler methods. She controlled her, but kept part of her consciousness. When she met Ran, she thought about asking for help. But under Jong Han's control, she couldn't communicate with Ran. So she pretended to be cold and distant, not wanting to involve Ran. This time, Jong Han tried to use her old tricks again. But she didn't expect to encounter someone tough. Listening to Wen Lianxue's story, Ran felt a bit sad. The failure of City Number 9 showed that the so-called city walls in the Wasteland couldn't really protect them. Now, everyone in the Wasteland is on edge. What are your plans next? After dealing with Jong Han, all the puppets stopped attacking. Led by Hong Yi, they quickly took care of the puppets. Everyone was busy cleaning up. The smell of blood hadn't gone away. Ran asked Wen Lianxue. With Song Feng's ability, the other side should be safe. Maybe Wen Lianxue will go back to find her friends. I want to stay with you, is that okay? But Wen Lianxue's answer was different from what Ran expected. She looked at Wen Lianxue but saw her serious expression. After you left, the team started to fall apart. Wen Lianxue's tone was a bit bitter. Once, the team was very united, but problems kept happening one after another. Their own people betrayed each other. The remaining members were all afraid that during a mission, someone in the team might backstab them. This also caused the team to lose its usual harmony after Ran left. Eventually, they rarely went on missions together. The once famous Star Sect team almost lost their rank before the destruction of City 9. But now, probably no one cares about that anymore. Listening to these words, Ran was silent for a moment. Wen Lianxue's power was naturally very strong, and Ran felt there was no reason to refuse. The puppet crisis seemed to be resolved just like that. After a restless night, they set out again early the next morning. Almost no one was injured last night, which was good news for everyone. In such times, having more people is definitely an advantage. However, during the head count, there was a small surprise. One person is missing? Ran asked Lin Jiao. How could that be? They had already counted the people last night, but a few hours later, they found someone was gone. Maybe we counted wrong last night. I asked someone to look around, but we didn't find anyone else.
Hong Yi said nearby.
It was normal to have some mistakes after such a chaotic night. Ran understood and didn't make a big deal out of it. The vehicle moved on again. They still had about a day's journey to their destination. Everyone was a bit worried. But this morning, they faced many obstacles. Not only was the road difficult to travel, but sometimes there were ambushes by some fallen creatures lurking around. Thanks to everyone working together, those fallen creatures didn't cause much trouble, but it slowed them down. Around 3 p.m., the convoy stopped again. The leading vehicle broke down. Its front hood was smoking. Someone was fixing it. While they had some free time, a few people got out to relax. There were no signs of fallen creatures nearby, so it was relatively safe. 2 young girls shouted as they ran ahead of Ran. Their youthful appearance was quite enviable. Many people gathered, talking and laughing happily. But the short break didn't last long. When the convoy was about to set off again, there was noise coming from one of the vehicles. Xiaoli, where is she? Where is she? A middle-aged woman was pulling a young girl's arm, shaking her as she asked. The expression showed some worry. What's wrong? Ren walked over and asked, glancing at the young girl who looked somewhat familiar. Just moments ago, these two were playing around and passing by her. Xiaoli hasn't come back yet. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing Ren, seemed to find a sense of stability and held his hand tightly. What do you mean? Where did Xiaoli go? She hasn't returned? Ren asked, noticing the young girl was close to tears. I don't know. I was feeling stomach pain and went to the bathroom. I was worried Xiaoli would wait too long, so I told her to go home first. But when she returned, Xiaoli was not there. At first, she thought Xiaoli had gone somewhere else, so she didn't react much. However, as they prepared to leave, Xiaoli still hadn't appeared. The one shouting was Xiaoli's mother. A living person suddenly disappeared. The convoy's departure was put on hold again. Everyone split up to ask and search.
But
after asking around and splitting up, no one saw Xiaoli again. Except for that frightened young girl, Ren seemed to be the last person to see Xiaoli. Following the girl's lead, everyone arrived at the place where the two had separated. As the other side said, some evidence was still here. Looking at the footprints on the ground, they matched the description. Here is changed. Following the footprints back, about 10 meters from the convoy, Xiaoli's footprints suddenly turned and ran off in another direction. And that direction was the way they came. Was anyone nearby at that time? Chunyu loudly shouted, but everyone shook their heads one after another. No one knew where Xiaoli had gone. As the group continued to follow the footprints, they suddenly disappeared halfway. They're gone, someone muttered. Looking around, the vast wilderness was overgrown with weeds. From afar, no sign of anyone could be seen. The shouting continued, but no response came. The scattered crowd searched in a fan shape but found no traces. As for bloodstains, there were none. It was as if the person had vanished suddenly, leaving no clues behind. Standing at the last spot of the footprints, Ren crouched down, scanning the surroundings but found nothing. Even Mo Chen, who had followed, shook his head. No traces of any medicine residue detected nearby. Mo Chen's voice was quiet, but this also meant that Xiaoli might not have been drugged and taken away. So, where is she? Little Li, my little Li, a middle-aged woman sat on the ground, shouting. Her sad look made others feel some sympathy. What should we do now? Let's go. Yes, we can't just stay here and keep searching, right? Maybe she left on her own. In this situation, someone offered a different opinion. In the vast wilderness, the convoy stopped here, facing potential danger at any moment. Many people naturally didn't want to continue. Why should they all risk everything just for one person? No, you can't leave. That woman shouted loudly, her mind seeming a bit confused. Many looked at Ren, waiting for her command. She looked around and decisively gave an order. Let's go. She struck with her hand, knocking the woman out cold. Some volunteers helped her onto the vehicle. It wasn't that Ren was heartless. But Xiao Bai had already checked the surroundings thoroughly and couldn't find Little Li. Someone was right. They couldn't risk going back all over just for Little Li. The danger was too great. Ren didn't plan to lead so many people into danger. The convoy started moving again, but the mood was much gloomier. Do you think the person missing this morning might not have been missed during the count? Feng Miao's voice was soft inside the vehicle. Since everyone was friends here, she didn't have to hold back. They didn't pay much attention to the incident in the morning. But it happened again. 2 people disappeared without reason. Something was wrong. More importantly, the cause of all this might be among the convoy. The few exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Be careful when we stop for the night, Ren warned, frowning slightly. She hadn't noticed anything unusual. If it was human-made, then the other person's strength could be very frightening. They discussed for a while but couldn't find a good solution. Surprisingly, the woman who was knocked out woke up during the journey and didn't cause trouble again.
She sat on a chair, looking somewhat absent-minded. It's okay, someone nearby whispered to comfort her. It'll be fine. Gently speaking, her eyes moved, and she looked to the side, forcing a faint smile. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, we're family. My name is Qingqing. The woman who calls herself Qingqing looked around at the people nearby and suddenly lowered her voice. I will help you. One word made her gaze focus sharply. What do you mean? Her trembling words showed her excitement, her lips trembling as if she was trying to control her emotions. I will help you find the person who hurt Xiaoli. Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. This morning, a friend of mine disappeared. I reported it, but no one paid attention. I think someone in our team is responsible. Qingqing's words shocked the woman.
You.
It's true. Holding the woman's hand firmly, Qingqing nodded. And now I already suspect someone. I believe you do too, right? It was like a hint or a signal. She looked ahead. That gaze seemed to the windshield and reached the car in front. It was the car where Ran and others were. This time, the woman didn't speak. Her suddenly filled with hate eyes said everything. Only she has the ability to do this. The two of them whispered quietly, unaware of the others around them. What's wrong? Lin Jiao passed by, glanced at Qingqing and the other woman, and frowned slightly. What's your name? They had taken in a group of people earlier, so she didn't know everyone. She just felt it looked familiar, but also a little strange. My name is Qingqing. Qingqing smiled and replied, we're fine. Good, that's good. Don't think too much. Lin Jiao nodded and continued walking. Just now, a message came through her communicator, asking her to check if anyone in the convoy was acting strangely. It seemed to confirm her suspicions. The problem was within the convoy. Smart people were always around. At least Ran could tell that many people in the team seemed suspicious. During the afternoon, few people spoke in the convoy's communication, and everyone seemed uninterested. By dusk, everyone started discussing whether to stop and rest or keep going. Let's not stop. We're almost there. We can go straight and arrive by morning. After all, the night is long, and dreams are many. The person saying this was clearly afraid something might go wrong again. Many supported this idea,
but most still wanted to stop and rest.
They left in a hurry earlier. Most people were crowded together. The air inside the vehicles was not good, and the tense atmosphere made many feel stifled and anxious. Ultimately, after the vote, everyone decided to spend the night parked and resting somewhere. A remote small village was thoroughly searched, and a few hidden troublemakers were quickly dealt with. Inside the house, a pot was boiling dinner. The atmosphere was tense, with only occasional conversations. Ran sat in a chair, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Tonight, I will stay on watch. You all should rest well, she suddenly said softly.
That
might not be a good idea. I'll go with you, Yujia offered, sounding worried. No need, I'm not alone, Ran replied confidently, holding a seed in her hand. Let her go, a sharp voice interrupted. It was a man who, upon meeting Ran's gaze, awkwardly explained, among us, Ran is the strongest. I trust Ran. With her here, I feel safe, another added, seeking approval. Right? The last question was asked to get agreement. Many nodded in agreement. Yes, Ran is here. Her plants are even better than ours. All right, Ran, tonight will be tough for you. If you need anything, just call us. Lin Jiao hesitated but agreed. Okay. Ran accepted, without hesitation. After a simple dinner, Ran left the house. It was a 2-story small building. The roof was cracked, but since it wasn't raining, there was no fear of leaks. Everyone gathered downstairs. Ran, standing alone on the roof, seemed a bit lonely. Looking at the moon above, her eyes were distant. Xiaobai, why do you think the world is so chaotic? Ran muttered. Xiaobai was pressed against her arm, with roots piercing into the wall. The pale roots spread out, wrapping around the entire house. But the thin roots hidden among moss and peeling paint made it hard to see clearly. Through Xiaobai's view, Ran could monitor what was happening inside. Some people below were still awake, whispering quietly. Looking around, everything seemed peaceful and quiet. Until midnight, a scream woke everyone up. What's going on? What happened? Someone asked nervously in the dark, as the fire had gone out. When the fire was relit, a person in the corner was seen crying with tears all over their face. My mom is missing. She searched around but found nothing. Has anyone been to the bathroom outside? Someone tentatively asked. For safety, everyone had gathered in a designated area to take care of their needs. I've been there, the woman said softly, biting her lip. Just now, she was right beside me, she added. Then suddenly, she was gone. How could this happen? Her tearful voice was heartbreaking. When Run Ran arrived, she saw the scene. Run Ran, did you see anyone leave from here?
Someone asked.
Run Ran shook her head. Under her surveillance, no one had left the building. That's strange, someone said. If no one left, how could she just disappear? Hey, do you think Xiaoli might be the same? Maybe she didn't leave at all, just suddenly vanished. Someone gestured exaggeratedly. In a corner, Xiaoli's mother trembled. My Xiaoli is very obedient. She wouldn't run off on her own, she said, seemingly supporting others' guesses. Enough. If you're not going to say anything, I will. Another person spoke up. I'm fed up with this. At that moment, someone stepped forward. Her face looked very grim, and her tone was quick. We have a monster in our group, a man-eating monster. That's the only explanation for what's happening, right? A few words made many people fall silent. Some nodded in agreement. You're all scared of this or that, someone said. Isn't it because you're worried that the person next to you might be the monster? But think about it, if we keep going, the other side might not spare you, she continued. Who knows when that monster will be full? She waved her hand impatiently, pacing anxiously. She was very uneasy. She was right, someone else said firmly. It was Xiaoli's mother. My Xiaoli might not come back, she said. But I can't let the other children and my Xiaoli just disappear like that. Her gaze was fixed on the other children in the group, filled with deep pain. She clenched her fists and spoke with determination. No matter who it is, we must find that monster. From a disappearance case to the appearance of a monster, the gap seemed too wide. At the door, Run Ran looked at the lively scene with a calm face. Next to her, Emo-chan leaned against the wall, quietly observing everyone. Under his messy bangs, his eyes were also cold and deep. Unruly people really exist everywhere. Run Ran, what do you think? We want to hear your opinion. However, the topic shifted to Run Ran. Run Ran looked up at the speaker. I remember your name is Chin Ching, right? Run Ran said but did not answer directly. Yes, that's right. You remember my name? Chen Ching looked happy. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Run Ran, seeming to see her as a hero. Run Ran smiled. My thoughts are the same as yours. Among us, there is a monster that eats people. But the problem is, even a monster that eats people leaves no trace. There's no sign of struggle or sound in either place. It's like they just disappeared suddenly. Run Ran spoke sincerely, sharing her ideas. Maybe that monster can even do magic, she added. This made some people pause in surprise. Haha, Run Ran, you're so funny. Chin Ching chuckled awkwardly. It's actually very simple, interrupted Emo-chan. He leaned against the wall, almost hidden in the shadows. Everyone knew Emo-chan was someone Run Ran trusted very much. But Emo-chan rarely appeared in front of others. Now, with a cold tone, Emo-chan looked at Run Ran with a strange expression. As long as that person has space abilities like you, he said, it's enough. Just put people into space like goods and naturally no traces will be left. Even better, you can enjoy them anytime. Enjoy them. When Emo-chan said this, there was a dark undertone. Hearing this, Run Ran was stunned, then showed a look of helplessness. Are you doubting me? Her voice suddenly sounded annoyed and anxious. She stared at Emo-chan, her eyes seeming to carry a hint of anger. Many people were surprised to see Run Ran and Emo-chan suddenly face each other. Weren't they discussing something? Why did they start doubting Run Ran? And it was her own team doubting her. Many were confused, including Chen Qing. She slightly opened her mouth, looked at the scene, and timidly spoke. I didn't mean that. Chun Qing's tone was strange, but her gaze at Imochen carried a hint of a smug smile. Are these people so naive? Then what do you mean? Red Leaf spoke forcefully and immediately stood beside Run Ran to show her support. She's just trying to be kind. Captain Red Leaf, don't scare her. When Lian Xue suddenly interrupted. When Lian Xue, who is kind and beautiful, was brought back by Run Ran and was known by everyone for her unfortunate experiences, earning much sympathy, just like Feng Miao Miao. Women like her are very popular with the crowd. At this moment, when Lian Xue frowned and looked at Red Leaf with some disapproval, she walked over to Qin Qing, looking serious. She only stated the facts, didn't she? Besides, no one doubts Run Ran now. We're just pointing out a possibility. Are you okay? When Lian Xue even kindly asked about Qin Qing's condition, showing she supported her. Qin Qing felt even more confused. Am I really trustworthy? Or is my acting just that good? Actually, I think even if the other person has space powers, it's still hard for one person to do this. Maybe someone helped. Someone in the crowd quietly suggested more possibilities. It might have been just a feeling, but he sensed Red Leaf's fierce glare. It was as if she was caught, and then furious. Could he be right? Things started to feel strange. The sudden internal conflict surprised many people. But everyone tends to follow the crowd. Compared to the reactions of both sides, Run Ran's side seemed to react more strongly. Does anyone else in our team have space powers? Someone tentatively asked.
No, Mochen replied.
When everyone arrived at the power station, we all tested for abilities. The testing device was prepared by me. So, you're doubting me? Run Ran's face darkened completely. Imochen, do you really not trust me? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone, please stop arguing. Let's talk calmly. Feng Miao Miao stepped forward, trying to mediate, but Imochen's gaze shot directly at her. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Since you're not Run Ran, you came back, but who knows if you're working with her? After saying this, kind-hearted Feng Miao Miao's eyes widened, and she covered her face as she started crying. Her sobs were truly heartbreaking. Miao Miao, don't mind him. Red Leaf went over to comfort her, but Feng Miao Miao pushed her away. None of your business. At this moment, everyone's minds are full of questions. What is going on? Has this turned into a family drama? We don't mean to doubt you. We're just considering this possibility, Qin Qing said, trying to steer the conversation back. Her lips twitched as she spoke. It felt like these people were playing her. But she knew she had to take advantage of this good opportunity. Run Ran, we believe in you. It's just a sentence that was left unfinished, giving everyone room to imagine. Unless you can prove you didn't do it, someone suddenly said, Xiaoli's mother. She stepped in front of Run Ran, looking obsessed. As long as you can prove your innocence, I will believe you. At first, this didn't seem wrong. But why should an innocent person have to prove their innocence instead of the real culprit stepping forward and admitting it? Run Ran seemed to be amused by this. She looked at everyone coldly, her tone stiff. We're not on the same side if our goals are different. With that, Run Ran turned and walked away. Are you feeling guilty and trying to run away? Someone said, thinking they were being sharp and firm. They even tried to block her way. But when a predatory flower appeared, they backed off in fear. They stepped back a few steps, too afraid to get close, but their tone was sarcastic. Run Ran, I can't beat you, but we definitely won't let you go. So, they had already decided she was the culprit. Hearing this, Run Ran looked at the crowd's blind obedience with disappointment and left. Yes, Run Ran left. Even Hong Yi followed her. Outside, the sound of a car starting could be heard. Are we just going to let her go? What about my Xiaoli? Xiaoli's mother was unwilling and wanted to chase after her, but someone stopped her. Xiaoli might be in serious trouble now. We trusted Run Ran wrongly. But now she's gone, and if we stick together, we can get through this. Chun Qing held her arm to comfort her. Then she stood firm, her eyes full of determination. Everyone, we must trust each other.
We can't let this happen again. It was still midnight. After the chaos, some people huddled together, unable to stay calm. But as the night deepened, most of them curled up and fell asleep. Outside, in the darkness, Chen-Qing stood with a strange look on her face. I feel something's wrong. How could Ren-Ran leave so easily? I also think so. Behind her, a few people were whispering. It was clearly the daughter who lost her mother and the mother who lost her daughter. As for the mother and daughter who were lost, they also peeked out from nearby. A small group was quietly discussing together. The story followed the script, and the ending was very perfect, but the process felt a bit awkward. It should have been her leading the crowd to attack, making Run-Ran speechless and forcing the other side to leave. But instead, Run-Ran chose to leave on her own. Moreover, those few people even caused a split among themselves. There was even internal conflict caused by their own team. This made them seem powerless and ineffective. No matter what, the result is good now. Continue to cooperate with me in acting, as long as we keep the people convinced. This team will be ours in the future, Chen-Qing finally said, full of ambition. How do we go back now? Shaoli asked an important question. Right now, in everyone's eyes, they are considered dead. They can't just keep following behind the team all the time. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Chen-Qing looked at Shaoli with a bright smile. Her confident attitude made Shaoli nod, trusting her completely. After a few more words, they parted ways again. That night, after Ren-Ran left, nothing else happened. The next day, the convoy set off again to the place Ren-Ran had chosen. Interestingly, those who didn't trust Ren-Ran last night now believed in the place she picked. This time, Chen-Qing sat in the front vehicle. Next to her was Mo Chen. Mo Chen was a young man with handsome and cool features. He sat silently, looking out the window, with a very delicate side profile. Chen-Qing looked at him a few times, her gaze a bit dreamy. I think Ren-Ran might have some hidden reasons, she softly said, trying to comfort. Mo Chen didn't respond, and Chen-Qing seemed a bit awkward, so she spoke again. Thanks for yesterday. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that we've been trusting the wrong person all along. So, how do you know I'm trustworthy? Mo Chen replied, but his words sounded a bit off. Chen-Qing was stunned, seeming confused by what Mo Chen was saying. Just joking, Mo Chen quickly added with a smile. His handsome face made Chen-Qing's ears turn red. Don't worry, once we arrive, you can do whatever you want. Don't be forced to stay in the room doing those studies. You are free. His words carried a serious tone. What sounds clear to Mo Chen's ears is filled with questions. He is forced to do research. He is not free?
Who says so?
Thinking of something, Mo Chen's mouth twitched a few times, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. That Ren-Ran actually made him act in such a play. Such an awkward scene. Does no one see through him? But Mo Chen's cold aura at this moment was misunderstood by Chen-Qing as her hitting the sore spot in Mo Chen's heart. She wanted to comfort him but saw Mo Chen turn away, unwilling to pay attention. The driver was Lin Jiao. She was neutral last night, but now she was holding back her laughter. Oh my, this is so funny. Why is Ren-Ran so talented? Ren-Ran, who was being nagged by a group of people, now arrived at the outskirts of the botanical garden with Hong Yi. Are you really so sure that Chen-Qing will stay in the team? Hong Yi asked. Recalling last night's scene, Hong Yi felt she didn't perform well. What's there to worry about? In a team, there are many bugs. Isn't this a good chance to find them all? Besides, this place isn't suitable for too many people. She looked ahead. The woods were dense, with wild grass growing everywhere. Leaves intertwined, almost hiding everything inside the forest.
And here
was once the location of the botanical garden, now turned into a wild mountain forest. But now, standing outside, the two of them had no intention of going deeper, because it was too dangerous. Xiaobai's root system sent back images telling Ren-Ran that inside, there was a very strong plant seedling, which had already locked onto both of them. If they continued forward, they would fall into the other's trap. She stroked her chin, thinking about a question. She initially wanted to cooperate with those people to act, and also scout ahead. But now she realized the risk of scouting was too high. So maybe she should give this good opportunity to others. Like those drama queens? Honestly, if it weren't for Xiaobai, she might have been fooled by the other side. But she had to admit the space-shifting ability was really useful. It left no trace and was hard to figure out. The few people working together were very coordinated. But Xiaobai's roots were everywhere, clearly seeing their small moves. She just wanted to see what kind of act these people were putting on. As for Emo Chun, that was purely her improvisation. Who made handsome guys so easy to love? Watching the show naturally made her more entertained. The two looked at each other and came up with an idea. Just looking at her eyes, I guess she has a lot of bad ideas. When the team reached the outskirts of the botanical garden that day, the scene was just as Runran saw, full of green. What should we do? Someone asked. In peaceful times, this place would be very natural and harmonious. But in the wasteland, facing such a deep forest, the feeling is oppressive and dangerous. Who can go ahead to scout first? Without Runran. Yeah, without Runran, who can scout? I believe in you, when Lianxue, looking very delicate, held Qingqing's hand. Maybe it was when Lianxue's support last night that made Qingqing trust her. But, facing when Lianxue's trust, Qingqing hesitated a little. Her ability isn't suitable for scouting. I'll go with you, when Lianxue added, which eased Qingqing's worries. Although when Lianxue is very pretty, she doesn't seem very smart. That's probably why she's so easy to be manipulated. She wants to use herself as A, and Qingqing can't refuse that. Okay, let's go scout first. Follow a little behind. This place is only a few hundred meters from the main facility of the botanical garden, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking this, Qingqing took Wen Lianxue into the woods. The ground was covered with fine grass. Some vines wrapped around dead trees, making the scene look a bit eerie. The trees were tall, blocking the sunlight. Faint light and shadows fell, making the forest quite dark. Suddenly, Qingqing stepped into a hollow and nearly fell. Fortunately, Wen Lianxue reacted quickly and grabbed her. It was a deep pit. Looking down, it was dark and hollow. Qingqing suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Let's go, when Lianxue showed no reaction and took the lead. Seeing this, Qingqing smiled. Since she was so sensible, she could stay. Qingqing couldn't see Wen Lianxue's expression now, but her eyes kept scanning the surroundings. If you looked carefully, you'd notice tiny marks where Wen Lianxue's gaze lingered. They looked like seed imprints. Seeds naturally make one think of Runran. Following the clues Runran left, Wen Lianxue led them to a certain place. Look, it's right there. Wen Lianxue shouted excitedly, her voice a bit loud and more animated. Ahead, there was a building that looked intact. It wasn't far anymore. Qingqing looked ahead and felt a bit happy. Is it that easy? She thought she would definitely encounter danger on the way. Ah Shui, let's go back and bring the others. Qingqing said and waited, but there was no response. She turned her head and saw that the figure where Wen Lianxue had been was gone. The person disappeared into thin air, just like the others. But the previous people were all her creation. What is happening now? Ah Shui, come out. Don't joke around, it's not funny. Ah Shui, where are you? She called out, her voice trembling more and more. Even if she was in danger, why didn't she hear any sounds? Even her footsteps stopped where Wen Lianxue had just stood. At this moment, Qingqing realized that the surroundings were a bit empty. When she first entered, there were plants all around. But now, it was a dense grassland, and the tall trees were a bit far away. This gave her a clear view of the botanical garden buildings. But the situation here seemed very strange. The word danger flashed through her mind. From all directions, she heard a dragging sound. Qingqing turned her head and saw the ground start to shake, and the soil bulged up. Pale roots stretched out from the earth. And at the top, there was a small sapling about 1 meter tall. It was this small tree that stood in the open space. At first glance, she ignored it because of its size. But who knew beneath this small tree, it was actually so huge. Roots surged from all directions, surrounding Qing Chen. Clenching her teeth, she wanted to use her ability to leave. But she was surprised to find that the roots spread too widely. Her ability could only teleport her about 10 meters away at most. But 10 meters away was still her cursed territory. In fact, if those people searched a little further, they could find the traces where Shaoli had hidden. She should have mocked their stupidity. Now, Qing Chen felt her powers were a bit weak. Yes, just as I guessed. Not far away, Ran nodded at this scene. Next to her were Hong Yi, Wen Lianxue, and
Xiaoli.
But Shaoli didn't even dare to lift her head. Hearing Qing Chen shouting over there, Shaoli's body trembled.
It was too terrifying.
Ran was too terrifying. She knew everything. And she had played everyone perfectly, making them all fall into her trap. Last night, she discussed with Qin Qing, and shortly after leaving, she was found by Ran. At that time, it was very dark and windy. The other person appeared behind her suddenly and said hello.
Then
she remembered nothing else. When she woke up, she was here. They arrived earlier than Qin Qing. They watched helplessly as Qin Qing fell into a trap. Now, she was like a headless fly, desperately dodging under the attack of the plant. But that plant still has more powerful abilities that haven't been used. It should be its hidden card. We need to find a way to make Qin Qing reveal her hidden card too. Ran thought hard. This plant, called a fallen seed, occupied a huge underground world. Its large trees looked tall on the surface, but underground, their roots were locked by the fallen seed. All the nutrients from the forest were feeding this plant, but strangely, it appeared harmless, like a small sapling. Qin Qing was at the center of the storm, surrounded and watched like a monkey. The attacks became more frequent. It was harder for her to dodge. Her footing was gradually covered by the roots. The twisting roots were everywhere, making Qin Qing's face turn pale. What was really happening? Wen Lianxue. She shouted again. If there was only this one fallen seed around, it wouldn't have silently taken down Wen Lianxue. Thinking back over the past 2 days, Qin Qing suddenly felt like she had been played. Looking at her current situation, she was sure she hadn't guessed wrong.
I won't let you go, she said.
But she still didn't understand why Wen Lianxue was targeting her. Until she saw Ran standing in the nearby forest, pointing and talking to herself. Her attitude was like she was watching a clown perform. Anger boiled inside her. Qin Qing activated her abilities and tried to move toward Ran. But suddenly, roots blocked her path. Thick roots struck her legs, hurting so much she fell to the ground. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been cut in half. Thinking about how close she was to danger, Qin Qing saw Ran give her a thumbs up. Keep going. Ran cheered with a smile. It was good to have free labor working for her. Anyway, I'm leaving now, Wen Lianxue said, nodding at Ran before taking Shaoli and leaving. As for Shaoli, she never dared to resist and didn't dare to have any inappropriate exchanges with Qin Qing. Seeing this scene, Qin Qing finally understood. It turned out she had been betrayed by someone. That's why Ran could manipulate her so easily. But no matter how angry she was, she couldn't escape the attack range of the traitor. She was almost caught off guard several times, nearly hit at her landing point. Qin Qing had to become serious. As her stamina drained, it became harder to move. But the traitor kept chasing tirelessly. Little by little, they were eroding her space to survive. Smack! That was the sound of Qin Qing being hit. But Ran saw clearly that Qin Qing was using her abilities to try to change her position. However, the traitor seemed to have predicted her move, waiting at the landing point, then striking quickly. Qin Qing was thrown out of control. Her body hit the ground and didn't move for a long time. Just when Ran thought she had sacrificed herself honorably, Qin Qing still managed to stand up. Her body was battered and torn, with blood all over her face, looking very miserable. That was quite tough, Ran sighed, thinking about the traitor. It was possible to predict, but how could a plant-based traitor anticipate the actions of a thinking human? Squinting, he stared at the wildly dancing roots.
Ran decisively used his mental power to turn his vision into a plan attack mode. In this mode, the view became narrower, but the details clearer. He saw some fluffy, hair-like structures spreading around the roots, very fine like fungal threads. And now, Chun Qing was entangled by these fungal threads. The fungi were still growing. Though slow, they gradually covered Chun Qing. Every time Chun Qing used her abilities, the fungi would point in a certain direction. It was as if the fungi had become part of Chun Qing's body, understanding her thoughts and reporting back to their main body in advance. The fungi were the key. Once he understood this, Ran felt more at ease. But Chun Qing wasn't so lucky. She was very frustrated now. No matter how she moved, the traitor seemed to predict her actions. Since that was the case, Chun Qing hardened her expression and activated her abilities again. Without surprise, she was immediately struck in the air. But even so, she forced herself to stabilize her abilities and shifted again. Already exhausted, and using her powers intensely, Chun Qing's face grew paler. But after she landed, a sly smile appeared on her face. Because she was now close to Ran and the others. If she tried again, she could lure this traitor to Ran. Why could the other side ignore her and treat her like a fool? However, Ran wouldn't let her succeed. A large, swinging piece shot out like a bullet. It wasn't aimed at Chun Qing, but at the traitor behind her. The power of the bullet was more reliable than Chun Qing's abilities. It pierced through the roots one by one. Crimson leaves and branches scattered like human blood. The traitor, in pain, twisted her body and forcibly pulled all her roots out of the soil.
The main body was still that small sapling.
It looked fragile. Supported by strong roots, it quickly moved toward Chun Qing. Then it again encircled her within its domain. Don't think you can run. If the traitor could speak, she would definitely say this now. Ran nodded, very satisfied. Ran. Chun Qing shouted out her deep hatred. Her waist was trapped, making her unable to move. With increased strength in her waist, Chun Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could this Ran be so cruel? Gritting her teeth, Chun Qing didn't dare to slack off now. She tried to stay steady. Her internal powers were activated little by little. Suddenly, the air hummed softly. Ran saw that around Chun Qing, the space seemed to tear apart. Some flashes appeared. Where the flashes touched, the roots broke directly. Space blades? They were very powerful. The roots couldn't stop them. Chun Qing, who managed to escape, stood up again but coughed a few times. She spat out blood. It seemed her abilities couldn't be used much longer. She felt drained. Gritting her teeth, Chun Qing looked up and saw everyone in the convoy had arrived. A group of people, bustling, all looked very surprised but didn't move forward anymore. Chun Qing's eyes lit up. I'm here. It's Ran. It's her trap. Shouting loudly, Chun Qing knew she had to drag Ran into the trap, or no one would come to help her. But those who should believe her looked at her with strange eyes, sympathy, pity, anger, and regret. Confused, Chun Qing opened her mouth but didn't understand what was happening. Ah Qing, please stop acting now. Xiaoli stepped out from the crowd. She supported her mother, her voice trembling with tears on her face. Ah Qing, I can't help you anymore. I won't be threatened by you again. These two sentences painted Chun Qing with a strange new image. You're talking nonsense, Chun Qing shouted, sensing something was wrong. It's all your fault. Everything was done by you. You forced me, and you said I wouldn't help you, then you killed my mother. Ah Qing, we're friends. How could you treat me like this? You hurt Ran just to harm her. How can you be so ruthless? If it weren't for. As she spoke, Xiaoli covered her face and cried loudly. Meanwhile, when Lianxue, who was returning with Xiaoli, told her story with a heavy heart. It turned out that on their way to investigate, Chun Qing had malicious intentions. She was jealous of Lianxue's beauty and wanted to harm her. But when Lianxue was strong enough to escape, she accidentally met Xiaoli, who was badly hurt. After Xiaoli explained, they learned that Chen Qing wanted to seize power by pretending to cooperate. She falsely accused Run Ran of everything, and then stepped forward to seek justice and win people's support. Shaoli's mother was threatened with her life to make her cooperate. But after Shaoli agreed, Chen Qing unexpectedly injured her badly. If Shaoli hadn't been cautious, she might have died. Chen Qing also wanted to use this trick on Wen Lianxue again, but she failed. When they met, they ran back to the camp to seek help. Shaoli's mother revealed the truth. Chen Qing had told Shaoli's mother that if she didn't cooperate, Shaoli would be harmed. Desperate, Shaoli's mother deliberately blamed Run Ran. Everything was to force Run Ran to leave. It worked, but Chen Qing betrayed them afterward. They could no longer tolerate her behavior. So now, they are accusing her, not in court, but in a fight. Xiao Li and Wen Lianxue worked together, each speaking their part, causing Chen Qing, whose chest was heaving with anger, to be careless. She was accidentally pierced in the abdomen by a sharp object. Fortunately, she reacted in time and was not hit in a vital spot. However, her injury, if not treated, could still be life-threatening. "Don't listen to their lies," Chen Qing shouted. "They're working with Run Ran." Some of this was planned by Run Ran. "Really, if you don't believe me, ask Run Ran." She waved her finger in the direction where Run Ran had just been. But now, that place was empty. Someone went to check, and their silent attitude said everything. "When did Run Ran leave?" "Run Ran might be in trouble," Feng Miao Miao said softly. She bit her lip, looking guilty. "It's all my fault. I should have trusted her." Like a child's tantrum, Feng Miao Miao's acting wasn't very good. But her words were enough to touch the heart. Feng Miao Miao covered her face, but she was actually holding back laughter. "I'll go look for her." In the end, Mo Chun was the one to step forward. He looked deeply at Chen Qing and said, "I was blind. I'm sorry about Run Ran." That one sentence seemed to settle everything. "Hey, please help me." "Help me," Chen Qing shouted, but the others remained still. Some of them looked at her with hatred and contempt. It was as if they wished she would just die here. But no one knew she was truly dying. Her body was weakened by injuries, and her movements slowed down. Seeing those people about to ignore her, Chen Qing suddenly sneered. "You think if I die you'll be safe? Don't forget, it was you who cooperated with me willingly. I tell you, none of you can escape." Using her remaining strength, Chen Qing suddenly bled from her 7 orifices. Some people looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. But then someone shouted in alarm, "Where is she?" "Yes, where is she?" The person who was just beside her suddenly disappeared. Help, help." A scream suddenly rang out. It was near Chen Qing, and the person who had disappeared was now around Chen Qing. Naturally, they fell into the attack of the fallen creature. But unlike Chen Qing, some people were just ordinary humans. They couldn't resist the attack of the fallen creature at all. Their hearts were pierced, or they were strangled alive. Flesh flew through the air. Seeing this, Chen Qing laughed happily. "None of you will escape." "What's happening?" Someone stammered, asking, did she really do this? Chen Qing's ability was enough proof. And those she manipulated were her allies. Faced with betrayal from her companions, Chen Qing showed no mercy. Little Li, who was also in a mess, looked at the pale roots around her and then at Chen Qing's wild expression, trembling all over. "How could this be? Do you think she will let you go?" "No, you're wrong. We are all just toys in her hands." She grabbed Xiao Li and blocked her mouth to stop her from calling for help. Chen Qing's tone was like that of a wicked spirit. "Don't think about escaping. If we are going to die, we die together." Her greasy voice was like a cold, poisonous snake, making Xiao Li's eyes widen in fear. Before she could shout for help, tendrils wrapped around her and pulled her away. She didn't even have time to cry out for help. Meanwhile, Run Ran, who should have been the one to help Xiao Li, watched the chaotic scene from the shadows with satisfaction and nodded. At that moment, Peas fired their shots. With the power of thunder, they successfully broke the tendrils. Xiao Li's broken body fell to the ground. Only then did Run Ran step out from the shadows.
Why are you all here? He asked coldly, looking at everyone with a sharp gaze, but his hands moved quickly. Several peas fired together. Their strong firepower covered the tendrils. As for the mycelium, peas bullets are not alive after all. And since peas can shoot from a distance, the mycelium was not a real threat. Once the tendrils decreased in number, the plant seemed to finally feel fear. A small sapling swayed, and the tendrils trembled, as if trying to escape. But Ran wouldn't give them that chance. He signaled the peas to chase after them. First, the snow pea slowed down the enemy. Then the pea shooter destroyed the tendrils trying to escape, and finally, the double gun peas fired 2 shots to finish the battle. The plan was perfectly executed. The fallen tendrils collapsed. The seed from the wound rolled out and was picked up by Ran. He took a few steps and saw Qin lying on the verge of death. At this moment, Ran turned his back to everyone, with a smiling face, but his eyes were cold enough to scare anyone. Was it fun? He asked softly, only Qin could hear. Qin seemed to want to answer, but opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes gradually filled with deathly silence. Her body trembled slightly, and she reached out her hand, trying to grab Ran. Ran didn't move at all, letting her hand act freely. But in the end, her fingers just brushed past her clothes and fell. She died with her eyes open, unwilling to close, as the saying goes, Qin. There was a moment of silence. Ran's plant combat ability was naturally strong, but the scene was a bit bloody. All those people Qin tricked into coming here died tragically, without exception. The few who remained looked at each other in shock. Some people trembled, seeming to understand something, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Their gazes toward Ran grew more respectful and fearful. Others seemed still confused. Looking at Ran, they also felt afraid. But their fear was whether Ran's power might someday target them. When Ran turned around and saw those varied expressions, she kept her cool and emotionless. She simply glanced at them without a smile and then turned to leave. She quietly left, hiding her skills and reputation. With her back to everyone, Ran's face lit up with joy. She had succeeded in showing off again. Ran! Someone called out to her. Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief. She almost thought she was about to leave just like that. Is there anything else? She asked impatiently, her brows furrowed with anger. As someone wrongly accused, she naturally didn't look pleased. We were wrong. Please forgive us, they said. Yes, Ran, we trusted the others wrongly, they added. Meanwhile, the others were standing stiffly not far from Ran. In the end, Ran said something to Qin, but only the person who couldn't stand up anymore heard it. But the crowd refused to let Ran leave. Once again, Ran proved with her strength that her team needed her. Ran, I'm sorry. Yes, come back. We need you. We were wrong to doubt you. Many apologized, and when Lianxue was so excited she ran over and hugged Ran. Ran, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. The two, embracing, were covered in goosebumps. Ran also heard when Lianxue whispered very softly, I'm about to be sick. Ran nodded, indicating she felt a little nauseous too.
Sorry.
Finally, Chen stepped forward, lowered his head in front of Ran. But his eyes beneath his bangs burned with fire, as if urging Ran to end this farce quickly. If you want me to stay, I can. Some people brightened at her words. From now on, you must listen to me. If this happens again, don't blame me for being harsh. These words made some people smile happily. Okay, we'll listen to you, Ran. Yes, we all listened to Ran. A bunch of people cheered and gathered around her. Not far away, those bodies were still bloodied. Now there was a joyful atmosphere of everyone being happy. Some people in the group had strange expressions. It was quite a big show. And this show was entirely directed and performed by Ran herself. As for Qin and others, they just happened to have different intentions and were used by her. Ran wanted to use the deaths of Qin and others to show everyone that how far this team could go was decided by her. Most people would think that was enough.
But clever people, once they guessed that everything was arranged by Ran, would understand a deeper meaning behind it. If you play with me, I will play you to death. Some people are imagining many storylines now. Meanwhile, Ran was observing the expressions of those around her and nodded with satisfaction. She was making a loud noise to scare the enemy. This mountain was chosen well. Let's go. After the team rested, they set out again. Ran still led at the front. They were not far from the botanical garden, and everyone left their extra emotions behind. However, on the way there, they encountered some small troubles. The botanical garden was full of plants. After a long time without proper care, it had become a natural jungle. In such an environment, some plants had fallen into disrepair. These fallen plants hid in the woods and occasionally appeared to surprise people. Some members of the team were injured because of this. Fortunately, there were no more casualties. Every time Ran acted, she was quick enough. But she didn't intend to eliminate all the fallen plants. Leaving some of these plants here was actually a good thing. Most of these fallen plants stayed fixed on one spot. As long as their own people didn't randomly enter those areas, it was quite safe. And the existence of these fallen plants could serve as a lesson for anyone trying to enter. Natural guards. That was Ran's plan. After many twists and turns, when they finally stood at the collapsed entrance of the botanical garden, everyone took a deep breath. The environment of the wasteland had changed. Tropical plants had taken root here. Broad-leaved trees grew wildly. Vines covered the ground. Almost no weeds could be seen here. Most were low shrubs. Thin leaves clustered together. From top to bottom, the arrangement was orderly. Human buildings were hidden among these plants, making them look very small. But as some people guessed earlier, most human facilities remained intact. Any damage was within reparable limits. The scene at the main building of the botanical garden was breathtaking. The building was covered with vines all around, looking like a green mountain from afar. It gave an unreal feeling. Spread out and look around, someone said, and groups of people began to explore the area. The first thing to do was naturally to clear the danger here. Some hidden creatures in the shadows were immediately caught. With teamwork, even without Ran, they could clean up quickly. Mo Chun found the building plans for the botanical garden. After circling around, he saw that the walls were mostly intact, only pierced by the strong roots of the plants, making them look unstable. The area was very large. Once cleared, living here would be no problem. Basic information was confirmed, which was good news. Ran was the first to do something. She integrated the giant wall fruit into the fence. With the wall fruit's reinforcement, the fences turned a unique earth yellow but remained very strong. Xiao Bai climbed down from Ran and wandered around. He looked lively and energetic. It was clear that Xiao Bai liked this place very much. In the end, everyone decided to use the main building as the center. There were many rooms in the main building, so they would gradually clean outward from there. It was very dangerous to live separately right after arriving. But even with all this busy work, half a day had already passed. Right now, Ran was standing at the back door of the botanical garden. It was already sealed shut. But Xiao Bai's recent image told her that someone was sneaking around here. However, when she arrived, the place was empty. She asked the nearby people, but no traces were found. Ran didn't think that after the chaos of the daytime, anyone would dare to make small moves again at this time. Main building basement. The air was a little damp. Moss covered the surrounding walls. The ground was soaked with mud and water over the years, very moist. This was a place Ran had told everyone not to enter, because Xiao Bai had made it his warm nest. Xiao Bai, about a meter tall, stood in the basement, swinging his body. His roots swayed freely and then pierced into the ground. In just a moment, the strong roots reached near the main building. All this was done under Ran's guidance. Xiao Bai's ability was very powerful. His roots were like visual nerves, able to sense the surroundings. Although the signals had a mosaic-like appearance, it was enough. Since this place was going to be his home, Xiao Bai used his roots to protect it well. Thank you for your hard work. Just a beginner,
I wouldn't casually cling to myself. Ran thought, then saw Xiao Bai nudge his head. It seemed to be signaling him to look at something. He turned his head and saw the ground at the door slightly bulging. Vines were emerging. Soon new branches and leaves grew on those vines. They quickly looked just like Xiao Bai. Moreover, the entire underground space was filled with various debris that Ran had thrown out. The spacious room was covered with these growths. But each growth felt to Ran like Xiao Bai's true form.
A clone technique.
Ran admitted he was envious. Are you trying to tell me you'll still stay with me? Ran smiled a little. Xiao Bai's vines weren't only on the ground. They also seeped into the walls. This meant that as long as he stayed near the camp, Xiao Bai could still communicate with him anytime, just like before. Xiao Bai, rubbing against Ran's arm, showed his approval. It seemed Xiao Bai had grown a lot during this time.
Good job.
Praising, Ran took out a vial of medicine. Earlier, Mo Chun had studied a treatment drug for him and also copied the medicine used by Yuxi at that time. This medicine was harmful to humans, but to Xiao Bai, it was delicious food. Sure enough, the leaves curled up and crushed the glass. All the medicine inside was absorbed by Xiao Bai, without a drop spilling. The room looked a bit eerie with all the pale colors, but Ran only felt closeness. Keep paying attention to your surroundings. After a while, Ran gave the order. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai couldn't speak. He couldn't tell what he was seeing. That shadow. Ran thought for a moment and decided not to investigate further for now. Maybe it was just an odd but harmless habit. After finishing these tasks, Ran returned to the upper level. It was already getting dark outside. The clouds in the sky looked especially beautiful. A tent was set up in the main hall. Ran had planted a few peas near the door. With Xiao Bai around, he wasn't worried about surprise attacks. But this also made everyone feel more at ease. That first night here was peaceful. It was so wonderful that Ran thought maybe what he saw when he woke up was just a dream. I don't know. In the morning, sunlight was scattered overhead. Someone was shaking their head, trying to clear themselves of suspicion. Because the peas outside the main building looked a bit funny now. Yes, funny. The pea shooter's bright green gun was painted with a face on its cheek. As the peas moved, it looked especially funny, like a prank. Ran checked the pea shooter and found it was safe and sound. But even so, Ran's expression was a bit tense. Because last night, the pea shooter didn't give any warning. Even Mo Chen, who was the first to know Ran, couldn't approach the pea shooter properly without orders. Although the other person still wanted to cut the pea into slices. This meant that anyone here who tried to touch the pea would be warned by it. In serious cases, they would be attacked directly. And Ran allowed this. But strangely, someone had played this prank on the pea, and Ran didn't notice at all. Not only him. Even Xiao Bai didn't react this time. This wasn't a joke, it seemed like a show-off. Does someone have abilities beyond theirs? At first, Ran thought about this. But he quickly denied it. Some people in the team had special powers, but none could suppress him completely and make him unaware.
So,
he wiped away the marks. Ran gently patted the pea's head. The emotions coming back from it were still cheerful. Could it be that the person who did this isn't disliked by the plants? Ran, who had never seen such a thing before, admitted he felt a bit nervous. It was like his beloved daughter was about to be taken away by some young troublemakers without him knowing. Ran really wanted to shout out that he didn't agree. Ran, it's really not me, someone nearby whispered. He was the first to notice this. But who knew, he was just curious and wanted to see the pea up close. And then he saw the graffiti. At first, he thought Ran had done it. I know it's not you, Ran said, because you don't have that ability. He didn't say the hurtful part. Let's forget about it. It's okay, I'll handle it, the person who was trusted said, and then quickly left. The others continued their work. The remaining people were a bit silent. There are others nearby, Feng Miao said, voicing everyone's thoughts. That was the only explanation for what happened. And that person had abilities beyond others. This wasn't good for everyone. That's why they didn't speak openly about it just now. The small white roots emerged first,
then grew into a tiny sapling. Renran was playing with the branches. Feeling the small white's emotions, Renran smiled. Don't blame you. Patting the small white, Renran spoke in a strange tone. Actually, maybe we have taken over someone else's home. Perhaps there was already someone here before us. The owner might be seeking revenge on us, which is fair. Because Renran's tone was so calm, the small white shook its branches happily. Its pale leaves looked a bit strange to others. Not far from the main building, there was a bamboo forest. The dense bamboo made it hard for humans to enter. But inside, a pair of green gemstone-like eyes peeked out. The owner of those eyes stared at Renran. Their gaze was full of doubt. She's not a wood-type ability user. She's different from me. The voice was deep and hoarse, belonging to a man. Renran thought the owner here might be a bit annoying. And he liked to provoke her. Leaves on the bed, flowers by the window. Her room had some things that didn't belong to her. Looking out the window, she saw the dense bamboo forest. The forest was very quiet. Renran stared for a while, feeling a bit frustrated. That person was definitely doing it on purpose. Small White couldn't find her, and the plants showed no hostility. How could those people be so bold on their own turf? Feeling very annoyed, Renran endured until night. The window was locked tight, and the bed was sleeping soundly. Dark clouds covered the moon. Tomorrow looked like a rainy day. Suddenly, the window made a soft noise. Through a thin grass blade slipped in and quickly unlocked the window. Silently, the grass didn't move forward immediately. Eventually, a large bunch gathered in the open space, wriggling to form a person's shape. This person held a flower in their hand. They bent down and placed the flower beside Renran's pillow. Just as they were about to leave, they looked strangely at the bulging quilt. Yesterday, Renran had been sleeping on her back, peaceful and calm. Today, she was turned away from the window, with her head inside the blanket. Could she be suffocating? Thinking this, the grass spread again, trying to pull the blanket down. The person, intending to do a good deed, was suddenly startled. Because inside the blanket wasn't Renran but a doll. The wig on her head was pulled off, revealing the cute face of the teddy bear doll. Hey, may I ask what your hobby is? Are you trying to do something by sneaking into a young woman's room late at night? A cold voice came from the window. The scarecrow turned around and saw a girl crouching on the windowsill. Her long hair was flowing, and her delicate black hair was very beautiful. But her eyebrows and eyes were sharp. Looking into her eyes, backlit and bright, it was a little unsettling. The scarecrow took a step back, bumped into the bed, and sat down heavily. Is she really scary? Renran wondered. She was just waiting for her prey. But the prey she was waiting for looked a bit green.
Who are you?
What do you want? Renran asked fiercely, playing her usual mischievous role of blaming others first. She even jumped down and walked toward the girl. The scarecrow still didn't speak. Getting closer, one could see that this scarecrow only looked like a person. In fact, it wasn't human. It was just made of intertwined grass and leaves, like a doll. The scarecrow avoided Renran and tried to leave, but she quickly stopped it. Don't think a flower can buy me off. The flower beside the pillow fell to the ground during their struggle, and Renran stomped on it. Renran really didn't mean to do that. But after that stomp, the scarecrow suddenly exploded. Yes, it exploded, and tiny grass leaves scattered all around the room. When they landed, they covered the floor in a layer. But the scarecrow was gone. Renran rushed to the window and chased after it. Walls, ground, countless roots appeared. They belonged to Xiao Bai, her assistant. With Renran's command, Xiao Bai appeared again. Xiao Bai wouldn't lose her this time. She ran wildly through the house. The others were still sleeping peacefully. But Renran ran into the bamboo forest. The dense bamboo made it hard to get through. She had to cut her way with a knife. The seeds in her palm were ready. The risk was small. But as she moved forward, she found that the deeper into the bamboo forest she went, the sparser it became. When she crossed the bamboo, she found a small bamboo house. From its style and marks, it seemed to be an old, abandoned building. The bamboo house's door was slightly open. On the ground, a broken grass leaf lay there, tempting Ran to go inside. Surrounding the bamboo house was a beautiful garden full of flowers. One of the flowers was the same as the ones left in her room. After thinking for a moment, Ran still walked over. She pushed open the door, and the light inside flickered a few times. Then Ran saw the young boy inside. In an instant, she felt like she was seeing a fairy. Fortunately, this fairy had a shadow. His delicate side profile was very gentle, and his face still looked young. When he saw Ran, he shrank back a little, seeming a bit scared. Then Ran saw a small sprout sticking out of his head. Yes, she saw correctly. His head turned green, though only a little.
You.
He gave Ran a harmless feeling, but she didn't know how to speak first. Should she say, "Hello, I want your nest, please go away"? Ran couldn't bring herself to do that. "Please sit down," the boy spoke first. He pointed to the seat beside him, looking very obedient. She seemed a bit not quite human, forcing such a cute boy out of his home. Feeling guilty, Ran truly sat down. They looked at each other, and Ran finally noticed that his eyes were a beautiful dark green, like gemstones. Very pretty. Seeing them made her think of a lush green plain. Ran paused silently before speaking. "Sorry, it seems we disturbed you." Her conscience was finally acting up. But the boy shook his head. "No, not at all. This isn't my place either. I just arrived not long ago." The boy smiled, showing sweet dimples on his face.
So sweet.
Compared to Mo Chen, that cold and strange guy, Ran thought this one suited her taste better. "My name is Ran. What's yours?" Her voice naturally softened. "I'm Xian. I didn't mean to scare you. I just want to know why your ability is different from mine." Xian looked at Ran with very clear eyes. "Oh, how so?" What answered her was his open hand. Branches and leaves stretched out, flowers blooming. Soon, the bright flowers were placed in front of Ran. He was a true wood-type ability user. Ran seemed to understand what he meant. "Maybe my ability has a little mutation," she said, trying to explain herself. This kid was so honest. "Is that so?" Xian suddenly smiled and pointed to Ran's hand. "Although our abilities are different, I think they are happy." He was referring to
plants.
Ran raised an eyebrow and opened her palm. A pea shooter quickly appeared beside her. "But they can't express themselves, so I helped them out." Is this an explanation for the previous smiley graffiti? Ran leaned back in his chair, looking a bit relaxed. The other person showed no hostility. Ran felt he didn't need to be so tense. Though, in this kind of place, the appearance of a handsome young man does seem a bit strange. "But it seems I caused you trouble."
Sorry about that.
Xian lowered his head, with reddening eyes, looking a little sad.